Hey everyone, welcome back to Wondergod. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter was betrayed and rose as an unstoppable dark force. Here is short summary. Betrayed by those he trusted, Harry returns stronger and without mercy. With power and knowledge on his side, he rises as a dark force determined to reshape the wizarding world on his own terms. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Wondergod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Albus Dumbledore was furious. He'd just had the most miserable Christmas of his entire life. It was even worse than the one after his boy after Gellert Grindelwald had left. He'd been abducted from the school by the Goblin Inquisition, amongst whose weapons were such diverse elements as fear, surprise, ruthless efficiency, and an almost fanatical devotion to Gringotts and a nice red uniform. The nasty little creatures had dragged him off to a Gringotts holding cell and subjected him to such torments as the soft cushions, and, Albus shuddered, the comfy chair. Now, while those might not sound like they are too horrible, the goblins have their own sinister twist to the torments that are just not acceptable for repetition in a T-rated story. Finally, Albus had been released once he had confessed to having stolen money and heirlooms from the Potter family. He had then been made to hand over everything he had stolen and pay back all the money, plus interest. It goes without saying that the headmaster was no longer able to afford Sherbet Lemo's. Dumbledore needed to think of a way to get Harry back under his thumb. The boys seemed to have severed ties to some of the Weasleys, something that irked Dumbledore greatly as he needed young Ronald to spy on Harry, and Ginevra was supposed to become the next Lady Potter. Using Severus to bully Harry into obedience was out, as the potion's master was one foul up away from falling into the hands of Amelia Bones, and, as Albus knew just about everything Severus had done as a Death Eater, that would not end well. Amelia Bones was of two minds. 1. She was delighted to have spent an enjoyable New Year's at Potter Manor for that wonderful ball. It had brought back such fond memories of happier times, and seeing Susan dancing with Harry Potter reminded her of when the two were little 1-year-olds and had been so close. Amelia remembered how Lily had told her after a day of babysitting the two 1-year-olds that Susan had given Harry a key on the cheek while they were playing together. Secondly, though, she was angry that Dumbledore was still walking around free. Fudge said that the man still had too much political clout, too many people owed him favors or made excuses for what he'd done. The knowledge that a child-endangering lunatic like Albus, too many names Dumbledore, was in charge of the school that her niece attended had the head of the DMLE in a right mood. She'd never fully trusted the old man, not even when she was an innocent first year. She always felt there was a point when eccentricity becomes madness. For example, she found the Lovegood girl to be absolutely charming with her belief in strange and possibly fanciful creatures, but that was mere quirkiness and perfectly fine. Deliberately leaving a child with abusive relatives, disregarding the contents of a will, and permitting students in one's care to nearly be killed every year were certainly not fine. Amelia sat down at her desk and downed another sherry. Her thoughts turned back to another matter at hand. That blancmange that had eaten the senior undersecretary was still on the loose, though Amelia felt no one would mourn the toad. Everybody had hated her, even her allies. While it had been running around, the bizarre entity had turned several members of the minister's cabinet into Scotsmen who then left England for the Highlands, though Amelia felt it was a vast improvement to the government. Last she had heard, the blancmange was spotted playing tennis somewhere in Wimbledon, and even the Muggles will notice if something like that happens. It wouldn't have been so troublesome if this was the first time a blancmange-related incident had happened. Back in the 1970s, a killer blancmange had turned a member of the Potter family into a Scotsman, the late Harold Potter, for whom young Harry was named. Amelia only hoped that history wouldn't repeat itself and that the blancmange would continue to only go after the annoying, incompetent, or bigoted members of the ministry that it had so far. Draco Malfoy was not happy. Ever since the beginning of term, things had gone horribly wrong. It turned out that Black wasn't out to kill Potter. He was, in fact, Potter's godfather. Worse still, Black had the power to ruin the Malfoy family if he wanted to. After the altercation on the train, Draco had written a letter to his father to complain. However, Lucius had responded by ordering Draco to watch himself around Potter. The Malfoys couldn't afford to get on the wrong side of Black. Despite what everyone believed, Draco was not a complete moron. He knew when his father said not to run his mouth off, it was not a request. The only upside to Draco's situation was that Potter and Weasley seemed to have had a bit of a falling out. That meant it was open season on the ginger-haired loser. Molly Weasley was rather vexed. Despite how happy she was that Ginny had received that money and the fact that the family's financial worries had been greatly alleviated, she had just read something that made her rather testy. Like everyone else in magical Britain, the Weasleys had started subscribing to the Quibbler. Therefore, when news of the New Year's ball at Potter Manor came out, she was more than a little annoyed. Fred, George, and Percy had all said they'd been invited to some sort of party and she had permitted them to go, not realizing that it was the one at Potter Manor. What Molly couldn't understand was why Harry hadn't invited the rest of the Weasley family. Ronald was his best friend and Ginny was going to be his wife if Molly had anything to say about it. What's more, the boy hadn't responded to any of the invitations to the burrow that she had sent. Molly sat at the kitchen table and grumbled. She needed to help Ginevra in winning over Harry, perhaps a love potion. They'd worked for her when she set her sights on Arthur. Molly glanced up to the portrait that stood grinning smugly down at her from over the mantelpiece. She had never gotten along well with her mother-in-law when she was alive. Cinderella had snapped at her for overindulging Ginny and accused her of smothering the boys. Molly huffed at that. What would a Slytherin know about how to raise children? And the woman had even had the audacity to tell her children that being in a house other than Gryffindor was acceptable. The nerve of that woman. Molly really didn't like that portrait, but Arthur had refused, point blank, to get rid of it and was even insulted that she had suggested such a thing. There are many things a man will do for his wife, but getting rid of a memento of his beloved mother is never one of them. Neville Longbottom was both thrilled and befuddled. A year ago, if you had told him he would one day be Harry Potter's best male friend, he would have thought you were mocking him. However, ever since the year began, Neville was becoming more and more confident. He had his own wand, his grades were improving, he had renewed the Potter-Longbottom alliance, and his Gran was finally proud of him. Finding out that Harry Potter had come back from the future was what was so hard to get his mind around. Not that he didn't trust Harry or approve of what he'd done, but it was rather incredible to believe. And then there were the business ventures Harry had suggested. Neville had actually surprised himself by just how much the idea intrigued him. Perhaps he could even open up his own franchise of greenhouses. The recent ball at Potter Manor had put Neville in high spirits, too. Not only had he gotten to spend time amongst people who genuinely liked him, but he had also been introduced to the very pretty Hannah Abbott who hadn't even complained when he accidentally stepped on her toes while they were dancing. Neville smiled to himself as he opened the book on plant speaking Harry had given him. Learning the secret properties of mind-restoring plants. That certainly sounds interesting. Ron Wellesley was incensed. His backstabbing traitor of a best friend just had to go and do this. It was bad enough that the bastard had given a fortune to his sister and not to him, but, now, to go and throw some stupid ball at his stupid manor house. It just wasn't fair. Ron decided that, when they got back to school, he would tell Hermione what an ass Harry Potter really was. Hermione would then be grateful to him that he warned her against associating with a prat like Potter and probably do anything for him in gratitude. Harry was getting really out of line. The git had even started hanging out with freaks like Loony Lovegood and that moron Longbottom. He even had dirty Slytherins around him. That was just not acceptable. Ron felt he really needed to knock some sense into his pig-headed idiot of a friend and finally get the message across that he wasn't better than everyone else. After all, what were spies, best friends for? Daphne Greengrass was rather dazed. She had just spent a wonderful evening at the beautiful Potter Manor. She had even gotten to dance several times with the boy she was seriously crushing on. Daphne had never had much in the way of self-esteem problems or uncertainty. However, seeing how close Harry Potter was with Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood left her feeling very self-conscious. Even if she was the Ice Queen of Slytherin, it didn't mean she really considered herself to be physically more attractive than any other girl. Truth be told, Daphne didn't think any girl genuinely believed she was beautiful, no matter how many people said so. And yet, she couldn't help but feel special when Harry Potter danced with her. Granger and Lovegood didn't even seem to mind her being around. In fact, they were very welcoming. Her parents, Lord Cyrus and Lady Amalthea Greengrass, had been absolutely taken with Harry's charm and were more than agreeable to a friendship between their families. Daphne felt rather ashamed of herself for thinking it, but she actually hoped her parents offered a betrothal agreement to him. There was no other boy she had ever met who captivated her as much as Harry James Potter. The Greengrass heiress stared up at her bedroom ceiling and prayed that there was some way all this would work out in the end. Tracy Davis was conflicted. She knew it was wrong to like the boy that her best friend was crushing on, but she couldn't help it. Harry Potter was just that type of boy that had all the girls clambering over themselves to even have a chance with. He was all the things a pure-blood girl should look for in a potential husband: wealthy, influential, powerful, and famous. However, he was also what every girl wanted in a guy: kind, friendly, courteous, compassionate, brave, reasonably intelligent if a little slow on the uptake, willing to defy the rules when they were wrong, always standing up for those he cares about, and, of course, easy on the eyes. Tracy knew that Daphne would probably be willing to share Harry if the two of them got together. After all, the two girls shared everything with each other. They were practically sisters, but Harry seemed too loyal a boy to even consider having more than one girlfriend. That evening at Potter Manor had been so wonderful, not even her parents had been able to ruin it. Walter and Marissa Davis were not exactly known for their open-mindedness or consideration. It was lucky they did have an appreciation for power and wealth, or Tracy would likely not have been able to attend the party at all. Tracy knew her chances of marrying for love were almost nil, as her parents had been seriously considering arranging a betrothal contract with the Goyles, something that had reduced Tracy to tears when she heard about it. For the meantime, Tracy reassured herself that nothing had been finalized and there was still a chance that it wouldn't go through. Tracy really hoped there was a solution for all this. In the meantime, she needed something to distract herself. She couldn't do any cooking to pass the time, as the last time she had tried cooking to take her mind off Harry she had ended up accidentally making a giant blancmange that had somehow come to life and escaped. She had no desire to repeat that in a hurry. Susan Bones was currently pacing around her bedroom. She had just returned from a ball at Potter Manor and something was preventing her from sleeping. The auburn-haired Hufflepuff just couldn't understand what was going on. Usually, she was a calm, level-headed sort of girl. She had learned everything she knew from her Auntie Amelia, and yet she couldn't stop thinking about Harry James Potter. Like most girls in the magical community, Susan had once had a crush on the boy who lived when she was a child. Not a Ginny Weasley level of fanaticism, but she did have quite a good deal of admiration for the boy responsible for the downfall of the man who caused the death of almost her entire family. Now, however, Susan couldn't help but get a warm feeling every time she thought of Harry Potter, Gryffindor third year, protector of Hogwarts, and all-around decent guy. Susan would never admit it, but she actually had started fancying Harry Potter last year. It was one of the reasons why she had told off Ernie for spreading those rumors about Harry being the heir of Slytherin. The only reason why she hadn't sent him a Valentine's Day card last year was because she didn't want to embarrass either herself or Harry. Besides, Lockhart's decision with those so-called card-carrying cupids was the most outlandish and stupid thing she had ever seen, and she was loath to support something so ridiculous. Fay Dunbar was uncertain. She knew she was really starting to fancy Harry Potter, but she really shouldn't. Gryffindor girls lived by a code. They would never attempt to steal another Gryffindor girl's boyfriend, and just about every girl in Gryffindor suspected that Harry was dating Hermione. Fay wanted to bang her head against the wall in frustration. Why did fate have to be so cruel as to make Harry Potter such a wonderful person? His only real flaw was his excessive nobility that often led him to make stupidly honorable decisions, and even then, such a trait would typically be admired in a hero. Fay, herself, often thought more with her heart than her head. Fay knew she would have to figure out how to solve her problem soon if she had any hope of getting through the rest of the year. Maybe she could join a club or something to keep her mind on other things. It was a pity that there were only house Quidditch teams. She had really gotten into the sport since she finally entered the magical community, especially the position of beater. It reminded her of when she played baseball the first time she visited her uncle in America. Luna Lovegood was happy. She had spent a couple of wonderful evenings at Potter Manor and had danced several times with a boy she knew would one day be her husband. Not that Luna was an obsessive stalker like Ginny, it's just that she knew things. Her mother called it foresight. She also knew which girls would also get married to Harry James Potter. Just because Harry hadn't revealed that he needed 6 wives didn't mean that Luna wasn't able to know. Luna smiled to herself. Fay is going to look so pretty in her wedding dress, Luna thought aloud. I wonder if Daphne and Tracy are going to wear matching garters. She gave a happy sigh. It's going to be so nice to have such a big family. With that, the grinning Bones skipped off to ask her father about the traditions for polygamous weddings. Hermione Granger was thoughtful. Learning that her best friend had traveled through time was like something out of one of her favorite science fiction programs on the telly. Everything she'd read about time travel indicated that it was impossible for something like this to have happened, and yet, she knew that nothing ever seemed to be impossible for Harry Potter. Hermione wasn't sure when she'd started to develop serious feelings for Harry. Perhaps it had been when he sent that letter to her during the summer, or maybe it was when he kissed at her cheek while she was petrified, or maybe even when he jumped on the back of that troll in first year. One thing was certain, though, Hermione Granger was in love with Harry Potter. That's when Hermione's thoughts shifted to what she had learned about the future. She couldn't believe that she had married Ron and that he had basically crushed her spirit according to what Harry described. She wasn't sure how she was going to restrain herself from strangling the red-headed bastard the next time she saw him. Harry Potter was cheerful. He'd just had one of the best Christmases of his life. Things were going according to plan, he'd gotten to spend time with the people he cared about, and had been eaten by a giant blancmange. Before his holidays were over, the portrait of his father had told him there was a book in the Potter library about using runes to make portals that can be installed into a trunk. Harry had found the book and, after magically equipping his school trunk to have several new compartments, installed a portal directly to Potter Manor so he could come home whenever he wished and talk to Sirius or his parents' portraits. And yet, despite everything going so well, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. Very far away, Christmas cheer was very thin for one Barty Crouch Jr. He'd been trapped in his father's house for more than 10 years and wanted nothing more than to find his master and restore him to power. But the young Death Eater was patient. He knew that, sooner or later, he would get his chance. Omake. Meanwhile, very, very far away. Morning, Mrs. Crabbe. Morning, Mrs. Goyle. Busy day. Busy. I just spent 4 hours burying the cat. 4 hours to bury a cat. Yes, it wouldn't keep still, kept wriggling about, howling its head off. Oh, it wasn't dead, then. Well, no, but it's not at all a well cat. And seeing as we was going away for a fortnight's holiday, I thought I'd better bury it just to be on the safe side. Quite right, you don't want to come back from Sorrento to a dead cat. Yes, kill it now, that's what I say. Yes, we're going to have our owl put down. Really? Is it very old? No, we just don't like it. We're going to take it to the menagerie tomorrow. Tell me, how do they put owls down, then? Well, it's funny you should ask that, because I've just been reading this great big book about how to put your owl down. And apparently, you can either hit them with the book, or you can shoot them with a blasting hex just there above the beak. Well, of course, Mrs. Flint flushed hers down the loo. Oh, no, you shouldn't do that. No, that's dangerous. Yes, they breed in the sewers. Eventually you'll get evil-smelling flocks of huge, soiled owls flying out of people's lavatories, infringing their personal freedom. Before he knew it, Harry was on his way back to Hogwarts. Harry noticed that a great deal of people were very pleased to see him, especially girls. During the train ride, Harry counted no less than 20 female students, not counting Hermione or Luna, had stopped by their compartment simply to talk to him. Ron still didn't sit with them on the train. It seemed he was still angry at Harry for no discernible reason, not that Harry or anyone else really cared. The feast that evening actually was rather interesting. Dumbledore had apparently been issued an order by the Gringotts goblins to deliver the Potter grimoire to Harry in full view of the Great Hall with an admission of his guilt. Needless to say, there were many shocked faces. That night, Harry had decided to read the grimoire as it was the ultimate compendium of his family's knowledge. The leather-bound volume was sealed with an intricate lock that had a small, sharp piece to it so that the reader could confirm she was a Potter through a blood test. On the cover of the book was the inscription, Credo quia impossible est. This was the noble motto of the Potters which, translated, meant, I believe it because it is impossible. Giving the book the required drop of blood, causing it to unlock, Harry turned to the first page, which was a detailed history of how the Potter family was started. Of all the magical families in Britain, none is older or has had more impact in the country than the Potters. Our story began in Roman-occupied Judea with the birth of a young prophet. This prophet's name was Brian Cohen. It was really getting late by the time Harry finished with the origin story of the Potter family. And so, after Brian had been crucified, his lover, Judith, discovered she was with child. She gave birth to a son, Michael Cohen, who later traveled with Joseph of Arimathea to Britain so they could hide the Holy Grail. Michael married a British chieftain's daughter, Gladys, and their daughter, Anna Cohen, married a Roman merchant named Gaius Potus Maximus, a dealer in wine. It is from the name, Potus, that Potter is derived. And thus began the Potter family. Closing the book with a slight snap, Harry realized he may have just learned more about his family history than he wanted to. He supposed the old saying was true, be careful how hard you shake the family tree or howler monkeys will fall out. After his morning jog the next day, Harry headed in for breakfast. He wasn't surprised to see a great number of girls staring at him, all of whom had attended the New Year's ball he had thrown. He sat down next to Hermione and across from Neville and began to fill his plate. Suddenly, he felt an annoyance in the force. You just had to go and show off, didn't you, Harry? Snapped Ronald Weasley. Not satisfied with being the bloody boy who lived, you have to go and do this. Do what, Weasley? Harry replied coolly. You know bloody well what. Mr. Weasley, came the calm but clearly irritated voice of Professor Babbling. Kindly cease this interruption. You are behaving in a most reprehensible manner that is not acceptable for any student, let alone a Gryffindor. Who are you to tell me off? Ron rounded on her. I am your head of house, Mr. Weasley. Yeah, right, he snorted. McGonagall is head of Gryffindor. I am afraid you are mistaken, Mr. Weasley. Had you been paying attention at the house meeting, you would have known that the deputy headmistress relinquished the head of house position to me. Ron stared at her blankly. 20 points from Gryffindor for your disrespect, and I will give you a detention if you don't stop disrupting breakfast. Good day. The runes professor made her way back to the staff table, leaving an irate Ronald Weasley behind. Ron gave Harry one last scathing look and then moved away to start loading up his plate. Soon enough it was time for classes to start. Ron's ire only increased when Harry presented his new firebolt. As Harry joined the rest of the Gryffindor team as they were about to set off for practice, every eye was on the magnificent broomstick. Wood was practically dancing with glee at the notion of having a firebolt on his team. That cup is practically ours, he kept saying all the way down to the pitch. The word that Harry now owned a firebolt had reached every ear in the school before lunchtime. Harry found the attention rather irksome, just like in the last timeline. In addition to Quidditch, Defense Club was getting back in the swing of things. Stearns and Lupin had the students divide up into teams and send mild hexes at each other in a simulated battle. Stearns had adapted the idea from something called laser tag, and the students had a blast. Harry and Hermione's occlumency lessons were going well, and they'd even brought in a few more students like Neville and Luna, who needed to have their minds protected more than ever now that they knew the truth, although Stearns had told Luna that anyone attempting to infiltrate her mind would probably get a migraine simply because how her thoughts seemed to be all over the place. Potions with Mr. Preston had certainly become more interesting. Preston had decided to start having his students pick and choose which potions they wanted to brew as long as he felt the potion was within their level of ability. Indeed, everything was quiet for a long time. That is, of course, until a certain curse breaker stopped by the school. Bill! Came an exclamation from the younger Weasley children. Ginny came rushing over and tackled her favorite big brother in a hug. What are you doing here? She asked. I'm here to check the Chamber of Secrets, Bill replied. It seems that Harry Potter is interested in seeing if there are any hidden rooms or something in the chamber, and so Gringotts sent me over to make sure there aren't any curses. No sooner had Bill said the name, Harry Potter, than Ron was in a bad mood. Why does everything that happens around here have to do with Harry? Ron snapped. Ron, Percy said, Harry's business is his own. Just because Bill is here to see him, it doesn't give you a reason to be angry. Yeah, Ronikins, Fred added. You and Harry are supposed to be, George continued. Good friends. We were friends until that Ponce had to start showing off, Ron replied. As Harry approached, Ron sulked off. "You must be Bill," Harry said as he and the eldest Weasley shook hands. "Gringotts sent me a letter that a curse breaker would be coming by." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Potter," Bill replied. "I've heard a lot about you. And I have heard a great deal from your siblings about you." "Well, shall we head down?" "Certainly. After you." Harry led Bill to the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets. "I can't be sure yet if I can break all the curses by myself," Bill said. "If they're too strong, I will have to call in some backup." "If there are any curses," Harry responded, "they will most likely be parcel magic. And I guess that's where I come in. Oh, by the way, Mr. Potter, Gringotts also informed me that they have located another of those secret devices you were looking for. They said they found a shack in Little Hangleton that possesses a great deal of dark magic inside it, but the dangers cannot be dispelled very easily. They suspect that a Parselmouth will be able to break through the wards better and asked me to inquire if you would be willing to go there with a group of curse breakers to investigate." "Of course, when do you need me to be there?" "Next weekend, if that's all right with you. The others are still trying to figure out some of the readings we got from testing the wards around that place. Oh, and Director Ragnarok asked me to tell you that the ritual to take care of those secret devices of yours will be ready shortly after Easter." "Excellent." Harry and Bill made their way towards the statue in the chamber. Harry spoke the incantation to open the statue's mouth and Bill conjured a rope ladder. He then asked Harry to wait at the bottom while he checked the place for curses. Lo and behold, there were no less than 50 different defense mechanisms in place. Obviously Slytherin was the paranoid sort. Bill informed Harry that he would be back the next day with his team and they could get those curses taken out, though they would need Harry to take care of the parcel magic spells. Meanwhile, Fay was on her way back to the Gryffindor common room when she suddenly heard laughter, and not the good kind. Rounding a corner, she saw the Cho Chong girl and her tag-along. They had clearly just knocked another girl to the ground and were now going through said girl's bag. "Loony," Cho sneered, "you really should have learned by now that freaks like you are a disgrace to Ravenclaw." Fay's eyes narrowed. If there was one thing she couldn't stand, it was a bully. At her primary school, she'd been routinely victimized by a clique of mean girls. They had called her a freakishly tall, spot-faced loser many times, and, as childish as the insult was, it had always gotten to her. Fay looked closer and saw that Loony was none other than Luna Lovegood. Now that really irked her. She might find Luna rather eccentric, but the little bee-owned girl had really grown on her during their time in Defense Club. "Leave her alone, Chong," Fay growled. Cho and Marietta turned. "Oh, hello, Dunbar," Cho said haughtily. "Or should we say, Dumbar?" Marietta added. The two laughed. Fay raised one eyebrow, silently wondering how those morons had ended up in Ravenclaw. "We were just teaching Loony a lesson," Cho continued. "Just making sure she knows when she's not wanted." Fay's blue eyes were icy as they glared at Cho. "Oh, someone around here is definitely not wanted," said Fay. "But it's not Luna. What are you going to do about it?" Marietta quipped. Fay gave a wry smile that caused both the bullies to become slightly unnerved. "You see, it's never a good idea to piss off a genuine Gryffindor." Her wand shot to her hand faster than Cho and Marietta could blink, and with a swift crack the deed was done. Marietta had become a rather ugly-looking vole that gave a terrified eep when she realized what had happened. While Cho's hair had been turned into a vivid green afro and she now sported a clown's nose and makeup and was dressed in an outlandish fairy costume. Pocketing her wand and trying not to think about how many detentions she would get for doing that, Fay turned to Luna and helped the silver-eyed Ravenclaw to her feet. "Thank you for that, Fay," Luna said. "I knew that you were the best choice." Fay shook her head, slightly baffled. "Best choice for what?" "Oh, I am not permitted to say just yet. Don't worry, though, you and the others will find out soon enough." Luna picked up her bag, thanked Fay again, and skipped off. Fay stared after the young girl, still not understanding what she meant but bemused all the same. The following day, Bill returned with a team of his fellow curse breakers. Harry led them back down into the Chamber of Secrets and, after several long hours of work, they finally managed to get through to a hidden room. It looked like an old, private study. There were piles of books and mountains of scattered notes. Harry examined several curious texts that seemed to be about ways to improve occlumency shields and guides to the use of mind magic. But, what were most surprising were Slytherin's journals. The journals revealed that Slytherin, contrary to popular belief, was not a pure-blood supremacist at all. Slytherin was simply worried about the effect that the Muggle witch hunts would have on the Muggle-born and that some of the students might be used as spies by their parents in an attempt to find other witches and wizards and have them killed. Slytherin did have a strong dislike for Muggles, but it was mostly because of what the witch hunts had done to his loved ones. Slytherin also mentioned in his journals a very interesting thing about his heritage. A new article in the Quibbler was released soon after. Underneath a photograph of Harry Potter and the curse breakers in Slytherin's secret room was the entry. The Secret Chamber of the Chamber of Secrets. By Xenophilius Lovegood. This past week, an investigation was launched at the urging of Mr. Harry James Potter to see if there was more to the fabled Chamber of Secrets than met the eye. At first, it was believed that the chamber held only Slytherin's monster, the basilisk that terrorized Hogwarts last year, but what was found was truly startling. After the removal of a great many curses and wards placed around the head of the giant statue where the basilisk had been hidden, a secret room was found. Inside were Salazar Slytherin's private study and his vast collection of magic and all the notes he took during his research in various branches of spell creation. But the surprises don't stop there. What was also discovered were Slytherin's journals which detailed how he came to dislike Muggles. His family had been virtually wiped out in the witch hunts and his dear friend, Helga Hufflepuff, had been subjected to 13 years of imprisonment and torture at the hands of the same until Slytherin himself rescued her. The famous fight between Slytherin and Gryffindor that allegedly caused Slytherin was not, as most thought, due to the acceptance of Muggle-born students. In fact, there was no fight at all. Slytherin had left Hogwarts because he had decided to retire from teaching so that he could spend more time with his family, whom he missed a great deal. Also, Slytherin's alleged hatred of Muggle-borns is completely without foundation. Slytherin was concerned for the well-being of the Muggle-born students as he felt their families might try and force them into working as spies so that the witch hunters could track down and kill more witches and wizards. Salazar Slytherin himself was not even a pure blood as most have presumed. He was, technically, a half-blood. Slytherin's father, Lord Gyseric Slytherin, had married a young woman named Orla, an Irish cambion, what we now call a half-breed. Orla's father was a Muggle-born who had married a being known as a Serpentine Lamia, a shape-shifting creature that, in its true form, takes the appearance of a beautiful woman who is snake from the waist down. Slytherin's legendary ability to speak to snakes was not the result of any dark magic, but was inherited from his mother's family. The assertion of pure bloods that Slytherin House is the house of the solely pure-blooded is completely false. Here is an excerpt of page 299 of Slytherin's journal from year 998 that really sheds some light upon the true Salazar Slytherin. "'Twas a large host of new bloods, Muggle-born, this year. It truly was a boon that Godric enchanted that had to sort the students for us as many were qualified for mine own house. During the ceremony, I noted well how mine eldest son's eyes lingered on a fellow year mate of his, a young farmer's daughter in Helga's house. My father would surely turn in his grave if he knew mine heir was taken with a girl from the peasantry, but I have no such qualms. Godric had taken too much ale at dinner, as he is often prone to do, and I was the only one willing to take the lout back to his chambers as he is well known to become violent when drunk. At last year's welcoming feast, Godric blackened mine eye in one of his fits, though he offered sincere penance for it afterwards, it made no effect upon his bad habit. A second ill befell our noble gathering that night. Rowena's sister, Regan, had sent an owl to her, stating that Rowena's husband, that oafish fool, had run off with a prostitute. The dear woman flew into one of her rages and has already threatened to gut any unfortunate individual who dares to mention the incident. Young Helena was bitterly distraught by her father's abandonment and I had to give the poor child a calming draught. Helga is currently watching over Helena and her baby brother Oberon as Rowena is too angry to see anyone in her present state of mind. I am worried this news will cause a resurgence of Rowena's ill health. The last thing we need is for her to fall prey to the consumption again. Magic may be powerful, but it cannot cure all that ails us. This was a brief look into the life of a man who has been unjustly hated for who knows how long. The true Salazar Slytherin was a kind and humble man who bore no ill will to anyone because of blood status. We have also been informed that the rightful owner of the Slytherin collection, as it will be known, has stated that full copies of the Slytherin journals will be released so that the magical world will know the real story behind the founders of Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore set the copy of the Quibbler down on his desk. It really was eye-opening that Salazar Slytherin was nothing like the history books portrayed him. This would cause a damaging blow to much of the pure blood propaganda. But the news that someone other than he had claim to the Slytherin collection was what truly rankled the aged headmaster. Dumbledore had noticed that the founders' seals had vanished from his Wizengamot robes. This meant that he no longer had any ability to cast votes or even any reason to be in the Wizengamot. The only person Dumbledore could think of that could claim the Slytherin collection would be a descendant of Slytherin, but the only descendant of Slytherin was Voldemort, right? Right. The article about Slytherin really had done its work. Everywhere you went, it seemed like the only thing the Slytherin students could talk about was what had been uncovered about their precious house's founder. Draco Malfoy, however, was unusually silent. He kept looking down at the floor as though he'd just suffered the worst kind of betrayal. The reaction of the other houses was surprising, too. It seemed that people began to treat the Slytherins with more trust than they had before. Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and Hufflepuffs alike had decided to open up more to their fourth house. Several Slytherin girls were seen studying with some Ravenclaws. A group of Gryffindor boys were seen joking around with some boys from Slytherin. Harry even noticed that Cedric Diggory was escorting a Slytherin girl named Justine Max down to Hogsmeade that weekend. The only person who didn't seem to take this news well was Ronald Weasley. Ron seemed to have gotten it in his head that this whole thing was a big setup to make people trust the dirty, evil snakes and that Harry had clearly been brainwashed by those evil, dark magic pricks into supporting this whole thing. That his own brother was involved in the discovery seemed to have escaped Ron's mind. The following weekend, Bill returned to get Harry for the expedition to the Gaunt Shack at Little Hangleton. Harry had cleared it with both Professor Babbling and Professor McGonagall a few days earlier. Harry and Bill made their way outside the boundaries of the school and Bill apparated them out. "Good to see you again, Harry," said Curse Breaker Maynard. "We've got quite the ward scheme here," added Curse Breaker Galahad. "We'll need you to use Parseltongue to get us in. After that, well, we're not entirely sure what we'll come up against." Harry gave a short nod and turned towards the house. He wondered how Dumbledore had gotten in without using Parseltongue in the other timeline. It was probably because, though the wards were rooted in parcel magic, the spells themselves could be overcome, though not easily. Harry began to think to himself. If I were an evil, self-absorbed megalomaniac, he thought, what would my password be? "Open in the name of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin," Harry said. "Excellent, Harry," said Bill. "The wards fell right down once you said whatever it was that you said. Now, quickly, everyone, walk this way." "If we could walk that way," the other curse beakers started before Bill pointed a warning finger at them. "Sorry." The group made its way into the dilapidated house. Inside it was even more decrepit than Harry had remembered from Bob Ogden's memory. "Look!" exclaimed Curse Breaker Maynard. He pointed to the wall where there was a series of strange writings. "What does it say?" asked Bill. "What language is that?" "It's parcel writing," said Maynard. Quickly, Harry read it. Harry came forward and began to read. It says, "To anyone who enters this place, know that your search will only be successful if you can escape the Urg." "What? The Urg? What is that?" asked one of the curse breakers. Harry shrugged. "That's what's written on the wall." The curse breakers began to look at each other in confusion. "Isn't there a street? Urg is in Cornwall," asked Curse Breaker Lance. "No, that's Street Ives," Bill corrected. "Oh," exclaimed another of the curse breakers. "No, it's Urg, at the back of the throat," said Curse Breaker Lance. "No, no, oh," is surprise and alarm. "You sure you don't mean more of an, ah?" "Oh, yes, ah. Oh," shouted Bill and everyone jerked around to see what he was staring at. There, before their eyes, was a giant monster. "It's the legendary black beast of Urg," Curse Breaker Maynard exclaimed as the beast grabbed him and prepared to devour him. "Run away," shouted Bill. They ducked and ran. They hid behind anything they could, but to no avail. And the horrendous black beast lunged forward. Escape for Harry and the curse breakers seemed hopeless. When, suddenly, the author suffered a fatal heart attack after eating leftover Chinese food from last night, URK. The fictional peril was no more. the quest for the Holy Grail, for the Horcrux could continue. Curse Breaker Maynard dropped to the floor from the place in the air where, not a moment ago, the horrific monster had been holding him. "Oh, bloody heck, I really need to get a new job," he said, staggering to his feet. The beast now gone, Harry and the Curse Breakers set to work. Eventually, they picked up readings of powerful dark magic beneath one of the floorboards. It was there that they found the ring. They sensed a powerful degeneration curse and a "put me on" compulsion charm on the ring and had those off after a good half hour of tinkering. They then secured the ring in a special box and left the shack. As Harry bid farewell to the Curse Breakers, he realized that he had forgotten something important. He still had to do something to mess up Voldemort's resurrection, and the best way to do that would be to replace the bone of the father with something else. He asked Bill to wait for him and quickly set off for the graveyard. With a smirk on his face as he headed back from replacing the bones, Harry wondered just how badly Voldemort's rebirthing ritual would get screwed up. It wasn't long before the anticipated Ravenclaw-Gryffindor Quidditch match was due. The two teams strode onto the field and Harry noticed that Cho Chang's hair was still slightly greenish in hue. Luna had told him about what Fay had done the other week, which completely ruined the effect of Cho's flirtatious wink at Harry, not that he would have ever looked twice at her after all the bullying she had heaped on Luna. The match went much the same as last time, except that Draco and his goons didn't attempt to sabotage the match with their Dementor impersonations. The victory was just as sweet as last time and the party in Gryffindor Tower went on even longer. When Professor Babbling came in to tell the students they should get to bed, she was surprised to be met by Sirius, who had come to watch the game and had been afterwards invited to the party, who, in a slightly drunken stupor, flung his arms around her waist and pulled her in for a key, in front of all the Gryffindors, who wolf whistled and cheered at the spectacle. When Sirius finally pulled away, Professor Babbling was flushed with a pink tinge in her cheeks. "Well, I suppose you can all stay up for a bit longer," she said. Harry had, once again, received permission to leave the school. It was the day the goblins would destroy the soul fragments and, naturally, Harry's presence was required. However, not everyone was so willing to allow him to leave. Having finally gotten the goblins off his back for the time being, Dumbledore had decided to, once again, attempt to speak with Harry in private. The old man accosted Harry as Hermione and Neville were walking him out of the school so that he could rendezvous with Sirius, who would then apparate him to Gringotts. "Harry, I am afraid I must order you to meet with me in my office," said Dumbledore. "Order? Who do you think you are?" Harry replied. "I'm your headmaster," Dumbledore replied, looking distinctly baffled. "Well, I didn't vote for you. You don't vote for headmasters. Well, how do you become headmaster, then? The Dark Wizard, Gellert Grindelwald, challenged me to a duel. I fought heroically and took him down, winning the fabled Elder Wand, signifying by divine providence that I, Albus Dumbledore, was to carry the most powerful wand in the world. That is why I am your headmaster." "Listen," Harry retorted, "strange dark wizards trying to take over the world and losing in duels is no basis for a system of academic authority. Supreme academic authority derives from an individual's ability to care for students and delegate and regulate the tasks associated with their position, not from some trumped-up farce of a duel. Be quiet. You can't expect to wield supreme authority over this school just because some stupid bastard tripped on a banana peel and inadvertently chucked his wand at you." One of the things the Ministry of Death had shown him was what had actually happened during the famous duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. "Shut up. If I went around saying I was an emperor just because I defeated Voldemort as a baby, they'd put me away." "Shut up. Will you shut up? Now we see the violence inherent in the system." "Shut up. Violence inherent in the system. Help, help. I'm being repressed," Harry declared, grinning. "Bloody child." Dumbledore shouted and stalked off to his office. "Oh, what a giveaway," Harry said, turning to his shocked friends. "Did you all hear that? That's what I'm on about. Did you see him repressing me? You saw it, didn't you?" "Calm down, Harry," Hermione said. "We'll take care of Dumbledore in time." "Well, it's not quick enough in my opinion. Give it another year, Harry. Remember what you told us about the Triwizard Tournament. Well, there will be plenty of things we can use then to get Dumbledore ousted. Besides, as the owner of Hogwarts, don't you have the power to remove him?" Well, yes, but I wanted him to be humiliated first. Then I don't know what you're complaining about. Harry, Neville spoke up as they continued walking, I've been wondering, are you going to officially claim your lordships after the ritual at Gringotts? Not today, Neville. I was thinking of doing that right before school lets out, it'll give everyone something to think about. And plenty of girls the chance to ogle you. Hermione suggested, her cheeks turning faintly pink as she did, something that went completely unnoticed by Harry. That will be rather annoying, Harry conceded with a wince. But it's important to let people know that I mean business. Speaking of business, how are those plans coming along? Great, Harry, Neville replied. I took the liberty of drawing up a list of various businesses we could consider. I've also sent out invitations to different students who would be great for the board. So far, there has been a very positive response. Well done, Neville, keep up the good work. They continued to chat about their plans until they met up with the familiar figure of Harry's godfather. Wish me luck, Harry said. Just before he turned away, Hermione spoke up. Harry, she said. She then pulled him into a hug and gave him a light key on the cheek. Good luck. Harry gave a warm smile. Thanks, Hermione. Don't worry, the goblins told me the ritual is perfectly safe. What's the worst that could? No, don't say it. Sirius exclaimed, waving his arms frantically. Whatever you do, don't finish that sentence. What's wrong, Lord Black? Asked Neville. Well, first off, Neville, it's serious, none of that Lord Black stuff unless it's a formal occasion like the Wizengamot. Now, as I was saying, you should never, ever say, what's the worst that could happen? Because every time someone says it, every time, something bad does happen. Oh, thanks for catching that, Sirius, said Harry. I would hate to fall prey to Murphy's Law. God knows it's happened enough in my life as it is. With a final parting wave at Hermione and Neville, the two wizards apparated just outside of Gringotts. Sirius gave a grin and gestured forward. After you, my dear godson. Why must magical rituals be so weird? Harry asked as he watched the setting up of the Horcrux removal ritual. Could be worse, added Sirius. True. I just don't see why they need a large, wooden rabbit. Or creosote. Or a roller skating vicar. And why do we have to wear fake antlers, anyway? Just go with it, Prongslet. Don't bother trying to understand these rituals, they're all bizarre. It's probably because just about everyone in here is a member of the Freemasons. They what? Of course. What did you think the Freemasons were hiding? So, it all falls into place. So, Harry, Hermione asked once Harry returned, how did it go? Pretty well, I thought, he replied. The soul fragment in my head tried to possess me a number of times and I'm no longer allowed to use roller skates unsupervised. But, other than that, it went great. That's nice, Harry. Care for some shepherd's pie? Ooh, my favorite. As dinnertime progressed, they slipped into more pleasant topics of conversation. You might want to be careful around Ginny, Harry, said Hermione. I wouldn't be surprised if she tries to slip you a love potion soon. She keeps muttering things like, Harry will be mine, to herself, and I could swear I saw her writing, Lady Ginevra Molly Potter, in a large heart in her notebook. You let me worry about Ginny, Harry replied. But you need to be careful around Ron. Hermione gave a snort. I am more than capable of dealing with Ron. Speaking of Ron, up in Gryffindor Tower, the young Weasley had decided to try and get into Harry's trunk, once again. Ron had made sure that Crookshanks wasn't around to disturb him and immediately set to work on the trunk. He was surprised to find it locked but tried a simple Alohomora, only for the trunk to react by having a spell shoot out of it that made Ron's nose grow to 5 times its size. Due to his inability to learn from mistakes on account of the abnormally small substance that passed for Ron Weasley's brain, he tried again. This time the trunk gave off a loud siren-like noise that made an annoying eeeedddd, eeeedddd, eeeed, eeed, eeeedddd sound. However, even that didn't deter Ron as he made one last attempt to open the trunk, the result of which caused a most amusing thing to happen. When Dean and Seamus came upstairs to the dorm to see what the noise was all about, they saw a very angry-looking penguin with an overlarge beak and a tuft of red hair on its head, standing beside Harry Potter's trunk. It seemed that the workload was finally catching up with Hermione. Despite Harry's advice, Hermione refused to drop any of her subjects, not even divination, which she loathed. Hermione, Harry said calmly one evening, please, just drop Muggle studies and divination. You're not gaining anything by being in those classes. But I am, Harry, she replied shortly and with a slightly frazzled expression. Okay, divination is very dodgy and Trelawney is a right old fraud, but, can I just give it one more chance? Harry sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. In the last timeline, he said, you got so angry with Trelawney that you picked up your bags in the middle of class and marched out. Please, Hermione, just go to Professor Babbling and ask to drop it. Harry gave her a pleading look that finally got through her resolute disposition. Okay, I'll drop divination. In Muggle studies. Hermione bit her lip. It is actually very interesting to know what they teach the magically raised about Muggles, she explained. A lot of the information is very outdated and I've been documenting just what is wrong with the course. She pulled out some files and handed them to Harry. Just something to keep in mind when you take control over the school. Harry pondered over the notes. Muggle studies did seem to be very out of date and would need a complete overhaul. It seemed that although Professor Burbage meant well, her curriculum was wildly erroneous. Okay, Hermione, he said, you can finish the Muggle studies course this year, but please drop it at the end. It will free up your schedule and then you won't keep losing sleep or stressing out from all that time Turner use. Hermione nodded and gave a small smile. All right, Harry, she conceded. I know you wouldn't ask me to give up a learning opportunity unless you believed it to be for my own good. Besides, Harry added, we've got all those extra classes. Stearns said that he would give some pointers on non-magical self-defense after we're done with the next occlumency lesson. Well, the rest of the year passed with relative quietude. Harry remarked that it was the quietest year at Hogwarts that he had ever experienced. The private self-defense lessons with Mr. Stearns were rather odd as he had an obsession with teaching them how to defend themselves against anyone who attacks them armed with a piece of fresh fruit. Soon enough it was time for exams to begin. Harry discovered that he and Hermione tied for best in ancient runes. All in all, it seemed as though this would be Harry's best year at Hogwarts in living memory. And it only got better during the last couple of days. The morning of the last official day of school saw an edition of the Quibbler that officially made the magazine the #1 best-selling media outlet in all of magical Britain and drove the editor of the Prophet into chronic depression and alcoholism. Harry Potter Hogwarts Heir, by Xenophilius Lovegood. Yesterday, at Gringotts Bank, Mr. Harry James Potter made the decision to officially claim lordship over the most ancient and most noble house of Potter. Under normal circumstances, such a thing wouldn't happen until Harry reaches the age of 17, however, as the last of the Potter line and with his guardian's permission, Mr. Potter was able to be declared an emancipated minor, thus making him Lord Harry James Potter. However, that is not the only lordship Harry has a claim to. In addition to the Potter line, Harry was able to officially reinstate the Peverell lordship, long thought extinct. But it didn't end there. After undergoing the inheritance ritual, young Lord Potter has been confirmed as the heir of all 4 of the founders of Hogwarts. It seems that the famous Patricles Potter married the last-named descendant of Godric Gryffindor, Geraldine Gryffindor, in the year 1776. According to tradition, as Geraldine was the last person to bear the name Gryffindor, the Gryffindor lordship would pass to a younger child. However, the couple only had one son, Gordian Potter. The Potter-Gryffindor marriage was kept very quiet so as to protect family interests. Janice Peverell and Ilsa Hufflepuff, married in 1823, had one daughter, Ignatia Peverell, who was the last true heir to both families. Ilsa married Christopher Potter in 1849. The reason why none of the Potters ever claimed their lordships is unknown, but it does mean that our dear Lord Potter has 4 families to reinstate into the magical community. At least, it would have been only 4 families had not new light been shed on the heritage of the late Lily Ann Potter, née Evans. The name Evans, though common amongst the Welsh Muggles, has long been believed to have gone extinct like the Peverells. The Evans family was a clan of Welsh battle mages. Although they never possessed a lordship, they were highly respected. The last son, Jonas Evans, was a squib. However, the name of Evans seemed to be so prestigious that the squib daughter of the Ravenclaw family, Hypatia, married young Jonas. But even this is not the end of the matter. It seems that Lily Potter was descended from the Flores family line, which had intermarried with the last member of the Slytherin family to bear the name, Serena Slytherin. The last head of the noble house of Flores died 20 years ago without any children to inherit the Flores family fortune. However, the family did not die off. Rosemary Flores, a squib, married Robert Evans and they had 2 daughters, Petunia and Lily Evans. Through simple deduction, it has been determined that young Lord Potter has 6 family names to reinstate. As part of tradition, this will require Lord Potter to take 1 wife for each name: Potter, Peverell, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. The other 2 families that Lord Potter is descended from, Evans and Flores, are separate cases. The Evans family did not follow the usual inheritance method, as they were a clan without official title. The Flores line, on the other hand, was of the noble class but did not possess lordship as it was not ancient or most ancient. It is necessary for Lord Potter to take a wife for each name because of a required separation of power that is far too complex to explain. In addition to his current lordships, Lord Potter is the current heir presumptive for the Black family. Should Lord Sirius Black not have a child to take on the Black lordship, the title will fall to Lord Potter, who would then need a 7th wife. However, reliable information indicates that Lord Black will not be without an heir of his own for too long. Lord Potter gave his opinion on this situation. "It really was quite shocking," he said. "Growing up in the Muggle world, the idea of having multiple spouses only ever appeared in very ancient history or in stories. I suppose in some parts of the Muggle world it still exists, but I have never been to those places. I am in no rush to get married. I have no intention of getting married before I turn 21, unless something seriously persuades me otherwise. In my opinion, marriage is a partnership, an agreement between equals in addition to being a physical, romantic, and loving state of life. I fully intend to treat each of my wives with the respect and love that they are owed. I will not marry someone based purely on either physical attraction or family connections. The marriages will be something agreed upon mutually and without coercion on either part. The title of Lady for each of the families I am the Lord to is one of prestige. Each of my wives will sit in proxy on my behalf in the Wizengamot, as I may only occupy 1 seat at a time. I hope with all my heart that I can find wives who I can love and respect, and who can love and respect me in return." Truly stirring words. I think many of my readers will agree that such good fortune could not have fallen upon a more deserving individual. I trust you will all join with me in wishing the best of luck to Lord Potter in his endeavors and in hoping that he will find the right young ladies to share his life with. For information on inheritance rituals, see page 99. For details on different family genealogies, see page 45. For a brief history of polygamous marriages in magical Britain, see page 64. For news regarding the renewed Potter-Longbottom alliance, see page 12. The look on everyone's face was hilarious. Albus Dumbledore appeared as though he was going to have a stroke. Snape looked as though someone had set him up on a date with Lockhart. The only thing that really annoyed Harry was the fact that just about every girl in the school looked ready to pounce on him. Harry sat down across from Hermione and Neville and tried to act as though everything was perfectly normal. "So," Neville spoke up, "you going to do anything to end the year on a positive note? I mean, other than what's happened already?" Harry gave a devious smirk. "I was thinking we could do something to get Snape to violate the restraining order," Harry replied. "I've got Fred and George in on it. You interested, Neville?" Neville seemed to ponder the offer for a moment before smiling too. "Lord Potter, I would be delighted to join in your pursuit of vengeance." "No, Neville, not vengeance. That is such an ugly word. Call it payback." Hermione smiled at the 2 boys and shook her head in amusement as she went back to reading. Hermione thought over all that had happened this year and how much it had changed her. It used to be that such things would have sent her flying into a rant about responsibility, but now she was more relaxed to the unconventional or even a bit of the rebellious. She supposed it was Harry's influence on her. That evening, as everyone sat down for the feast amidst the red and gold banners, Gryffindor had won the House Cup thanks to Harry's outstanding victory during the Quidditch final. The doors of the Great Hall swung open yet again to admit someone. It was Snape. Only, he didn't look like himself. His hair had been turned into a frizzy, orange mess, his teeth had been transfigured into a ridiculous overbite, Someone had conjured a pair of fake glasses with ping-pong ball eyes on them onto his face, and his robes had been turned bright yellow with multicolored polka dots. His face was red with fury. When his eyes caught sight of Harry, who was laughing at the sight, something inside the potion's master snapped. "That does it," he screamed. "Restraining order or not, I will kill you, Potter." He descended upon Harry and reached for his throat, only to be knocked back by several stunners. Neville, Hermione, and Luna had shot from their seats to launch stupfies, but they weren't the only ones. Fay Dunbar and Susan Bones had both fired jinxes, and several other students looked to have been about to do so as well. "Someone call the Aurors," Harry declared. "I believe attempting to kill me is a violation of his restraining order." Dumbledore sank into his chair as though hoping to vanish. There was no way he could get Severus out of this. His only chance was to try and plead with Harry to have mercy on Snape when the man stood trial. In a matter of minutes, Amelia Bones and a large division of Aurors were on the scene to cart off the still unconscious Severus Snape. As she left, Amelia threw a very nasty smile at Dumbledore. Harry and his friends, however, simply returned to their dinner. At the close of the feast, a very uncertain Dumbledore stood up to give his end-of-the-year speech. "Well," he began shakily, "another year seems to have passed. How time flies, indeed." He began to fidget, unsure of how to proceed. "Congratulations, once again, to Gryffindor House for winning the House Cup. I look forward to seeing you all again next year, with the exception of our graduating class, to whom I wish the best of luck. I hope you all have a wonderful summer." Harry smirked at Dumbledore's obvious discomfort. He had plans for this summer. He was going to completely overhaul the school curriculum and practices. The Triwizard Tournament would only serve to aid his plans, mostly because the expected catastrophe would be just the perfect opportunity to oust Dumbledore. Harry did, however, have one thing to say before he started work on those practices. "Before you call the feast to a close, Headmaster," Harry spoke up, "there is one final matter to be addressed." Dumbledore winced but nodded for Harry to come forward. Harry took the podium. "As a tribute to the pleasant events of this year, I have certain gifts to the school." He looked towards the doors. "We're ready." In walked Red Bailey and Josiah Pruitt, with them were two goblins who were carrying a large box. Red directed them over to the podium. "Okay, set it down right there," she said. The goblins set the box down and removed the lid. "All set, Lord Potter," Red stated. Harry smiled and reached inside to remove the first item. It was Hufflepuff's cup. "I bequeath to Hufflepuff House, the legendary cup of Helga Hufflepuff herself," Harry declared to the oohs and ahs of the audience. He then carried the cup over to Professor Sprout. "I hope that this cup will be seen by future generations of Hufflepuffs." Professor Sprout smiled warmly at Harry and nodded. "Next," Harry continued and withdrew the necklace, "is a family heirloom of Salazar Slytherin. It was an engagement gift to Orla Slytherin and later given to Salazar Slytherin's youngest granddaughter. The history of this necklace was discovered in the Slytherin journals. Is there an acting head of Slytherin House? Only, it would be quite impossible to hand this over to the previous head." Professor McGonagall turned to Professor Vector. "Septima," she said quietly, "would you be willing to take over Slytherin House?" Professor Vector nodded discreetly. "Mr. Lord Potter," McGonagall said. "Professor Vector has agreed to take over for Slytherin House." Harry nodded and presented the necklace to Professor Vector. Next, he withdrew the diadem of Ravenclaw from the box, eliciting the loudest gasps yet. "The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw," Harry proclaimed. "Long thought lost, I now have the great pleasure of returning to Ravenclaw House." He presented the magnificent artifact to Professor Flitwick, who looked about ready to burst into happy tears. Finally, Harry turned to face Gryffindor House. It was time to put something to the test. Harry raised his right hand. "I, Harry James Potter, heir of Godric Gryffindor, do call upon the sword of my forebear to appear before me." There was a flash of light and the ruby-encrusted silver sword materialized in Harry's hand. "This sword belongs in Gryffindor Tower, not in the headmaster's office," he said resolutely. He then presented the legendary weapon into the waiting hands of Professor Babbling. "Well," Harry concluded, "I do believe that's it for the moment. No, wait, I almost forgot. Mr. Pruitt." "Yes, Lord Potter," said Josiah. "Have those funds been transferred?" "They have, my lord." "Excellent." Harry then turned back to the hall. There are going to be a few changes next year. First off, we need a new potions teacher. He turned to his hired instructor. Mr. Preston, would you be willing to work for Hogwarts full-time? It would be my pleasure, Lord Potter, Robert Preston replied. Thank you, I look forward to class next year. It was at this moment that Dumbledore decided he needed to meddle. Harry, I am the headmaster and only I can appoint professors. Harry's eyes flashed in Dumbledore's direction. You are sadly mistaken, then, old man, he snapped. As the heir of Hogwarts, my authority supersedes yours. Consider yourself lucky that I haven't already had you removed from your post for your sheer incompetence and abuse of position. Harry then turned back to the Great Hall with a grin. On that note, have a great summer, everyone. Harry then stepped down from the podium and headed for the doors. Red, Mr. Pruitt, and the goblins took that as their cue to leave. As they walked out, Mr. Pruitt stopped for a brief word with Percy. I will see you in a few weeks to discuss your employment, young man, he said. Percy smiled in delight. He had taken a far greater interest in working with Bailey, Black, and Pruitt than he had done with his previous aspirations for a job at the ministry. Since his meeting with Josiah Pruitt at the New Year's ball at Potter Manor, Percy had been much more drawn to finances than to being some ministry lackey. Meanwhile, Harry had been heading off towards the tower, but something caused him to be diverted off his path. He found himself walking deeper into the school, into a part of the castle he had never been. Soon, he found himself in a long corridor, the end of which was guarded by a portrait of a very pretty female knight in glinting armor. My lord, she greeted courteously. Lady Hogwarts has asked me to welcome you on her behalf. Thanks, Harry replied. I am Dame Maud of Kent, thy humble servant. I didn't know there were female knights, Harry said suddenly. Of course, my lord. I am of the same tradition as Joan d'Arc, Maud de Brosse, Nicola de la Haye, Queen Ethelberg of Wes, Queen Emma of France, and even Eleanor of Aquitaine. I, myself, served in battle to defend this noble isle. Now, my lord, what dost thou wish for a password? Password. For your new quarters, my lord. I guard the entrance to the private chambers that were used by the founders. As you have claimed your lordships and ownership of the castle, you are now entitled to use the founders' quarters. The house elves have already moved your belongings in there. Now, my lord, what wilt thou for a password? Harry thought for a moment. Holy Grail, he replied with a shrug. He would only be there for one night and could change the password once he came back next year. Maud smiled and swung the portrait forward to admit him. The first room that Harry encountered was a large, circular common room with a round table and several large chairs. Harry supposed that this was where the founders held their staff meetings. Then there were 4 additional chambers, one for each founder. Ravenclaw's chambers were up a winding staircase into a tall tower, much like with the Ravenclaw dorms. Slytherin's chambers seemed to go down into a fairly dark and chilly space that Harry had no intention of exploring at night. Hufflepuff's rooms were just down a few short steps and were set up much like an enormous den. They seemed very warm and cozy and very feminine in style. Gryffindor's chamber was where Harry decided to spend the night. They were regal-looking and very masculine. The walls were draped in red and gold and there were numerous weapons used as decorations. It seemed as though the house elves must have been taking good care of the place for centuries as there was no trace of mold or mildew. Harry tucked himself into the magnificent 4-poster bed and drifted off to sleep, silently wondering what sort of mayhem he would get into in the near future. Omake was originally the opening for this chapter. Bill was slowly pacing the living room of the burrow. Because the ritual to remove the soul fragments from the Horcruxes was to take place in a few days, he had agreed to visit his family for Easter. It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the fact that his mother kept guilt-tripping him into staying every time he tried to go out and do something. It's nice having you home with us for Easter, dear, said Molly. It's nice to be home for Easter, Mum, Bill replied through clenched teeth. It's been a long time since we last had you home with us for Easter. I was home last Easter, Mum. Yes, but that was 12 months ago, dear. Bill was halfway through giving an irritated air punch when he let out a sigh and moved to take a seat on a nearby chair. Fair enough, he said. You can't argue with that. He slapped himself on the back of his neck and stared up pleadingly at the ceiling. Well, he declared as he moved to sit next to his mother on the sofa, what are we going to do this evening, then? We thought we'd have a nice, quiet evening at home, Molly replied. Bill gave his leg a slight slap and then put on a forced smile. Really? A nice, quiet evening at home. He stood up and turned to face the wall. That's a bit out of the blue, isn't it? You ever thought of that? It'll be a nice rest for us all. Bill then turned and leaned down to speak more clearly. Yes, well, I thought I'd just pop down to the pub, he said with hopeful determination. Because we can listen to the Wizarding Wireless, Molly continued as though she hadn't heard. To the pub for half an hour. Because we don't see much of you, nowadays, dear, and, when we do, we like to spend time together. 30 minutes. Because we don't see much of you, dear, and even when you were at home, dear, you never really talk to us. Bill gave another desperate glance at the ceiling before moving back to his seat on the sofa. Mother, he said, since I got home, 2 days ago, we have discussed, in detail, socks, keeping warm, sensible underwear, my hair being too long, the trouble Mrs. Diggory had with her flow, what happened to the greeny-brown pullover, how I got in with the wrong set, and how much you and Dad hate me messing around with curses, which, as I pointed out, is one of the snags about my being a curse breaker. We may not have discussed the moral dilemma of 20th century man, but we certainly have talked, Mother. Anyway, why do you want to go down to the pub, dear? Molly inquired. Ah, so you did hear. I just want a quick drink. Molly gave him a look. You're no sooner home than you want to go rushing out, again. Mum, I haven't been out of the house for 2 days, Bill pleaded. I only want to go to the pub. Oh, well, dear, Molly sighed, if the pub's more important to you than your own mother, we don't see very much of it isn't much fun being left here with him. She nodded over to where Arthur was passed out in his armchair. Look, I shall be gone from 9 till 9:30, Bill stated as he crossed his arms. I don't expect I shall be here much longer, Molly said in a quiet voice. Bill gave a muffled groan. Well, if you go between 9 and 9:30, that's bad luck. Molly suddenly burst into sobs. Oh, God, he sighed, she's gonna cry. He turned to his father. Dad, he said, jolting his father from his nap. Mum's going to have a cry. Arthur then went right back to sleep. How can you be so cruel? Molly sobbed. All right, Bill conceded, all right, I'll stop being cruel. I won't go down to the pub. I'll sit at home resting. He began to glower. I'll make a list of famous stranglers. Oh, that's a good idea, dear, Molly said as she dried her eyes. Her tone had become much more upbeat. I'm glad you've decided to stay. Yes, I've decided to stay and I don't think I'll go out, I'll sit here resting. He cleared his throat and stood up. I'll be out of here the day after tomorrow, he muttered, I'll use the wooden horse trick. There was an awkward silence before Molly spoke up again. You're looking forward to going back to London, aren't you? She said sadly. No, Mum, Bill assured her, I love it at home. Really, I have a glorious time. You don't like it here at home. Yes, I do. No, you don't, she started to sob again. Oh, God, Bill groaned quietly. Dad, number 2, look, Mum, I do really love it at home, I really do. It may be just a little bit quiet, but I have a lovely rest. She sobbed louder. Mum, I've got to go back to London, the day after tomorrow, but I will try and get back down again, in a fortnight. Oh, that'll be nice, dear, Molly instantly brightened. What have done? Bill gasped. What have I done? Do try and get down on Friday night, and not on Saturday morning. Why yes, but, I may want to go out for a meal on Saturday night. All right, then, if you come down on Friday night, and go back on Monday morning. Done. After breakfast. Done. Molly then went back to her knitting and Bill picked up the newspaper. Do you care to go out on the Saturday night, dear? Molly asked after a while. We made a bargain, Bill said over the top of the paper. Molly started to give another sob. No, it's no good, Mum, he continued, we made a bargain. Who are you going to go out with on the Saturday night? She suddenly demanded. Does it matter? Your mother has a right to know these things. No, she doesn't. Molly then resumed her sobbing. I shan't be with you much longer. No, we've had that one. As Molly's sobbing persisted, Bill gave another groan. Oh, God. Dad. Number 4. All right, Mother, all right, Bill pleaded. All right, mother, all right, mother, all right, I'll tell you who. Who? Bill picked the paper back up and said, Christine Wheaton. Molly gave a look of exasperation. Christine Wheaton? She inquired. You're not going to throw yourself at her again. Mum, she is Healer Wheaton's daughter. I don't understand you, anymore. She then moved to pick up an old baby picture of Bill. What did we do wrong, Arthur? She exclaimed and started sobbing again. Oh, she's going again, Bill muttered. Number 5. Why do you want to go out with Christine, dear? What? Why do you want to go out with Christine? Bill took a moment before finally blurting out. Because she's a loose woman. Is she? Molly gasped. Christine. She can't get enough of it, mother, Bill said with a smirk. Can't she, dear? Molly said thoughtfully. Look, why don't you go down to the pub? I've got 1 or 2 flow calls to make. She then tottered off to the fireplace. How does her mind work? Bill thought aloud in disbelief. Harry was in a very cheerful mood as he headed down to the train. It was the first official summer he wouldn't be spending with the Dursleys. Then it hit him, the Dursleys. He hadn't informed them he wasn't coming back. Oh well, no use worrying. Besides, it would give him the chance to tell Uncle Vernon to sod off to his face. Anyway, back to his main train of thought. He had a long and exciting summer ahead of him. First, he was going on a 3-week vacation to Italy. Next he would be spending time visiting his friends and learning about how to become an animagus from Sirius. And then he was going to the Quidditch World Cup again. Luckily, with the donations he made to the DMLE, the Death Eater attack would likely be put to a stop more quickly. Sirius is going to teach me how to become an animagus, Harry said as the Hogwarts Express pulled out of the station. That's wonderful, Harry, said Hermione brightly. You all are more than welcome to join us. Sirius said that it's actually not so hard to do once you know the easy way. So, it doesn't actually take years of study. Neville said. Not with the Marauder method, Harry answered. It took 3 years for the Marauders to figure it out, but now it can be accomplished in a couple of months. Sirius even got permission from the Ministry for us to learn. It sounds like it will be fun, Luna interjected. I love animals so much. Did I hear that right? Came a voice from the corridor. It was Daphne, accompanied by Tracy. You're really going to learn how to be animagi. We sure are, Daphne, Harry replied. You and Tracy are more than welcome, too. Daphne and Tracy exchanged looks. This was an incredible opportunity. Tracy's grandfather had been an animagus though unregistered, and he had told her all about how much fun having an animal form could be. Daphne was interested because she knew that being an animagus is a useful skill, and seeing as how Slytherins are generally ambitious, it would be something to achieve. Besides all this, the 2 girls knew that accepting such an opportunity would give them a chance to get closer to Harry, something both of them had been hoping for. You can count us in, Tracy responded. Excellent, said Harry. Daphne and Tracy ended up joining them for the rest of the train ride. About 20 minutes along, a rather unwelcome guest stopped by. Ron Weasley, who had since been changed back to a human though he still waddled a bit and occasionally had a craving for fish, pushed open the door of the compartment and sneered at its occupants. Well, Harry, it's such a shame that you had to go and start hanging about with losers and dirty snakes, he said, because, had you still been my friend, I would have invited you to come with my family to the Quidditch World Cup. Everyone who's anyone is going. Harry gave Ron an, I can't believe you're this stupid, look. For your information, Weasley, my godfather and I were already invited to the World Cup by the minister, so I would have had to turn you down anyway. Ron got an incredibly sour look on his face, like Aunt Petunia whenever Harry dared to ask a question. So, my family isn't good enough for the great Harry Potter to associate with, is it? Should have known this is how you'd start acting now that you're friends with Slytherins. Weasley, that isn't what it's about at all. It's because you're a bigoted, selfish, and gold-digging ponce whom I deeply regret ever associating with. I bet if I had been sorted into Slytherin like the Sorting Hat wanted, then you would have bullied me. Now, get out before I do something that you'll find very unpleasant. Ron gave a look of disgust at Harry and then rounded on Hermione. You're just gonna let him treat me like this? He demanded. Some friend you are. Bet you're just hoping he'll give you some attention. After all, without us, you wouldn't even have any friends. Hermione narrowed her eyes and slowly stood up. Hermione's eyes were filled with angry sparks that made Ron take a nervous step back. Then, before anyone could realize what happened, Hermione whipped her hand back and socked Ron in the eye, sending the redhead sprawling onto the floor. "Don't you ever talk about me or Harry like that," she growled. "Harry's a better man than you could ever hope to be, Ronald Weasley. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave us alone. Now, get out." Ron did just that and pelted out and down the corridor. Hermione sat down with a huff. Everyone stared at her for a minute before Harry spoke up. "Nice punch." "Thank you, Harry," Hermione replied simply, though there was still a note of irritation in her voice. Neville decided to diffuse the tension in the carriage by asking what other plans everyone had for the summer. Luna sat there looking serene. It was so wonderful to see things working out so nicely. Daphne and Tracy were awed. They had grown up in a culture that tried to discourage women from being too strong-willed, with a few noticeable exceptions. The fact that Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born witch, had just attacked and verbally threatened the son of a pure-blood family, albeit one that everyone hated, was completely revolutionary, and they loved it. Soon enough, the train pulled in at King's Cross. "Bye, Harry," Hermione said, pulling him in for a hug. "See you in a few weeks." "See ya, Harry," Neville added. "Thanks for inviting me to the World Cup. Gran wouldn't have let me go otherwise." Luna gave Harry a hug and a light key on the cheek. "Watch out for Raxperts," she advised. "I hear that they are very fond of hiding in Italian cars." Daphne and Tracy bid their own farewells and said they couldn't wait for those Animagi lessons. Harry was approached by numerous well-wishers. "Harry," said a voice behind him. It was Susan Bones. "My aunt just wanted me to thank you for sending in that funding for the Auror department. She's been worried about security for the World Cup, and thanks to your donation, there are going to be plenty of Aurors on duty. And, because of that, she agreed to let me come with her. So, I'd like to thank you as well." "No problem, Susan," Harry said. "I was just doing what should have been done a while ago." Susan gave Harry a grateful smile and wished him a happy summer before going off to join her aunt. "Ready to go, pup?" Sirius said. "Sure." They made their way through the barrier. As expected, Harry noticed Uncle Vernon waiting impatiently. "Come on, boy, haven't got all day," he grunted. "Sorry, Uncle Vernon, but I won't be going with you." "What nonsense are you talking, boy? Stop dawdling and get moving. I would have sent you a note, Uncle, but I know you dislike Owl Post. I'm going to live with my godfather from now on." "You don't have a godfather." Sirius stepped forward with a wolfish grin. "Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, how do you do?" Uncle Vernon stared at Sirius in horror. "Why, you're the man from that news report. The escaped convict." Uncle Vernon's declaration drew a bit of attention from passers-by. "Actually, I was wrongfully accused and imprisoned without trial," Sirius responded with a shrug. "But, anyway, come on, Harry, we need to get going. The limo I rented is waiting." Uncle Vernon's eyes went wide. "Limo?" Harry inquired. "Well, yes, the Ferrari's back at the manor and I felt that a limousine would be better to get us to the airport. Now come on or we'll miss that plane to Italy." As Harry and Sirius made their way out, Harry could have sworn that, as he glanced over his shoulder, his uncle had suddenly had a heart attack. Professor Charity Burbage, head of the Muggle Studies Department at Hogwarts, was setting up for a vacation of her own. A couple weeks before the end of term, she had received a letter that stated, quite plainly, that if she was going to teach a class about Muggle culture then she needed to update her curriculum. The author of the note had informed her that she would be receiving a paid vacation in Muggle London with a Muggle born to serve as tour guide. The note had also come with an assortment of Muggle magazines. Some showed what type of clothing Muggles wear and others talked about recent Muggle news. Charity was rather astonished by what the Muggles had achieved in recent years, much of which already proved several of her course books out of date. Charity arrived outside the leaky cauldron like the note had instructed. There, she was met by someone she had encountered during the recent year but had never really spoken to very much. It was one of Harry Potter's hired teachers, the rather attractive Mr. Patrick Stearns. "How lovely to see you again, Miss Burbage," he greeted pleasantly. "You are my tour guide for Muggle London." "Indeed I am. My employer felt that someone who is both knowledgeable about the Muggle world and skilled in self-defense should be perfect for escorting you around. I hope it's all right with you." So, Lord Potter set all this up. Sure did. He said his friend took your class and she told him that some of your information was a bit outdated. So, what better way to learn than from experience? Shall we be off? We need to check into the hotel. Tell me, have you ever been to the Savoy? Charity had a feeling this was going to be the best vacation she'd had in years. Molly Weasley was very disconcerted by what her son Ronald told her when they got home. He and Harry seemed to have gotten into a fight and now there was no chance of inviting Harry over this summer. There went dozens of plans for getting Harry together with Ginny. Then there was the matter of Harry spending so much time with other girls. Ever since that article that revealed Harry would need 6 wives, Molly was becoming worried that things weren't progressing the way she felt they should. Perhaps it was time to move on to the love potion step. She would send Harry some pastries and things for his birthday that were filled with a potion keyed to Ginny. Yes, that would work. It would have to be in slow doses so as not to arouse suspicions. Molly knew that tradition would demand that Harry take 6 wives, but the thought of her daughter as the lady of all those family titles and all the money that came with it was enough for her to decide that the tradition was far too old-fashioned and that Harry would only need one wife, that wife, in her opinion, meaning Ginny. Then there was the trouble Ronald was having with that girl Hermione. Molly knew the girl was very smart and sensible. She would be perfect for keeping Ronald in line and maybe helping him get through his schoolwork. Obviously, the little spat they had gotten into was a lover's tiff. A few love potions could clear all that right up. Another note of annoyance for Molly Weasley was the fact that her recently graduated son, Percy, had decided to move out and get his own apartment. She had deeply hoped that he would continue to live at home for a while, but he said he needed to be close to his new job and because his girlfriend lived very near to where he would be staying. Oh well, Molly thought to herself, it would be a small price to pay if Percy has a decent job at the ministry and marries his girlfriend sometime during the coming year. Of course, there was the downside that Bill had decided to stay at Percy's apartment until he could get his own residence now that Gringotts had given him that promotion to the senior staff because of his outstanding performance in whatever mission it was that he had been brought back to England for. Well, at least she had the return of her sons for the Quidditch World Cup to look forward to. It will be so nice to have everyone home again. A few days later at a local pub. Hello, Tonks, exclaimed a certain ginger-haired legal secretary. Red, how are you? Her friend replied. I'm great, thanks for asking. Haven't seen you since that ball at Potter Manor. Wonderful, wasn't it? Yes. How's the life of an Auror treating you? Fantastic. Join me in a drink. Sure, I'll take a grappa. It's a kind of Italian liquor I'm very partial to now and again. The two witches sat down. Red took a sip of her drink. Any good? Asked Tonks. Terrible. Tastes like paint thinner. That's disgusting. Time for another one. The two then got to reminiscing about their school days. Did you ever get in contact with Charlie? Tonks inquired. Only, I know you had it bad for him. Red gave her friend a slight glare. I told you once before, Charlie Weasley is nothing more than one of our old friends to me, Red replied firmly. I'm sure he's already got girls lining up to date him. I dunno, Red. From what I hear he's still single. Maybe you should send him an owl. Red then gave a smirk. What about you and that Remus Lupin fellow? Said Red, hoping to change the subject. You seemed very interested in him at the ball. Say one word about that and I'll do you for treason, Tonks replied blushing. I never took you as the type to go for an older guy. And a werewolf, too. Of course, you always did like to walk on the wild side, didn't you, Tonksy? Tonks' hair had changed a bright red from embarrassment. Keep talking and I assure you that you'll be slit up a treat, she threatened. Red simply rolled her eyes. Tonks had always liked quiet, sensitive guys who had a sense of humor and a bit of ruggedness to them. Under normal circumstances, Red couldn't exactly see how her friend would have ever even met Professor Lupin, let alone end up dating him, but Tonks had never been what one would call normal. Probably all that black family blood in her, Red thought. They are a rather odd bunch. Tonks, however, returned to the subject of Red's old crush on Charlie Weasley. Why don't you invite him to stay with your family for the Quidditch Cup this summer? She suggested. If I remember him correctly, he will take any means of getting out of staying with his parents. Both girls winced as they remembered Molly Weasley. The woman was infamous as the most overbearing mother to ever send children to Hogwarts. Charlie had been a friend of Tonks and Red when they were at school, and they distinctly remembered him asking to come and stay with their families during holidays as often as he could. Okay, I'll invite him to stay, Red conceded. But, it's only because no one should suffer the horrors of Molly Weasley. Sure it is, Tonks said with a grin. Red then went a bit cross-eyed. Tonks, I do believe the grappa has finally gotten to me, I can't see a blasted thing. Could you be so kind as to escort me home? Of course, old girl. When we get there, could you also help me give Reginald his mandies? Are you giving that tiger of yours drugs? Of course I'm giving it drugs. It's illegal. You tried telling that to the tiger. Well, I think it's dangerous. Look, Tonks, before Reginald started fixing, he used to get through 3 Jehovah's Witnesses a day. And he'd eat all of them. She then took a moment to think. Well, except for the pamphlets. Well, he's not stupid, I'll give him that. But, what kind of lawyer's daughter gives illegal drugs to a tiger? The same type of lawyer's daughter who just drank paint thinner from a fancy bottle. Touché. Meanwhile, in a beautiful country known as Italy, Harry Potter was currently having one of the best summers ever. It was just him, Sirius, Remus, and Sirius' girlfriend, Professor Babbling. Sirius had insisted that they do their touring the Muggle way, even if it meant traffic and aggressive drivers. Sirius was taking every opportunity to soak up some sun or drive around on one of those motor scooters that pretty much everyone drove in Italy. He especially liked being able to drive about 150 miles per hour on the autostrada. Remus apparently knew a great deal about the magical and Muggle history of the Roman Empire and was giving detailed stories about practically every place they visited. Professor Babbling, on the other hand, taught Harry all about the magical symbols of the Roman wizards, especially those found in the catacombs. There had been a slight detour when they had gotten lost after they had stopped to see the Tower of Pisa. However, it turned out for the best as they stumbled across an excellent thermae, a thermal spa situated over natural mineral springs in the middle of nowhere. The following day they found themselves at a small coastal town known as Populonia. High upon the cliff was an old fortress, and in the surrounding area there were a number of Etruscan tombs. Actually, I'm rather glad we got lost, Harry said as they drove out of sight. What followed were further wacky adventures, touring ancient sites, catching some sun and waves on the beaches, and eating some of the best food in the world. By the time they got back, they were tanned, tired, and Sirius was a bit whacked out from the limoncello he'd bought in Sorrento. The group of young Hogwarts students gathered in the main sitting room of Potter Manor for their first lesson in Animagus transformation. Sirius looked upon his young students with pride. The Animagus transformation is one of the most complex and challenging pieces of transfiguration magic you will ever attempt, he said. At least, that was before the Marauders came along. Together, James and I developed a whole new method to the process. It requires concentration and a good deal of meditation. Contrary to what most would tell you, becoming an animagus is actually much easier to achieve when you're young because your body is still changing. Now, the first thing you do. Sirius took them through the basic steps. The first thing they had to do was find their inner animal through extensive meditation. Daphne was the first to make serious progress. It's a 4-legged animal, she said as she knelt on the floor, eyes closed and deep in concentration as everyone watched her. It's big, and it has claws. Her shoulders contorted a bit and her face scrunched up a few times. That's when her eyes shot wide open. Daph, your eyes, Tracy gasped. What about them? There, Daphne's eyes, a deep shade of aquamarine, were glowing faintly, the pupils were big and there was a sort of silver ring around her irises. Then, Daphne gave a slight wince and opened her mouth as her canines began to enlarge into fangs. Careful now, Sirius cautioned. Don't rush the transformation. But Daphne was losing control over it. She leaned back on her haunches as the nails on her hands shifted into black claws. Daphne! Tracy shouted with worry. Sirius ushered everyone back as they watched, terrified, as Daphne's form began to shift. Quick as a flash, Daphne was gone, and there, in her place, stood a large, black panther with a light streak of barley bee, on fur along the ridge of its back. Wow, Sirius said. Well done, Daphne. Daphne seemed to gain control over her senses as she looked at them in puzzlement. Daphne, are you all right? Harry asked. The panther Daphne gave a nod. Daphne, Tracy said again, you're gorgeous. Daphne seemed to look rather smug at the praise. Okay, Sirius said, "Now focus on changing back, please. I'd hate to have to face Cyrus Greengrass with the news that I got his daughter turned into a panther and she can't change back." Daphne closed her eyes in concentration again. Then, very slowly, she shifted back into human form. It took a few more weeks until the rest found their inner animals, though Hermione and Tracy were the next ones to make the full transformation. Hermione discovered she could turn into a squirrel with an exceptionally bushy tail, and Tracy soon followed by transforming into a Tasmanian devil, much to everyone's amusement. "I think you look cute, Trace," Daphne chuckled. The Tasmanian devil Tracy simply glared at her friend. Harry was, oddly enough, the last to make the transformation. Luna and Neville got it a few days before him, turning into a white rabbit and an anteater, respectively. Harry's Animagus form, however, was a little bit different. The first thing he knew was that he was a bird of some sort. He felt his body shrinking and he saw his arms become covered in bluish black, gray, and white feathers. It was not the most pleasant of sensations, changing into an animal, but soon he had transformed all the way. Hermione held up a mirror so that Harry could see himself. "You're a peregrine falcon, Harry," she explained. "They are remarkable creatures. They can reach faster speeds than any animal on the planet. They are remarkable hunters. They have been used in falconry for over 3,000 years, and are considered the bird of princes because of its association with nobility. It was once said that the peregrine falcon was armed more by its courage than its claws." Harry looked at himself in the mirror. He noted that, in his bird form, he seemed to have dark feathers around his eyes, which were still green, that gave him a bespectacled look, and on his back were several white feathers that seemed to resemble a lightning bolt. Harry chuckled internally. Apparently he couldn't escape his scar even in his Animagus form. Of course, the summer was interrupted slightly by Snape's trial. Amelia Bones had gotten as much information out of the ex-professor as she could, and had to be restrained by her horrors when Snape revealed his involvement in the deaths of several of her loved ones. When Snape had mentioned his responsibility for the death of Michael McKinnon, Amelia's former fiancé, and his sister Marlene, the Aurors weren't fast enough in restraining Amelia as she launched herself at Snape's throat and began to strangle him. When the day of the trial came, Dumbledore had approached Harry and asked him if he would consider asking for clemency on Snape's behalf. Harry nearly passed out, he was laughing so hard. By the end of the trial, Snape was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, despite the demand for the Dementor's key, from several of the families who had lost people they cared about thanks to Snape. Naturally, Dumbledore came under criticism for hiring Snape to teach at Hogwarts. The things that man had done were beyond the pale, and many of the worst of his crimes were committed against Muggle or Muggle-born children, making him unfit to even look at a child, let alone teach a school full of them. With a blaring roar from a horn, a large RV pulled into the packed campsite. This wouldn't have been so unusual were it not for the fact that very few people there actually knew what an RV even was. "I think you're enjoying this too much," Harry said as Sirius blasted the horn again. "Let him have his fun, Harry," said Hermione, ruffling his hair. "It's like watching an overgrown kid with a new toy." Harry and Sirius had had the great idea of showing up to the World Cup in a Muggle RV. Of course, Sirius had added a few adjustments to the vehicle. Several floors, a pool table, a bar, a giant television, and many more additions had been made to the seemingly ordinary RV. When Hermione had first seen it, she made a reference to a certain television show about the RV being bigger on the inside. "Why don't you lot go out and have a look around while we park?" suggested Bathsheba. Since the end of summer, Professor Babbling and Sirius had been spending a great deal of time together. Harry, Hermione, and Neville hopped out of the RV, all of them grinning. "Remember," Sirius called after them, "we're in the lot right next to the path." One of the great things about becoming a lord was that so many things seemed to go so well, Harry thought. Sirius and Harry had been personally invited to the World Cup by the minister himself, along with any guests they requested. The excitement surrounding the World Cup was just as Harry remembered, the Irish showing off with their copious green shamrocks, the Bulgarians with their posters of Viktor Krum. As the three walked around, they encountered many familiar faces. They had met up with Luna fairly quickly and she joined their group. She and her father were staying in a tent that was shaped much in the same fashion as their house. Neville had blushed bright red when they were greeted by Hannah Abbott a little farther on. They had also been accosted by Cho Chang, who had given Luna a fairly contemptuous look and then attempted to get Harry to join her and her friends, though she was unsuccessful. A little ways on, they were greeted by Fay Dunbar and her mother. "Hello, guys," she said smiling. "Quite the turnout this. We've been here for a week," added Mrs. Dunbar. "Hell of a time getting tickets for it, I tell you." Fay's mother looked much like Fay herself. She was very tall with a strong build, and had long dark brown hair and blue eyes. Also like Fay, Mrs. Dunbar seemed to have a great appreciation for sports, especially Quidditch. "I fancy that the Irish will take a good lead. The Bulgarians are known to play dirty, so there will probably be a number of fouls. I remember a very similar situation when my husband Malcolm took me to see a football match. Seeing as how many of us love Quidditch like Muggles love football, we'll be staying on our guard in case of a riot." "Oh, this is my brother, Elliot Dunbar," Fay said. She stepped aside to show a young boy that none of them had noticed before. He was probably no older than 5 and looked very shy. "Hello," Harry said to the child, who looked about ready to duck behind his sister again. "Do you like Quidditch, too?" Little Elliot gave Harry a toothy grin and nodded. Suddenly, the boy launched himself at Harry's legs and hugged him. "Well, you certainly made a good impression on him," said Fay, laughing warmly. "He's usually terrified of people he hasn't met." Elliot then looked up at Harry and said, "You're the boy my sister likes, aren't you?" Fay then froze. "Elliot," she hissed. "He is him, isn't he, Fay?" Elliot continued with a bigger smile. "Oh, would you look at the time," Fay exclaimed. "We really should get started on dinner. See you all later." With that, Fay grabbed her little brother by the hand and began to march back to their tent, their mother following after them. "Well, someone's popular," Neville chuckled at Harry's expression. Harry lightly elbowed his friend in the side. They proceeded onwards until they reached the RV, which had a crowd of curious onlookers around it. "Parked all right?" Harry asked Sirius. "He had a bit of trouble," Remus stated. "It wasn't my fault," Sirius protested. "What happened?" asked Hermione. "Padfoot over here thought it would be funny to try and run down any Death Eaters who showed up," Remus replied. "Well, they were asking for it," Sirius stated firmly. "They dared to mock the brilliance that is my RV. Stuck up, bigoted assholes that have no appreciation for the finer points of Muggle technology." Amelia Bones issued him a warning, Bathsheba added. "It's only because she wishes it was her that ran down those Death Munchers that she didn't arrest him. It's a good thing she's such a cool head of the DMLE," Harry said. "Why thank you, Lord Potter," came a familiar voice from behind him, causing everyone to jump. It was Amelia Bones and Susan. "Lord Black, I trust you've desisted from your hit-and-run activities." "Amy, I am offended that you would ever think that I would intentionally harm innocent bystanders," Sirius responded with mock hurt. Amelia rolled her eyes. Susan greeted the others and the teenagers all moved off to talk about the match that would be occurring in just a few more hours. "You know who's also here, Sirius?" Amelia continued. "Barty Crouch." The 3 other adults looked irritated. "You mean the bastard who put Sirius behind bars without a trial?" asked Remus. "The very same. What's he doing here?" Sirius added. "I thought he wouldn't be showing his face in public again after being disgraced for that little faux pas." "Believe me, he's only just managed to keep a hold on his job," Amelia said, "especially after the additional investigations." "What investigations? Haven't you heard? We've been doing a check on the records and interrogations of the prisoners at Azkaban. Apparently, you weren't the only one thrown in there without due process. Unfortunately, a couple of Death Eaters managed to worm their way out of prison because they were never convicted, and so we were forced to let them go." "Damn. My sentiments exactly. What can be done?" asked Bathsheba. "We just need to keep our eyes open. Those Death Eaters take one step out of line and all have their asses back in Azkaban before they can blink." They continued in this conversation for some time. Meanwhile, Harry spotted a familiar face. "Hey, Cedric," Harry called over. The Hufflepuff Seeker turned and waved at Harry. "Hey, Harry." Cedric approached them, and he wasn't alone. "I think you all know Justine Max," Cedric continued. "My girlfriend." "Hi," Justine said with a shy smile. "Justine was telling me about a weird dream she had the other night." Cedric smirked. "Seed, I really don't think they want to hear. Come on, it's funny." "Okay. I had this nightmare that Cedric got murdered by you-know-who." Yeah, isn't that odd, Harry said shiftily. It gets weirder. Instead of dying, he came back as a vampire, but, get this, he sparkled. Sparkled. Everyone choked. When the sun hit him, yes. He also didn't have fangs, or drink human blood. It really ruined the seriousness of the situation. Wait, how can something be a vampire if it doesn't have fangs or burst into flames when the sun hits it? Hermione asked. And what sort of vampire doesn't drink human blood? Susan added. A fairy, Harry suggested. They all laughed good-naturedly. Soon, dusk fell and they all began to make their way down the path to the stadium. Harry, Sirius, Hermione, Neville, Bathsheba, and Remus bid farewell to their friends and made their way up to the minister's box where they were greeted by the man in question. However, just like last time, the Weasleys were also there and they had brought along Red. Hey, Harry, Red greeted. Hi, Red, what are you doing here? Harry replied. Charlie's an old friend. Nice to see you again. Hello, Lord Black. Why must everyone call me that? Sirius sighed. Harry then went through the process of being greeted by all the Weasleys, except Ron who just glared at him and Hermione. Bill had apparently been promoted and would be in Britain for a while. Percy had started working with Josiah Pruitt in the accounting section of Bailey, Black, and Pruitt. Charlie made a few subtle hints about the upcoming Triwizard tournament, and Ginny had grabbed Harry in a hug that made him feel very uncomfortable and caused Hermione to scowl. The group in the box was soon joined by the Malfoys, who looked particularly sullen when they caught sight of Sirius. Mr. Malfoy seemed particularly agitated. Harry guessed that he was beginning to have his doubts about the little Death Eater parade that was scheduled for later. Draco appeared to be desperate to make some sort of snide comment to Harry, but directed his attention to Ron instead. Oi, Weasley, he said, what did you have to sell to get tickets up here? You don't exactly own anything worth what these seats cost. Shut up, Malfoy, Ron snapped. Harry tuned out what they were saying. He wondered, for a moment, whether the two would get into a fight and end up falling over the railing. That would certainly be worth watching. Harry had also noticed, in the seat behind them, that Winky the house elf was there. And then it hit him, he had forgotten to deal with Crouch Jr. Harry was immediately thankful for the wand holster that Remus had gotten him for his birthday, otherwise, he would have had to deal with losing his wand again, and he wasn't about to let that happen. He supposed he could deal with Crouch later. After all, he had no need to impersonate Moody this year as there was no reason for Remus not to return to the Dada position. It was time for the Quidditch World Cup to begin. Ludo Bagman stepped forward to introduce the mascots. Neville, word of warning, said Harry, put your fingers in your ears. Why? Just do it, and quick. Harry and Neville both put their fingers in their ears as the Vila, the Bulgarian mascots, began to perform their routine. Harry and Neville were two of only a handful of men who didn't try to throw themselves over the banister to get to the Vila. Harry noticed that Charlie Weasley seemed strangely unaffected as Red held his hand. Once the performance was over, the leprechauns rocketed out to show off their support for Ireland. This was followed by the arrival of the teams. "They're off," screamed Bagman, "and it's Mullet, Troy, Moran, Dimitrov, back to Mullet, Troy, Levski, Moran." It was an even better experience the second time. "I'm hungry," Sirius said after a while. "I wish they had vendors up here." As if he'd said the magic words, a shout rang out baying them. "Albatross." Sirius turned around and saw a very unattractive woman standing there. She had a small vendor's cart, on top of which was a giant bird. "Albatross," she offered. No thanks, what else is there?" said Sirius. "I haven't got anything else." The woman snapped. "I only got the albatross." "Albatross. Well, what flavor is it?" "It's a bird, innit? It's a bloody sea bird. It's not any bloody flavor." "Albatross. Do you get wafers with it?" "Course ya don't get bloody wafers with it." "Albatross. Get it on a stick. How much do you want for it?" "3 nuts. I'll have 2 please." Harry shook his head as he returned to watching the game. All too soon it was over. Ireland had once again won, even though Crumb caught the snitch. "Vel, they fought bravely," said a gloomy voice behind Harry. He looked around. It was the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. "You can speak English," said Fudge, sounding outraged. "And you've been letting me mime everything all day." "Vale, it was very funny," said the Bulgarian minister, shrugging. As they all headed out after the cup was awarded, Harry was quickly sidetracked by Fred and George. "Thanks for the tip, Harry," said Fred. "Made us quite a bit of cash, that did," George added. "The goblins owe us quite a good deal from that wager we made. Granted, it's probably not enough to get our joke shop up and running, but it will help." "Don't worry, guys," Harry said, "I'm sure that you'll do great with Weasley's wizard wheezes." A few hours later, Harry was being woken up by the unmistakable sound of shouts. Of course, the Death Eaters were at it again. "Sirius," Harry said to the marauder behind the steering wheel of the RV, "I do believe it's time for some fun." With Sirius preoccupied with running down Death Eaters with the RV, Harry set off to deal with them head-on. Backed by Hermione, Remus, and Bathsheba, Hermione had refused, point-blank, to wait in the RV where it was safe. Safe being a relative word with Sirius behind the wheel. What followed were some truly exciting and very expensive fight scenes in which a number of the Death Eaters got rounded up by the Aurors and the other good guys. Harry, who knew the Aurors couldn't attack too strongly for fear of allowing the Muggles the Death Eaters were levitating to fall to their deaths, had come to the clever idea of casting a suspension spell that made sure the Roberts family, the Muggles who were being victimized, were safe so that the Aurors could launch a beat down on the Death Eaters. As Harry's back was turned, one Death Eater had been about to sneak up on him only to be suddenly run over by Sirius in the RV. "Well, well, well," Sirius said when he looked out the window at the not at all well Death Eater, "if it isn't old Lucy." Sure enough, Lucius Malfoy was lodged beneath the very large and very heavy vehicle, with a look of pain and terror on his face. Unfortunately, before the Aurors could remove Malfoy from his position of being wedged beneath the fenders of the enormous vehicle, the bastard managed to disapparate. "Oh, bloody hell," Sirius shouted in frustration. "He's done it again." "Not to worry, Lord Black," said Minister Fudge, who had just arrived on the scene. "I'm not going to let him get out of this. I assure you that Lucius Malfoy will be a top priority." "Thanks, Minister, that makes me feel so much better," said Sirius, not sounding convinced at all. Also that summer, Harry's publication of the Slytherin journals was all set to be released to the public. Harry had even made a deal with a Muggle publishing company, who thought the books were simply fantasy novels, to release them to the Muggle world. When the books were distributed to stores, they sold out almost immediately. Everyone seemed eager to know the truth about the darkest of the Hogwarts founders. What was revealed to the public was a man who had experienced a painfully hard life amidst the cruel oppression of the witch hunts. His father, Jizurek, was a hard man who seemed incapable of showing affection. His mother, Orla, had died when Salazar was only 8. Salazar and his younger brother Aron were sent into the apprenticeship of the most powerful warlock of the time, Corinth Emerus. At the same time, they learned swordsmanship from Lord Alberic Gryffindor, father of Godric Gryffindor, who soon became good friends with Salazar. When Salazar was 17, he was presented at the magical court along with Godric. While there, they met Rowena Eaglewood, later Ravenclaw. Rowena was a very outspoken and opinionated woman who contested the East laws at the time and fought tooth and nail to try and stop her father arranging a marriage for her to the heir of Ravenclaw. However, her attempts failed and she had been forced into a loveless marriage that ended in disaster. Salazar and Godric began a campaign to rescue new bloods, the old word for Muggle-borns, from the hands of the witch hunters. During a raid on a prison in Germany, where the young men were studying at the time, Salazar found a shut-off tower area where a young Helga Gutenberg, later Hufflepuff, was sick and injured. Helga had been a prisoner for 13 years, ever since her family saw her perform accidental magic. She had been subjected to frequent torture and even abuse from the prison guards. Salazar blasted open the cell and brought the frail Helga back to the castle where he and Godric were staying. Salazar became a kind of lifeline for Helga and the two became like siblings. When they brought Helga to Britain, she began to study earth magic and healing, things which she excelled at. Salazar and Godric were reunited with Rowena when they found her on the run from her husband. She was pregnant with her second child at the time. The four arrived at Slytherin Castle, only to be met with the news from Salazar's brother Aron that their father had been killed by witch hunters while trying to protect their sister Morrigan, who was now near death herself. Salazar had to watch as his little sister slowly faded away. Salazar, Godric, Helga, and Rowena soon began to make plans to protect the magical children of Britain and started work on a castle in Rowena's homeland of Scotland where there seemed to be much less prejudice against magic as much of the land was still deeply rooted in the Druidic tradition. Thus, Hogwarts was born. The journals revealed the intrigue of life in the magical court of the Dark Ages. Salazar had married a young woman from an old but poor magical family and had several children. His wife seemed to be quite cunning herself as she helped him through the political jungle they had to navigate. Ron's Slytherin seemed to stir up a great deal of trouble because of how stubborn he could be, and because there was a rumor circulating that he was having an affair with Rowena, something that both Salazar and Rowena's husband believed to be true. Although Rowena despised her husband, she was furious and insulted when he abandoned her and their children to run off with a prostitute. Further problems arose when Ron's son Edgar became obsessed with Rowena's daughter Helena, who did not return his affections. Helga was later introduced to a young Llewellyn Hufflepuff, a new blood from Wales who had become Britain's leading expert on herbology. Salazar paid for the couple's wedding and stood in place of Helga's father during the ceremony. Llewellyn Hufflepuff became the first herbology teacher at Hogwarts, with Helga serving as the school nurse and the healing instructor. After about 10 years of relative quiet, a threat to Britain arose in the form of an invasion from an army of Vikings who had decided to go one better than simply raiding the coastal towns. Along with the invaders was an elite force of Viking soothsayers and battle mages. The Hogwarts founders armed themselves and led a magical force against the invasion, beating back their foes. The English king at the time, a young Edward the Confessor, was so grateful that he began to set up laws to protect the magicals. It was from that time onward that the witch hunts died down, only to recommence during the beginning of the Renaissance upon the accession of Henry VII to the throne, and again during the Stuart era. Salazar Slytherin's final journal revealed that age had at last taken its toll and he wanted nothing more than to retire to his castle with his wife. The Slytherin journals would remain the magical world's bestseller for a long time, and they were even more of a hit in the Muggle world. Harry used some of the profit to replenish the Slytherin family vault, which had been seriously depleted over the years. The rest, however, he set aside to fund some new programs for Hogwarts, a number of which would help the Muggle born and raised. Molly Weasley was very annoyed. She had sent a ton of pastries to Harry on his birthday that all contained a dosage of love potion key to Ginny. The fact that Harry simply responded to her gift with a note of thanks instead of a long letter pleading to come to the Burrow to talk to Ginny was the cause of much vexation for the portly redhead. To make matters worse, she completely ruined the next batch of love potion, stronger than the last one, because that infernal portrait of her late mother-in-law kept making silly noises that distracted her. It was Molly's deepest belief that the reason Fred and George were such ne'er-do-wells was because of Cinderella Weasley. The older woman had taken it upon herself to teach the twins the joys of pranking years ago when she had conjured a swarm of fruit bats to wreak mayhem in the kitchen when Molly was trying to cook Christmas dinner. Okay, so Molly had undermined Cinderella's authority in her own home by claiming the right to make the Christmas dinner, but that was no excuse. Molly fully intended to see her daughter become Harry's girlfriend by the end of the coming year. Ginny was equipped with a large range of different love potions to use on Harry, hopefully one would be successful. September 1st dawned bright and early. The ride on the Hogwarts Express was not as interesting this time around as it was in the old timeline, not that Harry was complaining. Harry had been wondering how Draco Malfoy would react to him since dear old Lucius was now on the run. Oddly enough, Malfoy seemed to be very quiet in regards to Harry. Harry supposed it was because Draco had believed his father to be practically invincible and the shock of him being named a convict made him decide to keep his head down, with the exception of baiting Ron. The end of the Quidditch World Cup did involve the Dark Mark being conjured, though Harry found out that it was Ron's wand that had been stolen and used to perform the spell. Harry knew he needed to be watchful of whatever Crouch Jr. might be up to this time around. Luckily, he had an idea for how to ensure his name didn't come out of the Goblet of Fire. The only thing to cause any sort of excitement that day was that it had started pouring rain. Peeves had welcomed everyone by pelting them with water balloons. However, for some reason, Peeves didn't seem to launch any at Harry or his friends. On the other hand, he took particular care to make sure that he got Ron and Malfoy right over their heads, repeatedly. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts," announced Dumbledore once dinner had been finished, though his cheerful attitude seemed very forced. "I have few start-of-term notices to make." He went through the standard rules and such. "Anyone seen Filch?" said Fred while Dumbledore was rambling. "Filch won't be working here anymore," said Harry smugly. "I found that he was unsuitable to work in a school in addition to the fact that Hogwarts actually had no need for a caretaker as the house elves manage the cleaning and cooking and general maintenance. Therefore, Filch has been sacked." "That's rather harsh, Harry," said Hermione. "Don't worry, I managed to find him a job that he actually likes doing." Harry had figured that someone like Filch would be much better suited to working as caretaker of Azkaban prison. However, Harry never expected the letter of thanks for providing the man with the best job in the world that Filch had sent him. This statement received much rejoicing from the students who heard it and then promptly shared it with everyone else. Dumbledore soon reached his final announcement of the evening, the Triwizard Cup. Once everyone had settled down, Dumbledore seemed to be about to dismiss them. "Before you conclude, Headmaster, I have a few things to add," Harry declared and strode up to the podium. Dumbledore was very put out, but moved aside when he caught the warning look on McGonagall's face. "For those who don't know, my name is Lord Harry James Potter and I am the owner of this school." Dumbledore seemed ready to protest, but McGonagall stamped on his foot, painfully, to keep him from doing something. "Effective this year are some changes to the way this school operates. Visits to Hogsmeade are now open to all year groups provided you get your form signed and will take place every weekend as long as the students do not misuse this privilege." There were huge cheers at that. "We also have a few staff changes." He gestured towards the row of new teachers. "Mr. Preston has agreed to become the full-time potions professor in light of the arrest of Severus Snape." This was met with boisterous cheers from everyone who had hated Snape. In addition, the History of Magic course has been altered dramatically. "Please join me in welcoming the new History department." Several of the new professors stood. Professors Eversley, Homer, and Phipps will be in charge of the new history courses. Ancient History and World History will be taught by Professor Homer as electives for third year and up, as well as the new Ethics course which will be a required course. Professor Eversley is taking over the History of Magic class and will also be in charge of the optional Political Science class. Professor Phipps will be teaching Modern History, British History, and Women's History. You will be able to choose which history course you wish to take each year. We also have Drive Thripshaw, who has kindly agreed to offer his services as our new biology professor and head of the science department. Potions, chemistry, biology, physics, astronomy, and alchemy all fall under this category. Please welcome our new chemistry teacher, Miss Curie, our new physics teacher, Mr. Cavendish, and our returning alchemy teacher, Miss Ripley. Because of the addition of the new science courses, you are required to have one non-magical science each year. Those who do not wish to pursue a career involving knowledge of potions are permitted to drop the class at the end of fourth year, but they must still have at least one non-magical science. Alchemy will be available as an extension of potions. There has also been a newly added arts department. This encompasses drawing, painting, performing arts, music, and magical photography. Colin Creevey looked over the moon when he heard the last course on that list. Harry then moved on to introducing the new teachers of the arts. Harry then progressed through several other new courses. There will be an Introduction to the Magical World course that is required for all students of non-magical background or upbringing that will be taught by Dame Irene Stote. Professor Burbage has also asked me to announce that she has overhauled the Muggle Studies class and changed it to non-magical relations, which is now mandatory for those who were not raised in a non-magical environment. Some of the pure-blood bigots protested at that. Harry quickly silenced them. It is important to understand how closely we are connected to the non-magical world and how to deal with moving about in it. At the Quidditch World Cup this past summer, I noticed that the statute of secrecy came very close to being broken, and that was before the Death Eaters showed up. There are also a number of extracurriculars being added. Mr. Stearns has agreed to offer occlumency classes as well as continue instruction in the Defense Club. There were wildly loud cheers at the news that Defense Club would be continuing. He has also agreed to serve as a secondary defense against the dark arts professor in addition to Professor Lupin. Harry then went through the new extracurriculars, including sports teams and clubs, only concluding when he reached the subject of Quidditch. As there will be no inter-house Quidditch Cup this year, I am pleased to announce that there will be a Quidditch club that will allow students to form their own teams and play in scheduled matches. This was met with the loudest applause so far. So many of the students had nothing to do, as the only really big thing Hogwarts had to offer was Quidditch, and even that was restricted to 7 students from each house. Hogwarts didn't even have a school play, as the last time that had happened it had ended in disaster. Before we leave for the evening, there are also a few new policies, Harry continued. First and most important of all is that we have zero tolerance for bullies. Anyone found violating this will face expulsion at worst depending on the severity. Next, we will be issuing progress reports. These will inform students of what things they need to improve on and what their strengths are. They will be distributed at the end of the first semester. It has also been decided that there will be a revision of the prefect system to ensure that those gifted with the badge were deserving of it. Should anyone be found to be abusing their position, they will be relieved of their duties. There is also a new policy on detentions and the awarding and docking of house points. To sum up Harry's new policy, detentions had to be approved by both the student's head of house and the deputy in order to prevent unfair or biased professors from getting away with things like Snape had done. The same would apply with the new demerit system. The 3 strikes and you're out would be much more effective and much more fair than the house points. Speaking of house points, they would no longer be in effect and would be replaced by awards of merit. Students with the highest achievements in each year, house, and subject would receive a special award at the end of the year. Even the students felt that it sounded much better than the House Cup, as it was on a more personal level and wouldn't cause students to be ostracized for losing too many points, like what happened to Harry and his friends in first year. Dumbledore was absolutely furious. Harry had just undone centuries of tradition and basically undermined Dumbledore's authority as headmaster. Harry, you cannot possibly think you can make all these changes without the approval of the Board of Governors, he started. You will address me as Lord Potter, sir, Harry retorted. And I think you'll find that the board no longer has any say in the matter, as it has been disbanded. The Board of Governors was put in place as an advisory, but they have failed in their responsibilities and I ordered their immediate disbandment. They have been replaced by the Parent and Teacher Association, of which all the members agreed to the changes and many of whom suggested them to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get to bed. All the original professors were glaring at Dumbledore. They couldn't believe the bullshit he'd tried to pull. All of them had been at the PTA meeting where these changes began and they agreed wholeheartedly with Harry's new policies. Hogwarts was due for an overhaul. Harry simply made his way out of the Great Hall, ignoring the curious looks he was getting, and led his 3 closest friends out with him. Harry had told Hermione, Luna, and Neville about the Founders' quarters and invited them to stay there with him. Hermione had been immediately drawn to Ravenclaw's chambers and darted up the steps, Luna following quickly behind her. The Founders' quarters must have been bigger than Harry originally suspected because there seemed to be a number of extra rooms. Harry later learned that these were rooms for family or very important guests. Neville chose one that was attached to the Gryffindor chambers and even had similar decorations. Luna had asked Hermione if they could share a room as she enjoyed having company that didn't want to pull cruel pranks on her. Hermione had grown very fond of Luna and was more than happy to be her roommate. Omake, just an old request by one of my original readers. A long way away, in a magical school called Hogwarts, an aged headmaster was very vexed. Albus Dumbledore had come upstairs to his office to find that his pet phoenix, Fawkes, had disappeared. Fawkes did not respond when Dumbledore called him, and that worried the old man. After all, he was supposed to be the leader of the light. How could people trust him if he didn't have a phoenix? Okay, granted, Fawkes wasn't his to begin with and had been at Hogwarts for a long time, but nobody needed to know that. In order to maintain his image as the leader of the light, Dumbledore decided to stop by a pet shop that dealt in rather questionable trading of animals. However, not long after leaving the shop, Dumbledore realized that his new phoenix was not as lively as the shopkeeper had made it out to be. In fact, it was stone cold dead. Letting off a huff of annoyance, Dumbledore returned to the pet shop. "Hello, I wish to register a complaint," said Dumbledore as he strolled into the shop, the cage containing the dead phoenix clutched in his hands. "Hello, miss." he said to the clerk on duty. "What do you mean, miss?" said the man. "Oh, I'm sorry, I have a cold. I wish to make a complaint. Sorry, we're closing for lunch. Never mind that, my lad, I wish to complain about this phoenix that I bought, not half an hour ago, from this very boutique." "Ah, yes, the Australian dingo pecker, what's wrong with it?" "I'll tell you what's wrong with it. It's dead, that's what's wrong with it." "No, no, it's resting, look. Listen, my lad, I know a dead phoenix when I see one, and I am looking at one right now." "No, no, sir, it's not dead, it's resting." "Resting? Yeah, remarkable creature, the Australian dingo pecker, beautiful plumage, in it. The plumage doesn't enter into it. It's stone dead. No, no, it's resting." "All right, then, if it's resting, I'll wake it up." Dumbledore held up the cage and began to speak loudly at the phoenix. "Hello, phoenix. I've got a nice bunch of grapes for you, pretty phoenix." There, it moved. "No, it didn't. That was you pushing the cage." "I did not." "Yes, you did." Dumbledore then opened the door of the cage and wrenched out the dead phoenix. He held the creature up close to his face and began to shout. "Hello, phoenix. Phoenix." He banged it on the counter a few times. "Hello, phoenix, wake up." He tossed it into the air and it fell with a thump. "Now, that's what I call a dead phoenix." "No, no, it's stunned," the clerk replied. "Look, my lad, I've had just about enough of this. That phoenix is definitely deceased, and when I bought it, not half an hour ago, you assured me that its lack of movement was due to it being tired and shagged out after a long squawk. Well, sir, it's probably pining for the outback." "Pining for the outback? What kind of talk is that? Look, why did it fall flat on its back the moment I got it home? The Australian dingo pecker prefers kipping on its back. It's a beautiful animal, lovely plumage. Look, I took the liberty of examining that phoenix. And I discovered that the only reason it had been sitting on its perch in the first place was that it had been nailed there. Well, well, of course it was nailed there. Otherwise, it would muscle up to those bars and boom. Look, matey, Dumbledore said, stooping down to pick up the dead phoenix, this phoenix wouldn't boom if I put 4,000 Cruciatus curses through it. It's bleeding demised. It's not, it's pining. It's not pining, it's passed on. This phoenix is no more. It has ceased to be. It's expired and gone to meet its maker. This is a late phoenix. It's a stiff. Bereft of life, it rests in peace. If you hadn't nailed it to the perch, it would be pushing up the daisies. It's rung down the curtain and joined the choir invisible. This is an ex-phoenix. Well, I'd better replace it, then, the clerk said. If you want anything done in this country, you've got to complain until you're blue in the mouth, Dumbledore said to himself. Sorry, Gov, said the clerk after he finished checking his stock. We're fresh out of phoenixes. I see, I get the picture. I've got a slug. Is it magical? Not really, no. Then it's scarcely a replacement, then, is it? Listen, I didn't want to be pet shop owner. I wanted to be a lumberjack. I think we can all guess where it went from there. Harry woke up early and got dressed for his morning jog. He invited the others to join him. Hermione was a bit hesitant as she had never been particularly athletic, but they managed to convince her. On their way outside, they came across Fay Dunbar. She had apparently heard about Harry's custom of taking a morning jog and asked if she could join them. Harry and Fay ended up getting into a race. Harry, who had always been naturally rather fast, was pleased to see that Fay had no trouble keeping up with him and even pulled ahead a few times. Hermione and Luna watched Harry and Fay have their race and smiled. Since she had begun to spend time with Luna, Hermione had become more attuned to people's feelings. Right now, she could tell that Fay liked Harry a lot, and Harry himself was beginning to like their fellow Gryffindor. Luna was just happy that Harry was finally making some progress in finding his future wives. However, she felt like things needed to step up a great deal. Perhaps she and Hermione could come up with a good plan. Luna bit her lower lip thoughtfully. In the other universes things seemed to go so much easier. If only the great master of this universe could stop fooling around and think up something, everything would be so much simpler. Neville was currently puffing a bit from the jog. As a pure-blood wizard, he wasn't accustomed to getting so much exercise. Neville's decision to join the others for their morning jog was because of a wish to spend time with his friends and to build up his strength. Neville might be a little slow, but he wasn't beyond noticing the way girls looked at Harry since he started working out, so it occurred to Neville that maybe if he got fit it would help him get Hannah's attention. The group of friends sat down together at breakfast. Luna joined them as she had no wish to sit with the Ravenclaws who would completely ignore her. They had even invited Fay to join them. "What have we got first?" said Harry. "Herbology with the Hufflepuffs, and then care of magical creatures with the Slytherins," said Hermione. "Thank goodness you told Hagrid not to bring in any dangerous creatures." "What was it you said he wanted to show us?" "Brass-ended scoots." "Blast-ended scroots," Harry corrected. "Yeah, I had a long talk with Hagrid about how some creatures might not be dangerous for him but they are very risky for other students. I think he said that he'll be teaching about unicorns." Hermione gave a relieved sigh. "What's your first class, Luna?" asked Fay. "The new ethics course," Luna replied. "It's a good thing you made that mandatory, Harry. A lot of students feel they can do anything they want and there will be no repercussions." She didn't show it, but she gave an internal flinch. Luna knew firsthand who some of those students were. "After that, I'm off to biology." "You're taking biology, Luna?" asked Harry. Well, that certainly fit what he knew about her. "Oh, yes. The first semester is about reproduction and genetics. I certainly don't want to miss that." Luna gave a slight giggle at the blushing faces of her comrades. Really, they were all so repressed in her opinion. "Right," said Neville. Double divination in the afternoon," he groaned. "Why don't you change a class, Neville?" suggested Harry. "Divination is pointless unless you're a seer. There are plenty of classes still open and I'm sure you'll find something you'll like." "What are you taking in the afternoon, Harry?" "Chemistry. It's a lot like potions in a way. Then I have political science." "Why don't you go and talk to Professor Babbling, Neville?" suggested Hermione. "I'm sure she'd be happy to help you choose a new subject." "Harry, maybe you should add in a new policy regarding divination so people stop taking it as an excuse to get out of learning real subjects." "Good idea, Hermione," said Harry. "Don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. We all get distracted." It was then that the post owls arrived. Many of them carried copies of the Quibbler. Harry smirked at the thought of what today's article would bring. No sooner had Harry finished pouring himself some pumpkin juice than shocked gasps were heard all around the Great Hall. "Oh, look," said Luna, "Daddy's new article is out." Beneath a copy of an old photograph of a rather attractive, dark-haired boy with a haughty smirk was the headline. "Lord Voldemort, Liar and Hypocrite. You Know Who Keeps True Heritage a Secret." By Xenophilius Lovegood. Lord Voldemort is one of the most feared Dark Lords to have ever been known in Britain. Members of a group known as the Death Eaters nearly conquered the British Isles through murder, torture, intimidation, and terror. Their goal was to eliminate those they deemed to be of impure blood, meaning the Muggle-born and half-bloods. Their leader was the self-proclaimed Dark Lord Voldemort, the bastion of pure blood supremacy without a single mark of this alleged taint in him. Or was he? Certain investigations have been done by myself and a few anonymous individuals to uncover the true story behind Voldemort. What we found is truly shocking. It is well known that Voldemort always claimed to be the heir of Slytherin. However, it was made apparent that the real heir was none other than Lord Harry James Potter. The only way Voldemort could make such allegations would be if he was related to the Flores line, which, it soon became clear, he was not. Voldemort's mother was the daughter of a line known as the Gaunt family, an offshoot of the Slytherin line that had become destabilized after generations of incestuous inbreeding. The woman in question, Merope Gaunt, was an uneducated and magically weak person, practically a squib. After the incarceration of her father and brother, Merope is believed to have used a love potion to ensnare the very man her relatives were arrested for attacking, a muggle by the name of Thomas Riddle II. After some time of using the potions on Mr. Riddle, Merope suddenly stopped. Perhaps she felt that he had truly come to care for her, or he would stay because of the child she was pregnant with. However, neither of these assumptions proved true as Thomas abandoned her, dooming her to wander the streets. On a cold New Year's Eve of 1926, Merope, half dead from cold and starvation, found her way to a Muggle orphanage and gave birth to a son, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Merope died not even an hour after the birth. During his time at the orphanage, young Tom Riddle developed a reputation as a troubled child and was ostracized by his peers. There were stories of him making things happen, what we would call accidental magic, but what the people at the orphanage called abnormal. The things Tom Riddle did were intended to frighten and bully the other children, often if they had done something to anger him. When Tom arrived at Hogwarts, he was sorted into Slytherin House and promptly looked down upon by his housemates as he did not have the surname of a magical family. After this, Tom began to resort to his old methods of intimidation and even violence to gain the loyalty of the other Slytherins. Tom was also noted for his charisma and intelligence, which earned him admirers from students and faculty alike. Once Tom learned of his connection to the Gaunt family, who had always claimed descendancy from Salazar Slytherin, his popularity inside Slytherin House was assured. After some time, Tom, who despised his birth name, decided to create a new alias for himself. By rearranging the letters in his name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, he came up with the phrase, "I am Lord Voldemort." This is a trick known in the non-magical world as an anagram and is often used in coded messages. In 1942-43, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was terrified by a series of strange attacks on students, leaving them petrified, that ended only after the death of a young girl, Myrtle Morgan, whose ghost is still known to haunt the girls' bathroom in which the legendary Chamber of Secrets was discovered. Tom Riddle, a fifth-year prefect at the time, was reported to have caught the one behind the attacks. The person in question, Rubeus Hagrid, a third-year Gryffindor, was found to be in possession of an acromantula and was expelled without so much as a hearing. While young Mr. Hagrid's actions in owning a class-dangerous creature were extremely risky, evidence shows that said acromantula never actually harmed anyone in the school. Mr. Hagrid informed us that he had made a deal with the creature, whom he named Aragog, that it would not attempt to hurt any student or faculty member. Mr. Hagrid was expelled and Mr. Riddle received an award for services to the school. The truth of the matter is that Tom Riddle discovered the Chamber of Secrets and, through his use of Parseltongue, was able to order the basilisk in the chamber to attack Muggle-born students. How do we know this to be fact? The story picks up about 50 years later. The year is 1992, the night of October 31st. 3 students are returning to their dormitory after attending a Death Day party for their house ghost, when, suddenly, one of them hears something, a strange voice moving along the corridors. The other 2 can't hear it, but follow their friend. When the voice eventually fades, they discover a horrible sight. On the wall in front of them, in what appears to be blood, is the message, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, enemies of the heir, beware." Besides the massage is the petrified form of the caretaker's cat. Soon the corridor fills with students, all of them aghast at what they see. As the 3 students were the first on the scene, everyone began to point a finger of blame at them without even asking for their side of the story. The caretaker, who became immensely distraught by the attack upon his pet, immediately began to threaten the 3 students who just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. However, the problem was soon sorted out as they had a clear alibi in the form of the ghosts who attended the Death Day party. Over time, the attacks escalated as students began to be petrified, a first-year Gryffindor, a second-year Hufflepuff and the Gryffindor ghost, and finally a second-year Gryffindor, one of the 3 students who had been found at the scene of the first attack, and a fifth-year Ravenclaw prefect. In an attempt to be seen doing something, the ministry ordered for the arrest of Rubeus Hagrid, the school gamekeeper, as he was implicated in the original attacks. He was sent to Azkaban without trial, much like what happened to Sirius Black. Upon being questioned, Minister Cornelius Fudge admitted that while he did order Mr. Hagrid's arrest, he had been reluctant to do so, and it had only been at the insistence of his senior undersecretary, the late Dolores Jane Umbridge, that there was no question of Mr. Hagrid's guilt. The minister wishes to express his sincerest apologies to Mr. Hagrid and to assure us that he took great pleasure in ordering the release once new evidence proved him to be innocent. Shortly after the arrest of Mr. Hagrid, another student was attacked. However, this time it was different. A Gryffindor first year, who expressed her wish to remain anonymous, was abducted into the Chamber of Secrets. As I am sure my readers remember, Lord Harry James Potter was credited for the slaying of a basilisk, the profits from which he distributed amongst the victims. Lord Potter, who was friends at the time with the latest victim's brother, was able to deduce to the location of the Chamber of Secrets, and, thanks to the help of his good friend, Hermione Jean Granger, one of Hogwarts' brightest students and one of the victims of the attacks, was able to identify the creature that had been attacking the Muggle-borns. Lord Potter decided to inform the then Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, one Gilderoy Lockhart, of his discoveries. Mr. Lockhart's reputation as a fighter against dark forces was likely the deciding factor, as the man had proven himself to be rather incompetent as a teacher. Lord Potter, accompanied by the victim's brother, arrived at Professor Lockhart's quarters only to discover him in the process of packing his things, clearly about to take his leave of the school. Lord Potter was outraged that a man who claimed to be so powerful was abandoning a school full of students who needed every adult they could find to protect them. What was uncovered there was that Mr. Lockhart had, in actuality, stolen the stories of various witches and wizards, wiped their memories, and then made a fortune off of claiming the stories as his own achievements. Mr. Lockhart then attempted to wipe Lord Potter's memory, only to be disarmed and made to accompany the two boys to where the Chamber of Secrets was. Once the three had entered the passageway in the girls' lavatory, Mr. Lockhart again made an attempt to wipe the students' memories after stealing the wand of Lord Potter's associate. By sheer luck, the wand happened to have been badly damaged earlier that year, resulting in the memory charm rebounding upon its caster. Unfortunately, it also caused a cave-in that separated Lord Potter from the other two, forcing him to go forward on his own. What occurred inside the Chamber of Secrets was a confrontation with a memory of Tom Marvolo Riddle that came out of a diary. Apparently, the diary had been beeping the life force out of the student who had been abducted, in addition to possessing her all year and forcing her to attack students with the basilisk. The memory of Tom Riddle identified itself as Lord Voldemort and admitted to being responsible for the original attacks when he was at school, as well as framing Mr. Hagrid. The memory then summoned the basilisk and attempted to have it kill Lord Potter, who at the time had no idea that he himself could control the basilisk, as he was the true heir of the Slytherin line. Lord Potter would likely have met death, had it not been for the arrival of a phoenix by the name of Fawkes, who has resided in Hogwarts for centuries, who had brought along the school sorting hat. Fawkes blinded that basilisk, preventing its deadly gaze from killing Lord Potter, and the sorting hat produced the legendary Sword of Gryffindor, which Lord Potter used to slay the basilisk. Lord Potter came very near to death as one of the basilisk's fangs pierced his arm. Fortunately, Fawkes the Phoenix cried onto the wound, as phoenix tears contain healing properties. When the memory made another attempt to kill him, Lord Potter used the basilisk fang that had injured him to destroy the diary that the memory had resided in, thus destroying the memory. The student then awoke from her death-like state and was promptly returned to her family. She informed her parents that she had found the diary amongst her school supplies and that she had been writing in it all year and it had been writing back. What was our esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore's response to this? Sending the girl off to the hospital wing after recommending nothing more than bed rest and awarding points to Gryffindor. No inquiry was made, the girl did not receive any counseling or even a visit from a mind healer, and the whole thing was just swept under the rug. Even though Albus Dumbledore had been suspended by the Board of Governors, who have since been disbanded for incompetence, he was supposed to be responsible for the students when he returned, yet he made no such efforts to see that the girl was properly cared for after her year-long experience of being possessed by a dark artifact. He did not even bother to inform the families of those who had been petrified of what had happened to their students. Albus Dumbledore did not even see fit to inform the general public of Voldemort's heritage and identity, something that could have influenced people away from joining the Death Eaters. After this research and overwhelming evidence, it is clear that Lord Voldemort is not the pure blood that his followers believed him to be. He was, in reality, a half-blood named Tom Riddle who was driven to exact a genocide against the people he believed were responsible for everything that had gone wrong in his life, Muggles. The knowledge that his Muggle father had rejected him before he was even born, combined with his treatment at the orphanage and in his schoolhouse, influenced him to pursue power and to wipe out thousands of innocent lives. For details about the Hogwarts attacks of the 40s, see page 13. For information about Lord Potter, see page 24. For an account of Albus Dumbledore's misuse of power, see page 6. Harry looked around the room to see people's reactions. Dumbledore looked furious. Harry supposed it was because the old bugger liked to keep information like this a secret, and possibly also because of how bad the article made him look. Draco Malfoy and a number of Slytherins looked like they were going to be ill. Many of them had thought of joining Voldemort when he returned, but the realization that their master was nothing more than a half-blood repulsed them. The Muggle-borns and half-bloods were all looking rather smug, though a few appeared outraged by Voldemort's hypocrisy. "Potter!" came a shout. Harry turned and saw that it was none other than Ron Weasley. Ron was fuming and his face was bright red. Harry half expected steam to start spouting from his ears. "I know you're responsible for this. How dare you take all the credit for defeating that basilisk? I went down there and helped you. Where's my reward?" "Weasley," Harry replied in a calm but firm voice that reverberated around the room, "in case you've forgotten, all you did was follow me down there and nearly get us killed because you lost your wand to Lockhart. If anything, you were a hindrance. You have no right to speak to me like this in my school and I am well within my rights to have you thrown out. Either sit down and leave me alone, or you will face severe consequences." Ron seemed to get, if possible, even angrier. However, he wasn't so entirely stupid that he couldn't recognize the danger of attempting to draw his wand on Harry. So, with a furious glare, Ron took a seat much farther along the table and began to pile his plate with breakfast. "Mr. Weasley," came the calm voice of Professor Babbling, "detention for your unprovoked verbal assault on Lord Potter. I would have acted sooner, but Lord Potter had the situation under control." She then turned to Harry. "Congratulations for keeping calm in the face of adversity, Lord Potter." Ron continued to glare at Harry for the rest of breakfast. "So, Harry, Neville, where were you guys last night?" asked Dean Thomas. "Neither of you slept in Gryffindor Tower." "Yeah, and, Hermione, you weren't in the girls' dorms either," added Fay. "We've got separate accommodation," said Harry. He decided to keep quiet about the founders' quarters. "We didn't want to have to put up with Ron this year, so we got private chambers. Luna is also sharing a room with Hermione because a number of Ravenclaws have been picking on her." "They have," said Dean. "Well, we'll have to deal with that." "It's all right," said Luna. She then turned to Fay. "Thank you again for your help last year, Fay." "I told you, Luna, it's no problem," Fay replied. "What happened?" asked Dean. "I saw Chong and Edgecombe pushing Luna around and knocking her things out of her hands. They said they were teaching her that she wasn't wanted. So I taught them a lesson they won't soon forget." "What did you do?" asked Neville. After Fay recounted what happened, everyone burst out laughing. "Brilliant, Fay," Harry complimented her. "It's great to know there are people in this school willing to stand up to bullies." Fay blushed a bit under his praise. Meanwhile, over at the Slytherin table, several students were reading over the article. "I bloody knew it," exclaimed one Theodore Knott, who then burst out laughing. "Mum told me that she thought the Dark Lord was a half-blood, but Father didn't listen." Blaise Zabini was shaking his head in amusement. He was so glad that his mother had listened to her instincts and not joined the Death Eaters. If she had, then she would have gotten a heart attack when she read this. Even though he, personally, didn't subscribe to pure blood doctrine, Blaise knew that his mother did to a certain degree. Blaise couldn't help but find it entertaining how stupid all the pure blood supremacists must be feeling right about now. Daphne and Tracy were giggling at the look on Pansy Parkinson's face. The girl seemed about ready to faint. Both were also in awe of just how much Harry had done to protect the school. They knew that competition would certainly be tough in getting his attention. It was definitely a good thing that Harry knew they had already liked him before and would realize that they were not simply gold diggers or fame leeches. Even Millicent Bulstrode couldn't help but laugh. She had two uncles and a cousin who had joined the Death Eaters, but her father hadn't, as he had married a Muggle-born and did not subscribe to Death Eater beliefs. Albus Dumbledore was not having a good time. He had hoped that if he ignored the problem long enough that it would go away. The fact was that it had only gotten worse. Harry was becoming out of control, implementing all these changes without even informing him. When he had complained to the rest of the staff, they had all just glared at him and implied that his status as headmaster would soon be coming to an end and that he was, for the time being, little more than a figurehead, and an annoying one at that. Albus scowled as he beeped on another lemo. Drop. What did he have to do to get Harry under his influence again? The boy had a destiny to fulfill. A destiny of being killed by Voldemort so that he, Albus Dumbledore, could once again step up as the hero of the wizarding world. Harry being the heir of all four founders as well as the Peverell line meant there was much more to gain from controlling him. Albus was also worried about how close Harry was getting with the young ladies of Hogwarts, especially Miss Granger. Harry needed to marry Miss Weasley so that he could gain access to Harry's wealth and holdings, Miss Weasley was naive and easily manipulated, not to mention adamantly in favor of the light side. Harry's falling out with Ronald was also a serious problem. Really, Harry needed to learn how to forgive and forget. Albus needed young Mr. Weasley so that he could more effectively spy on Harry. Then of course there was that Quibbler article about Tom Riddle. Not only did it reveal information that Dumbledore had hoped to keep secret, it also made him look like the bad guy, certainly not an image that would be beneficial to him. Things really weren't looking up for Albus Dumbledore. The only thing that could make his situation worse would be if the Longbottoms returned to their old selves. Frank and Alice had learned a few things that Dumbledore needed to keep quiet. That was why he had arranged for their secret keeper to have a little run-in with the Lestranges. It was sad that a young boy was denied the chance to grow up with his parents and that those same parents were robbed of 13 years of their lives, but it was all for the greater good. The week seemed to take off quietly. Everyone went to their classes, spent time in clubs and activities, and went down to Hogsmeade, which had recently had several new stores added, and it seemed as though more was going to be built, including an ice skating rink which would become very popular once winter came around. The only thing that really got to Harry was the numerous attempts of the female students to get his attention. He had thought it was bad in the other timeline when only a few raving fangirls tried to get into his pants, however, that had nothing on what was happening now. Harry had to check and double-check his food and drink at meals, he had to travel under his invisibility cloak on his way back to the Founders' quarters so he wouldn't be followed, and he had to dodge girls who tried to tackle him when he was on his own. Mr. Preston had to assign detentions when a group of fifth-year girls had tried to abscond with some vials of amortentia that he had brewed for a demonstration in class, which he had promptly thrown out. Luckily, several of his friends acted as bodyguards. Oddly enough, it was Susan Bones who came up with the protection system. Susan had accosted Harry as he was coming in from his morning jog and showed him a list of people who were willing to ensure his security at scheduled times, as well as a list of female students she was positive weren't intending to jump him or potion him. Susan had proven herself a true friend when she had tackled a sixth-year girl that had cornered Harry with the intention of seducing him. Susan had gotten fairly scratched up by the older girl and had to see Madame Pomfrey to get the injuries taken care of. Needless to say, Susan soon became a close member of Harry's circle of friends. Neville had dropped divination, as had a number of people, much to Trelawney's chagrin, and chosen some new courses. Neville had decided to take the new drawing class, and it turned out he was actually quite a gifted artist. He produced some excellent sketches of plants, some of which were so accurate that they would later be used in notable herbology textbooks. The new courses turned out to be extremely popular. Many of the Muggle-born and half-blood students had wanted to take some of the courses before they came to Hogwarts, and they finally had their chance. A number of the pure-bloods took the courses out of curiosity and ended up loving them. When the rumor began to circulate that there would be a Yule Ball around Christmas time, which had nothing to do with Harry at all, nod nod, wink wink, nudge nudge, the new dance club became wildly popular. There was also a rising interest in some of the other new clubs, especially sports. Muggle-borns and half-bloods took it upon themselves to show their pure-blood friends how much fun things like football, tennis, cricket, badminton, and rugby could be. Only the staunchest of pure-blood activists had any sort of issue with these changes, but none of them dared to voice their opinions too loudly, as Harry Potter owned the school and could have them expelled if they made any false steps, something that would be socially unacceptable. Even a few pure-bloods who had been opposed to the changes at first started to change their ways. Crabbe and Goyle, who had always done whatever Malfoy had told them to do, ended up joining the rugby team and found themselves to be naturals at sports that involved brute strength. Adrian Pusey, one of the Slytherin team chasers and the only one in the house to have actually adhered to the rules of Quidditch, discovered he really enjoyed football, and through his involvement in the school club became friends with Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan. After a few weeks, Sirius had been invited to come to Hogwarts in order to help McGonagall in the Transfiguration department. He had gotten permission from the Ministry of Magic, after his success with Harry and his friends, to supervise a class on becoming an Animagus under the condition that everyone who took it would register once they achieved the transformation. Sirius gladly accepted the opportunity, as it meant he would get to see his godson regularly, to say the least of his girlfriend Bathsheba and his good friend Remus. And while that's going on, here is an update on the happenings of the Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy was currently sitting in a restaurant that was frequented by people of his ilk. He was still smarting from the injuries he'd sustained from Sirius RV. His purpose. There was a note from one of his old comrades, Yaxley. In the background, a man dressed in Italian clothing and who had a large handlebar mustache was playing a violin very off-key. Lucius. Ah, Yaxley, my old friend, do take a seat. Yaxley looked around and yanked a chair out from underneath another patron and sat down beside Lucius. What can I do for you, Yaxley? We are in a serious predicament, Lucius, Yaxley said in an undertone. I've just had contact with Barty Crouch Jr. Apparently he's been alive all this time. He wants full support for a mission to resurrect the Dark Lord. He what? Lucius said loudly. The music being played by the mustachioed man was so loud he hadn't heard. He wants full support for a mission to resurrect the Dark Lord. Every Death Eater. The man with the mustache came up to their table and was still playing his violin off-key. Yaxley glanced at the man and then back to Lucius. It's all right, said Lucius. Don't worry about Giuseppe. He's English, really. I see, said Yaxley. Well, apparently the whole structure of your anniversary, signore? Giuseppe asked Lucius. No, Giuseppe, not now, said Lucius. Giuseppe suddenly stopped playing. You mean, Z's isn't Z lady? No. Giuseppe then turned to Yaxley. Oh, signora, my mistake. Fine, said Yaxley. I play for you, my mistake. Ah. Giuseppe then began to sing very loudly while resuming his violin playing. My mistake. I have made my mistake. What a dreadful mistake. Is this mistake that I made? My mistake. Ah, Giuseppe, do you mind playing over there? Said Lucius, pointing to another corner of the room. Oh, very well, Signore Malfoy, but I play only for you and your beautiful companion. Giuseppe then wandered off to the other side of the room and resumed his very loud and very obnoxious singing. As I was saying, said Yaxley, Barty says that he's found the spirit of the Dark Lord and plans to bring him back to his full power once again. However, he demands that we capture Harry Potter and bring him to the Dark Lord. Barty says that if we don't then he will. What? Once again, Lucius was having trouble hearing over the sound of Giuseppe. Barty says that if we don't, he will. If he doesn't know what? They'll level the entire London area to find Potter. We better get out of here. They won't attack here, Lucius. Are you sure? Sure. Oh, well, that's a relief. However, the Dark Lord will remember who didn't make an effort to help him regain his power and the consequences will be dire. Your suspenders are on fire. The consequences will be dire. What? Eventually, they came to their senses and had their conversation outside. Apparently, Voldemort wanted the word to get out to his Death Eaters that he would be returning by the end of the year and that his plan involved getting Potter entered into the Triwizard Tournament. Barty would rendezvous with them so that they could come up with an evil plan. Unfortunately for them, they had no idea that the Harry Potter they were dealing with was not the clueless, easily manipulated child of the last timeline. Several weeks had passed and the visiting schools would be arriving in 2 days. But that is of little concern for the story so far and will not have any significance for a number of paragraphs. Eureka! Harry exclaimed at breakfast, drawing the attention of a number of people. What is it, Harry? Asked Hermione. I found out what happened at the Quidditch match last year. You remember, I somehow performed a spell that saved my life. And what exactly happened? I was subconsciously accessing Potter family magic, he explained. According to the grimoire, if a Potter is in a dire situation then he or she is able to summon family magics to help. Even if that person hasn't read the grimoire, he or she will know the exact spell to use. How is that possible, Harry? It's all there in the grimoire. Apparently, there is a ritual that one of my ancestors used to bind those of Potter blood to the grimoire so they would always be able to access the knowledge when they truly needed it. That's incredible. May I see the grimoire? Sorry, Hermione, but only those connected to the Potter family through blood or marriage can read the grimoire. You are, of course, more than welcome to read any of the other books my family possesses. I know for a fact that there's an entire vault full of them at Gringotts because the knowledge was so important that my forebears couldn't keep it in the library at Potter Manor in case someone managed to get in. Hermione stopped registering what Harry was saying after he mentioned how many books he owned. The thought of all that knowledge just waiting to be read. Morning, everyone, said Luna cheerily, taking a seat beside Harry at Gryffindor table. Harry, you seem excited. Did you get visited by the undulated Scrumplies? No. Harry's just discovered that he subconsciously accessed his family magic last year during that Quidditch match, Hermione corrected. Oh, said Luna quizzically. I was certain that it was the red-winged hornswaggles that saved you that time. Oh well, I can't be right all the time. Hermione, please close your mouth. Gaping like a halibut is quite unseemly. Luna, if you don't mind my asking, why do you think that pretty much everything that happens is caused by some sort of magical creature? Harry asked. Oh, it's because my family magic is linked to beast mastery. Our grimoire deals with magic associated with nature, particularly animals. There are only a handful of other families with the same affinity. She pointed to a boy at the Hufflepuff table. Rolf Scamander's family is one of the more famous ones. His grandfather is the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. She then looked over at Ravenclaw and pointed to an Asian girl. Su Li's family is well known throughout her homeland of Korea and in most of China. So, where exactly does all this magical affinity come from? Asked Hermione, who was finding this all to be fascinating. Mainly from family tradition. Most magical families have stayed in the same line of business for centuries, parents passing on knowledge to their children who would use it to continue doing the same work. For example, Harry's family is descended from a Roman merchant, therefore he has a magical connection to business. His family was also heavily involved in both politics and Quidditch, meaning he has affinity for those, too. But, by that logic, since practically every magical family is related to each other, wouldn't everyone have the same magic? Hermione countered. I was hoping you'd ask that. You see, from what I've learned in my biology class about genetics, I was able to determine that sometimes the magical affinity skips several generations in different bloodlines, mostly due to the inbreeding. The families that have the strongest magical affinity are the ones that marry with new blood, or the descendants of squibs who have long since lost the faulty genetics. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. It was at that moment that they were joined by Fay. Morning, she greeted. Another example, Luna said cheerily, indicating towards Fay. Beg your pardon. Fay, what is your family's magical affinity? Well, Mum always said that our family magic mainly dealt with social magnetism. Our family was once one of the most prestigious and was famous for its socialites. Course, Mum didn't get access to the grimoire because she married Dad and, well, Fay turned slightly pink. What was your mum's family name? Harry asked delicately. Fay looked rather uncomfortable. They're a historically grey family, but they did have some dark tendencies since many of them misused the family magic. It's suspected that the family even developed something similar to an Imperius, but it wasn't powerful enough to be made illegal. The Gamp family, well, they were a rather interesting bunch. Gamp? Asked Hermione. Not like Sarah Gamp, the witch who discovered the laws of elemental transfiguration. Yeah, Fay admitted. She was my great-great-great, or something, grandmother. Mum told me that no one in her immediate family was as talented, though. Exactly the point I was trying to prove, Luna announced. See, I told you that the affinity sometimes skips a couple generations. Now, who wants kippers with their toast? Shaken by the sudden change of topic, the three others didn't notice Neville arrive until he asked why they all looked frozen in their seats. Oh, sorry, Neville, we were talking about pure blood family magic, Harry said. Oh, that's neat. The Longbottom family has a history of skilled potions brewers. Neville gave a sarcastic laugh. Guess I missed out on that, What about your mum's family, Neville? Mum was a Folly. I suppose I'd take more after her, seeing as the Follies are known for their natural talent with plants. As I said, magical affinity can sometimes skip a generation, but it allows for other skills to show themselves, said Luna. This could definitely be something to do further research into, Luna, Hermione added. I'm sure lots of people will be interested in this. Shall we make arrangements to meet in the library later? I think we shall. The two girls grinned and laughed. Yeah, you two do that while I'm off at Quidditch Club, Fay spoke up before turning to Harry. Thanks again for starting that up, Harry. I've wanted to be on a Quidditch team for ages. No problem, Fay. Oh, Harry, Neville said, the board is meeting tonight to go over some of the newest marketing plans we've come up with. Excellent, Neville. The board which Neville had arranged had convened twice since the beginning of the school year. On the board, there were 14 individuals from each house, a boy and a girl from each year unless you counted Harry, Neville, Hermione, and Luna. In order to keep the meetings discreet and to ensure there was enough room for everyone, the board room was situated in the room of requirement and everyone signed a confidentiality agreement drawn up by Hermione. Quiet, quiet, everyone, Neville declared as he banged a gavel on the table. I love being able to do that, he muttered to himself as the room quieted down. Now that I have your attention, I call to order the third meeting of Splunge Enterprise. Are there any questions before we begin? I've got one, said Justin Finch Fletchley. It's been on my mind since the first meeting. Why did you all name it Splunge Enterprise? Actually, it was Luna's idea, Harry answered, looking at the young bee. Owned. The word means that something is a good idea but possibly not, and I'm not being indecisive, Luna added casually. Good, now we're getting somewhere, declared Blaise Zabini with an approving nod. Anyway, gentlemen and ladies, Neville continued, we've got several devices that our people were able to come up with. One is a device that our American contact has rigged up with the help of the Japanese technomancers that Lord Potter has recruited. What is it called again, Hermione? It's a cellular phone, she replied. They haven't really become popular in the Muggle world yet, but our friends have made a number of improvements to them and made it so that they can bypass the Hogwarts wards that disable electronic devices. What do you mean the wards disable electronic devices? Asked Hannah Abbott. I thought it was the fact that large amounts of magic short-circuit electronic devices. I am afraid that is a misconception perpetuated by the close-minded, die-hard traditionalists, Harry answered. I mean, how much magical activity goes on in places like Diagon Alley or St. Mungo's? Well, quite a bit I'd imagine. And with all that magical activity, why haven't the Muggle buildings around them been affected if it really was magic's inability to work alongside technology? Everyone except the 4 leaders exchanged looks of shocked realization. The allegation that magic and technology are incompatible is a ploy to keep our world from advancing into the 20th century, Harry explained. After all, why do we still use parchment and quills when paper and pens, or even pencils, are so much more practical? It's time our society advances, and we are just the people to make that happen. The Triwizard Tournament is also an excellent opportunity for us, Hermione added. Meeting with representatives from other schools will allow us to make important connections and gain us potential clients and/or business partners in other countries. Therefore, it is imperative that the right impressions are made and that our guests are treated respectfully. Which, unfortunately, means no hijinks, Harry said sadly. Pity, though, I had this great idea for a prank in which he trailed off at the warning gaze Hermione was giving him. Finally, October 30th arrived and with it came the approach of the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. In order to make sure nothing bad happened, Harry sent a request to Amelia Bones to have several Aurors on duty at the school, something which the head of the DMLE was more than happy to do. Tonks, Kingsley, Jones, and, oddly enough, Sirius, who had taken up his old job as an Auror, had been assigned to duty at Hogwarts. Mad-Eye Moody had even offered to temporarily come out of retirement in order to provide assistance. This, however, led to a slight incident in which the new Hogwarts wards, specially commissioned by Harry, had detected that Moody was, in actuality, Barty Crouch Jr. who had polyjuiced himself to impersonate the retired Auror. The incident made its way into the latest article of the Quibbler and ensured the conviction of Barty Crouch Sr. for his involvement in his son's escape from Azkaban. Father and son ended up in neighboring cells at the infamous prison and would not have any further involvement in the tournament. The real Mad-Eye Moody was, naturally, quite put out at being held captive by Death Eater scum. And actually did offer to help the other Aurors keep watch at the school on the off chance that he could get some vengeance should any more Death Eaters make the mistake of showing up. It was this incident that prompted Harry to remember that Karkaroff was also a Death Eater and would be arriving at Hogwarts with no knowledge of what the new wards were going to do to him. Oh well, thought Harry. That's his problem, not mine. Anyway, many of the teachers were fussing at the Hogwarts students, telling them to straighten up or flatten their hair. Harry was tempted to make his hair some vibrant and outlandish color just to annoy them, but decided to behave for the sake of the plan to make a good impression with the visitors. For some reason, babbling was least affected by the mad desire to impress the guests. She just kept encouraging the students to be respectful but still act like themselves. "Oh look," Harry said casually, pointing up to a point in the sky, "seems the Beauxbatons have arrived." Sure enough, there was the carriage pulled by a dozen, giant, winged horses soaring into view, landing sharply on the lawn. From the powder blue carriage emerged the familiar, to Harry at least, figure of Madame Maxime, shortly followed by the young witches and wizards of Beauxbatons. The assembled Hogwarts students broke into polite applause as the Beauxbatons delegation approached. Soon enough, something else appeared on the horizon. Something was gliding across the surface of the Black Lake. Suddenly, it rose to reveal a giant ship which anchored along the bank of the lake before letting down a gangplank so that the young men and women of Durmstrang could approach the entryway to Hogwarts. As Headmaster Karkaroff drew closer in order to greet Dumbledore, he stopped short and dropped to the ground in a sudden fit as soon as he had crossed through the border of the central wards. Whatever anyone was expecting, it certainly wasn't the headmaster of Durmstrang bursting into mad laughter and raving about something to do with penguins being intrinsically smarter than human beings. What was expected, at least by the majority of the Hogwarts students, was that every eye turned to a very sheepish Harry. Sorry about that, folks," he said apologetically. "Seems Headmaster Karkaroff was not informed of our school's anti-Death Eater wards." This caused much nervous muttering. Hogwarts had already tested its new wards recently, what with the Crouch incident, and now another Death Eater had shown up on the castle's doorstep. Harry decided now would be a good time to put old Dumbles on the spot again. "Headmaster Dumbledore, were you aware that our visiting dignitary is a marked Death Eater?" I say, Dumbledore," Ludo Bagman, the representative from the Ministry, interjected, "this is absolutely disgraceful. What are we going to do about one of our judges being both incapacitated and a Death Eater? Ask Lord Potter, it's his wards that caused this." "Well, Lord Potter." Harry pretended to look at the still crazed Durmstrang headmaster with a scrutinizing gaze. "Probably best to give him some morphine or something like that," Harry concluded. "What?" both men exclaimed. "Well, do either of you want to be charged with assaulting the headmaster of Durmstrang? Because if you don't want to keep him sedated, the only other option would be for one of you to stun him. That or I could have him arrested for being a Death Eater on land where Death Eaters are prohibited." "Now, Harry, I don't think you need to do that," Dumbledore tried to say. "Firstly, it's Lord Potter. And second, I am well within my rights to have him arrested. I just didn't want to run the risk of embarrassing our guests from the north." Harry sent a polite nod towards the Durmstrang students, who were still watching in barely contained amusement as their headmaster now began singing about his secret desire to be a lumberjack. Oddly enough, Victor Crumb seemed to be the one most amused by the strange turn of events. Dumbledore gave an annoyed sigh. This was not looking up to being a good year for him. Once everyone had settled in the Great Hall after Karkaroff was sent to the hospital section of the Durmstrang ship, the opening addresses were made. Dumbledore had intended to give the welcome to the guests, however, Harry overruled this under his rights as Lord of Hogwarts. Therefore, it was Harry who stepped up to the podium. All the room quieted. "Who is that?" one Beauxbatons girl asked a Ravenclaw students. "That's Lord Harry Potter," the girl answered. "He owns the school." "Shish, he's about to speak." "Welcome, honored guests," Harry said in a warm but authoritative voice. "It is our privilege and great pleasure to have you here with us for the Triwizard Tournament. As the owner of this castle and its grounds, I invite you to make yourselves at home. I hope this will be the start of long-lasting friendships and peaceful cooperation. I also encourage you to feel free to attend any of our classes, clubs, and extracurriculars, both magical and non-magical." This elicited some whispering from the visitors. Hogwarts offered non-magical courses. "You are also welcome to visit the local village of Hogsmeade, which offers many things to entertain. Oh, that reminds me, I also wish to announce the opening of the new skating rink this weekend. Anyway, I would also like to introduce our representatives from the Ministry for Magic. Ludovic Bagman, head of the Department for Magical Games and Sports." Bagman stood and bowed to the applause. "And Mrs. G. Crump, the Honorable Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, who has very graciously agreed to take time from her duties to serve as one of the judges for the Triwizard." The elderly woman stood and curtsied to her own wave of applause. And a final round of applause, please, for the Aurors who have kindly offered their services to ensure our safety. Aurors Tonks, Shacklebolt, Jones, and Black, and retired senior Auror Alistair Moody. This group received the loudest cheering yet, as the students had gotten accustomed to the Aurors, especially Sirius. Well, I believe I've held up dinner long enough. Harry clapped his hands 3 times and the magnificent feast appeared. Harry stepped down from the podium and joined his friends at Gryffindor table, unaware that a number of eyes were on him. Great speech, Harry, Dean said. Yeah, a little schmaltzy, but you still had them practically eating out of your hands, Neville added. Excuse me, came a soft, feminine voice behind them. Avenue you finished with Z Bouillabaisse. It was Fleur Delacour, just as Harry remembered her with her silvery blonde hair and her deep blue eyes. For some reason, Harry thought she looked haughtier than when he last saw her. Certainly, mademoiselle, Harry said, pushing the dish towards her. Merci beaucoup. Still being a charmer, Harry, Hermione said dryly as Fleur departed. It's only proper for me to be polite, Harry replied with a shrug. After all, she is technically one of my guests. Hey, Neville, what do you think of Neville? But Neville was staring after Fleur with a dazed expression on his face. Harry sighed and gave his friend a light slap on the cheek. Huh, what? Neville said, coming out of his trace. What happened? Vila allure, Harry answered simply. Don't be ridiculous, Harry, Hermione said with an irritated glance at Fleur, who was currently eyeing Harry with undisguised interest. I'm not. That girl is part Vila. How else do you explain what happened to Neville? Then why aren't you drooling after her? Harry shrugged and kept smiling naively at his best friend. Omake, in the original work, Lucius got arrested but I forgot I had made that happen. This is how I explained it away. While the kids at Hogwarts were preparing for the karaoke night, a group of Death Eaters were meeting up. Welcome, my friends, said Lucius Malfoy, it has been a long time since we were last gathered together like this. Hold on a second, said Amicus Caro. Lucius, how on earth are you even here? What do you mean? Well, the last I heard, you were arrested after you got caught at the attack on the World Cup. Come to think of it, didn't Sirius Black run you over with a Muggle vehicle? So, shouldn't you at least be in intensive care at St. Mungo's? Come to think of it, shouldn't half the people in this room be in Azkaban by now? After all, the Aurors caught a good number of us. So, what exactly happened? And if anyone dares to say the word, plot hole, then I swear to Merlin that I will crucio you so bad it will make the Longbottoms seem like perfectly fit and mentally sound members of society. Everyone exchanged looks. You know, Amicus, I've been wondering that myself, said Yaxley. Lucius, how did you get out of going to Azkaban this time? Now that is a very interesting and exciting story, said Lucius smugly. You see, what happened was, we interrupt this passage to annoy you and make things generally irritating. With a large piece of wet paper, said Lucius. Turn the paper over, keeping your eye on the camel, and paste down the edge of the sailor's uniform until the name, modeling, is almost totally obscured. And that is how I evaded arrest. Omake, how Fred and George respond to their grandmother's portrait arriving at the burrow. Fred and George were sitting in front of a portrait of their late grandmother. They had always liked their gran and had been very sad when she died. She had actually been the one to teach them how to unlock doors using hairpins, a trick, she told them, that had enabled her to escape from her room where she was being held prisoner by her family in their attempt to prevent her from eloping with Septimus Weasley. Cinderella's portrait had decided it was time for the twins to get the special talk reserved for all her prank-loving descendants. You see, boys, she said. There are many people in the world today who, through no fault of their own, are sane. Some of them were born sane, some of them became sane later in their lives. It is up to people like you and me, who are out of our tiny little minds, to try and help these people overcome their sanity. You can start in small ways, such as with ping-pong ball eyes and a funny voice. Then you can paint half of your body red and the other half green. And then you can jump up and down in a bucket of treacle going, squawk, squick, squawk, squirk. And then you can go, nog, nog, nog. And then you can roll around on the floor going, pating, pating. Pating, pating. Both Fred and George had maniacal grins. Remember this lesson well, my boys, she concluded. It is part of family obligation to fight against sanity. Make me proud, lads. Dumbledore was in a predicament. He had been hoping that a disguised Death Eater would enter the castle on the pretext of entering Harry Potter in the Triwizard. This would help drive a wedge between Harry and the other students who would undoubtedly think Harry cheated and therefore isolate the boy from his supporters. Dumbledore was also certain that this would be the time for Voldemort to rise again, meaning that the old headmaster's plans could proceed. Now, however, it looked like he'd have to take matters into his own hands. "Ah, Ronald, thank you for meeting with me," said Dumbledore. "Certainly, sir," said Ron. "What did you want to talk about?" "I need you to help me with a very important mission." Ron puffed out his chest arrogantly. "Of course, Headmaster. I need you to put this into the Goblet of Fire." Dumbledore handed Ron a slip of parchment that contained Harry Potter's name and was specially charmed with a confundus that would trick the goblet into making the person named on it the fourth champion. "Yes, sir, but how will I get past the age line?" "I have timed the age line to deactivate from midnight until 1 o'clock in the morning. That should give you plenty of time to sneak down there and complete the assignment." "Yes, sir. Oh, and here is a permission form to be out of bed in case you run into any teachers." "Thank you, sir." Ron walked back to Gryffindor Tower with a smug look on his face. The great Albus Dumbledore had chosen him, Ronald Weasley, for an important mission. What Ron didn't realize was that there was a fiercely protective house elf by the name of Dobby who was watching his every move and who had magically changed the name on the parchment. Meanwhile, at an old manor house in Little Hangleton, a very evil man, was currently seething. Nothing seemed to be going his way lately. His spy had been outed before even entering the castle and now he had no way of ensuring that Potter would be in the graveyard. Voldemort hadn't even been allowed the satisfaction of killing the old Muggle caretaker who lived on the property as the old man had mysteriously won an all-expenses-paid vacation to the Caribbean and wouldn't be back for the remainder of the year. Yes, things certainly weren't looking up for Voldemort. Then, a thought occurred to the Dark Wanker, Dark Lord. "Lucius," he called out. "Yes, my lord," the nervous owned man replied. "Didn't you say that you have a son at Hogwarts?" "Yes, my lord. My son Draco." "Ah, yes, Dorco, that's it." "Draco, my lord," Lucius corrected. "Don't correct me. Now, I want you to send a message to Dorco that he is to enter Potter's name in the Triwizard Tournament and finish the job that Barty failed." "Yes, my lord." Lucius hurried away to send a letter to his son. With it, he enclosed a piece of parchment that was specially confunded to trick the Goblet of Fire. He also instructed Draco to use the levitation charm to drop the parchment into the goblet in order to circumvent the age line. What Lucius and Draco didn't realize is that nothing escapes the attention of a fanatical house elf by the name of Dobby. Everyone met for dinner the following evening with great anticipation. It was almost time for the champion selection. Karkaroff was still unable to access the castle and was currently brooding in his bedroom on the ship about the perceived slight. However, none of his students minded his absence in the least. Harry, meanwhile, was not the least bit worried over something happening. He had entrusted Dobby to make sure no one tried to slip his name into the goblet. He really should have been a bit more specific in his instructions, as he was soon to learn. Soon enough, the magnificent Halloween feast vanished from the tables and silence fell over the hall. "Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision," said Dumbledore. "I estimate that it requires one more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them please to come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber." He indicated the door behind the staff table, where they will be receiving their first instructions. Dumbledore gave a sweep of his wand. And all the lights, save for those in the jack-o'-lanterns, went out, lending an eerie quality to the room. "Show off," Harry muttered. The Goblet of Fire began to burn brighter before the flames turned suddenly red as a scrap of parchment flew into the air and was caught by Dumbledore. "The champion for Durmstrang," he declared, "will be Victor Krum." "No surprises there," yelled Ron as a storm of applause and cheering swept the hall. Harry saw Victor Krum rise from the Slytherin table and slouch up toward Dumbledore. He turned right, walked along the staff table, and disappeared through the door into the next chamber. As the cheering died down, the goblet again turned red as another piece of parchment shot out of it. "The champion for Beauxbatons," Dumbledore read, "is Fleur Delacour." "Oh look, They're all disappointed, Hermione said over the noise, nodding toward the remainder of the Beauxbatons party. Disappointed was a bit of an understatement, Harry thought. Two of the girls who had not been selected had dissolved into tears and were sobbing with their heads on their arms. Fleur also walked up to the headmaster before turning and heading off in the same direction as Victor. For the third time the goblet's flames turned red as the supposedly final champion was decided. The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory. Dumbledore called out as the Hogwarts students burst into applause. Cedric, too, made his way after the other champions. Excellent. Dumbledore called happily as at last the tumult died down. Well, we now have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count upon all of you, including the remaining students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster. By cheering your champion on, you will contribute in a very real. But Dumbledore suddenly stopped speaking, and it was apparent to everybody what had distracted him. The goblet of fire had turned red once again. Unnoticed by anyone, Dumbledore was smiling that his plan was evidently working. That smile, however, disappeared as 2 scraps of parchment flew out of the goblet and into his hand. Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock and horror as he read out the 2 names. Draco Malfoy and Ronald Weasley. The instant Harry and his friends got back to the Founders' quarters, they all burst out laughing. Ron and Draco had both reacted very differently when their names were called. Draco had blanched and looked very uneasy, while Ron had been absolutely ecstatic. The judges had all been outraged that something like this could happen, while Dumbledore had gotten very morose and hadn't said much to anyone. The overall decision was that Ron and Draco would have to compete as they had both been declared champions. I can't wait to see how they'll mess this up, Harry said gleefully. But, Harry, didn't you say that the tasks will be incredibly dangerous? Hermione inquired. Yes, and I won't lose a bit of sleep if something should happen to the red-haired garbage disposal or the albino ferret. Harry, I think your vendetta against Ron and Draco is making you overlook one important thing. What? We're supposed to be making a good impression with the other schools. How do you think this will look to them? She does have a point, Harry, Neville conceded. I wouldn't be too worried about it, said Luna. Why do you say that, Luna? Asked Harry. Because of the retaliation tactics. The rest of the school won't take kindly to Ronald and Draco after this and will be only too willing to make an example of them. What about the anti-bullying policy? You know full well that any form of bullying is to be punished, even if the victims are gits who deserve it. Luna just smiled brightly. Every rule has a loophole. While the new anti-bullying policy called for an end to discrimination, cruel and demeaning pranks as opposed to innocent, harmless ones, violence, and various other actions that could be deemed harmful to a person's mental and physical well-being, it did have a few concessions, one example being a situation of self-defense, defense of someone else, or the protection of personal or school property. Ronald and Draco had to learn that the hard way. Draco had gotten over his initial fear and had come under the impression that this was both a good thing for his reputation and his mission. He had attempted to rally his former supporters into wearing Weasley Stinks support Draco Malfoy badges. However, as much as the other Slytherins wished they could insult Weasley, there was no way they would support a ponce like Malfoy. Even those who still followed Voldemort wouldn't be caught dead rallying behind Malfoy. Malfoy, in his anger, had tried to order a group of first-year Slytherins to wear the badges and, when they refused, attempted to hex them. This was a huge mistake as one of the first students he attempted to hex was Amelia Greengrass, and it just so happened that Daphne entered the common room at precisely that moment. Draco ended up with many injuries and a week of detention. Ronald had started vying for attention the morning after he had been named a champion. He had strolled into the Great Hall, slapped several attractive girls on the backside, and jumped onto the Gryffindor table calling for people to praise him. The result of this was that his brothers both stunned him. It was for his own protection, Fred assured the teachers. If he kept talking, he would have been badly injured, and Ron now had several angry witches plotting his demise. Of course, fellow students were the least of Ron's and Draco's problems. It just so happened that, the day after, both boys received howlers from their respective mothers. Throughout breakfast, the Great Hall was filled with the mingled shouting of both Molly Weasley and Narcissa Malfoy, with either woman berating her son for his foolish decision to enter the Triwizard. Draco had never felt so thoroughly embarrassed in his entire life. while Ron merely turned an ugly shade of puce and shoveled down another helping of eggs and bacon. Harry had offered a sincere apology to the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, assuring them that this was wholly unexpected and that neither Ron nor Draco represented Hogwarts despite being students there. Surprisingly, the two other schools believed him, well, with the exception of Karkaroff. In fact, the visiting schools were very understanding as they both had students like Ron and Draco who had been left behind specifically to avoid causing embarrassment. The day of the weighing of the wands brought back many unpleasant memories for Harry, until he remembered that he wouldn't have to go through any of it, causing him to smile throughout the entirety of the day, something which worried his friends. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked as they reached potions class. "Never better, Hermione. Things in my life are certainly looking up. In case you've forgotten, I told you what it was like for me in the last timeline when I'd been named the 4th champion." "Oh, right. I guess I can understand why you'd be happy, then." "Oi, Potter," came a familiar voice. Harry turned around to see Draco Malfoy swagger up to him. "I guess I finally got one over on you, Potter." "Who's the champion this time?" "Cedric Diggory," Harry said bemusedly. "No. Well, yes, but I am as well. And I'll show that idiotic pretty boy who the real Hogwarts champion is. Malfoy, you and Weasley will never, I repeat, never be champion of Hogwarts. You may be in the Triwizard, but Cedric Diggory is the one representing the best that our school has to offer." Unbeknownst to Harry, a large contingent of Hufflepuffs happened to be passing at that precise moment and the news quickly spread. Malfoy, however, feeling empowered by his mission from Voldemort, chose that moment to forget the power that Harry had and attacked. Just like last time, Malfoy shot off a tooth-enlarging spell that hit Hermione, provoking Harry to attack with a nasty pimple hex that struck Malfoy cleanly on the nose. "What's going on out here?" demanded Mr. Preston, emerging from the potions classroom. Malfoy attacked Harry. Someone in the crowd shouted. "He got Hermione instead," Harry added, holding up his friend who was desperately trying to hide her rapidly growing teeth. "Please escort Miss Granger to the hospital wing, Mr. Preston instructed. "Potter attacked me as well, Professor," Malfoy retorted. "Look what he did to my face. You were asking for that by hexing a fellow student." Mr. Preston looked over Malfoy's face. "I'd tell you to go to the hospital yourself, but I recognize that hex. It can't be dispelled magically, so you'll just have to wait for the acne to go away on its own." Mr. Preston called out a younger student, who'd suddenly appeared on the scene. "It's time for the weighing of the wands. All the champions have to be present. What's so important that it must drag 2 students away from class?" "I'm not sure, sir. But Mr. Bagman said something about a reporter and photographs for the Daily Prophet." Mr. Preston and all the other students fought to suppress their grins. "Very well, then. Mr. Malfoy, you may go." Malfoy sulked as he followed the other student. Along the way, the two of them met up with Ron Weasley, who was following Colin Creevey for the same reason. The two fourth-year rivals glared at each other and began to boast about how either of them planned to outshine the other. Needless to say, Colin and the other student were relieved when they finally got to the classroom where the meeting was being held. Meanwhile, Harry was holding Hermione's hand as Madame Pomfrey shrunk her teeth. Harry smiled slightly as Hermione asked the nurse to keep shrinking them so that they weren't as large as they had been before Malfoy's hex. "You didn't have to do that," Harry said as they headed back to class. "Your teeth were just fine the way they were." "I know it's silly," said Hermione. "It's just that I used to get teased a lot when I was little because of how big my front teeth were. My parents always said I should get braces, but I feel like this was much easier." She hadn't stopped smiling since they'd left the hospital wing. "Well, I suppose it was worth it if you smile like that more often." His expression then became somber. "I think I need to have a word with Malfoy's mother about his behavior." Later, as they were all headed down to dinner, Harry found himself accosted by another person who ranked on his most hated list. Rita Skeeter had decided to make her unwelcome appearance. "Lord Potter, what a pleasure to finally meet you," she said with a hungry gleam in her eye. "You wouldn't mind giving a quick interview about the tournament, would you?" "Actually, I would mind," Harry replied evenly. "You see, I've signed an agreement with the Quibbler. If anyone other than that magazine publishes something involving me without my express permission, that person will be in for a very severe lawsuit. Skeeter did not look at all pleased, and Harry had a feeling that it wouldn't be the last he saw of her. But Harry wasn't too worried. After all, she couldn't write anything about him, and he knew about her being an illegal animagus. Narcissa. Malfoy was quite shocked to receive a letter from Harry Potter that evening, and thoroughly annoyed when she discovered just what her imbecilic son had both done and tried to do. Narcissa had never wanted to marry Lucius and hated every moment she spent married to him. The fact that he was always letting their son toss around the Malfoy name like it was an automatic pass to get whatever he wanted only angered her more. As much as Narcissa cared about her son, there was no denying that the boy was stupid, arrogant, headstrong, and not likely to amount to anything. Narcissa took a moment to ponder over what she wanted out of life, and her mind was instantly set as she pulled out 2 sheaves of parchment and began to write. The first letter was an apology to Harry over her son's behavior. The second, however, was one to her cousin. Dear Lord Black, as a daughter of the noble and most ancient house of Black, I humbly request your permission to seek a divorce against my husband and to be reinstated into the family as a Black. It was never my intention to marry Lucius Malfoy and is something I deeply regret. I bear no ill will towards you and yours, nor do I have any genuine devotion to the one who calls himself Voldemort. I feel that any further continuation of my being married to Lucius Malfoy would be of utmost disgrace to our family and to you. Yours sincerely, Narcissa Cassiopeia Malfoy née Black. The article in the Daily Prophet was only regarded with amusement because of how ridiculous Malfoy looked and how both his and Ron's image in the photograph kept fighting over who was closer to the front of the picture. For any genuine news on the Triwizard, people relied upon the Quibbler. Of course, Ron and Draco both had to share a section in the article that was only about a paragraph long, and the accompanying photograph involved the 2 joint champions pushing each other out of the way. In a surprising twist of fate, the section read, 2 other students were selected in addition to Hogwarts champion Cedric Diggory. These students are Slytherin 4th year, Draco Malfoy, son of the convicted Death Eater Lucius Malfoy, and Gryffindor 4th year, Ronald Obvious. It is unclear how both boys managed to trick the Goblet of Fire into making them champions, but we wish them the best of luck. It wasn't until after the paper was already printed and distributed that Rita realized she had accidentally given Ron the last name of her squib cousin in Neepsend, Sheffield by mistake. However, she brushed off the typo, deeming it unimportant, and returned to her primary task of getting even with Harry Potter for refusing to give her an interview. The Saturday before the first task had arrived, and it saw Harry and his friends all heading down to Hogsmeade. It was a chilly November morning and everyone was bundled up against the cold. Hogsmeade certainly looked different than it had just last year. There were a good deal more shops, and the addition of a park that had been spelled to produce flowers all year round was a welcome change. But it was the ice skating rink that attracted the most attention lately. I'm not sure about this, Harry, said an anxious Daphne. I've never been ice skating before. What a coincidence, he said. Neither have I. What? Before Daphne had time to protest, however, Harry had led her out onto the rink. The others all cheered as Harry and his lovely companion slowly began to glide across the ice. Luckily, the rink was warded with an anti-slipping spell, so that was definitely a plus. My turn next, Tracy called after them as they skated past. Sirius and Bathsheba were also out on the rink, but they were performing much more skillful moves than the students. Remus merely watched his friend in amusement while Nymphadora call me that and Tonks chatted amicably with him. When Remus asked why Tonks wasn't out on the rink herself, she pointed out that, even with the anti-tripping spell, she would probably still make a fool of herself, something which Remus adamantly refused to believe. It was a cheerful lot that made their way into the Three Broomsticks for Butterbeers, unaware that they were being followed by a certain reporter. Harry was having a great deal of fun that day, so he had unintentionally let his guard down as he sat amidst a large group of friends who were all crowded around several neighboring tables. He was suddenly drawn out of his reverie by the flash of a camera and the most unwelcome sight of Rita Skeeter. "Hello again, Lord Potter," she said with a toothy grin. "Do hope I'm not interrupting anything." "As a matter of fact, you are," Harry retorted. "And I must remind you that any unauthorized use of my name or image will be swiftly dealt with." "Oh, not to worry, Lord Potter. I can assure you that your image will be left out of this photograph." Harry didn't like the way she said that. Without another word, Skeeter and her photographer made their departure. It wasn't until late in the evening when Harry remembered he had yet to inform Cedric of the dragons. He had just risen from his seat to go in search of the Hogwarts champion when he paused, wondering if the first task still involved dragons. He had just contemplated throwing on his invisibility cloak and going out to scour the woods, when a letter arrived for him. "Thanks, Hedwig," Harry said, taking the letter. "Dear Harry, as I am sure you are aware, I am on very good terms with Charlie Weasley of the Romanian Dragon Preserve. Just thought you might want to know that he is planning to be there for the first task to make sure his brother comes out of it all right. They've been having a bit of trouble with some negotiations at the preserve, but the situation should be resolved before the coming Tuesday. Oh, and send my best wishes to Cedric Diggory. It's about time Hufflepuff got some recognition. Sincerely, Red." Harry suppressed a chuckle. Leave it to Red to send him the least subtle coded message ever. As Harry went off to find Cedric, he wondered if he should tell Ron and Draco. Sure, they may be complete and utter bastards, but on the other hand, well, Harry was sure he'd think up a reason to tell them before Tuesday. And while all that was going on, Ginny Weasley was scheming. She was determined to win Harry Potter's affection by the end of the year. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to slip him any of the love potions her mother had sent her to Hogwarts with. Ginny had decided she would try to win Harry over the old-fashioned way before risking another attempt at love potion. She'd recently purchased some new clothes and makeup and was now taking every opportunity she could to attract Harry's attention, hoping he would finally take notice of the fact that she was every bit of a woman as that bushy-haired bookworm Hermione, or that addle-brained bimbo Luna, or even those two Slytherin sluts Greengrass and Davis. Ginny had complained to Ron about how Harry wasn't noticing her, but Ron was more focused on his own wounded pride. She'd then brought up how much time Harry was spending with, not only Hermione, but several of the most attractive witches in school, and Ron had gotten furious and promised to help Ginny get Harry to notice her simply out of spite. The youngest Weasley certainly wasn't without encouragement in her pursuit of Harry. Headmaster Dumbledore had called her to his office and instructed her to win Harry over by any means necessary, as it was imperative that Ginny become the new Lady Potter, in addition to Lady of all the other families Harry was Lord of. Dumbledore had been most insistent that Harry only have one wife for all the titles, with Ginny being the prime candidate. The reason for this particular choice was that Ginny was firmly with the light side, her mother and her brother were still avidly pro-Dumbledore, and the fact that she was very easy to manipulate. With Ginny Weasley as lady of all those families, Dumbledore would have a means of controlling all that wealth and power as long as Harry was swayed by Ginny, who would be swayed by Dumbledore. The only problem with that plan was that Harry seemed to have no apparent interest in Ginny whatsoever. After a long argument with Hermione over the moral dilemma of whether or not to tell Ron and Draco, Harry finally gave in on Monday morning, his saving people thing, and Hermione's insistence that it was only fair, outweighing his desire to see the traitor and the mini Death Eater get roasted. "Ron," Harry said as politely as he could, "just wanted you to know that the first task involves dragons." "Huh. Yeah right, like I'd believe that," Ron sneered. "No really, Ron, there are actually dragons. I'm not falling for it, Harry. You're just trying to scare me because you're jealous that I'm champion and you aren't." "I wouldn't joke about something like that, Ronald Weasley," Harry said angrily, startled by how much he sounded like Hermione in that moment. "I'm just trying to warn you because the other champions know and I wanted it to be fair. But, if you don't believe me, that's your problem." As Harry turned and walked away, Ron got annoyed. "There's no way they'd make us fight dragons," he said. "I'm not falling for it." Harry decided to be a bit more indirect with Draco, knowing that the Git would react the same way. Instead, he arranged for Malfoy's girlfriend, Pansy Parkinson, to overhear a conversation. "So, Harry," Neville said once they were certain Parkinson was listening, "what do you suppose the first task will be?" "I don't suppose anything, Neville," Harry replied. "I know what the tasks are all going to be." Pansy froze, listening intently. "Are you going to tell Weasley and Malfoy?" "I tried to tell Ron, but he wouldn't listen. As for Malfoy, I would tell him, but I doubt he'd listen either. They both hate me enough to think I'd joke about something so dangerous. A pity there isn't someone who could send the message for me," Harry said a little more loudly to ensure Parkinson heard. "Oh well, I hope those dragons like the taste of morons." Are there really dragons, Harry? There most certainly are. One for each of the champions. Guess it's going to be quite a show tomorrow. Pansy quickly hurried off to tell Draco of his impending doom, challenge. Harry, realizing he'd done his good deed for the day, made his way to his ethics class. It was the morning of the first task, and Harry had never been so relieved that he wasn't going to be facing the dragon. He had tried, several times, to convince Ron that there were dragons, but the arrogant Ponce wouldn't listen. Therefore, Harry decided, it was on Ron's own head if he got roasted. Malfoy had been looking paler than usual all morning and seemed to be muttering things under his breath. Breakfast passed relatively quietly, though something occurred to Harry as he and his friends chatted about the upcoming event. Daphne, who was sitting at Gryffindor table that morning with Harry's group, kept shooting glares in the direction of Fleur Delacour. Nothing instantly noticeable, of course, merely a narrowed gaze and a dark expression. Any particular reason you don't like the Beauxbatons champion? Harry asked her quietly. No, Daphne replied evenly. Whatever gave you that impression? You keep looking at her like she ate your kitten or something. Daphne shot a quick glance at Tracy, who looked down at her breakfast as if she were studying a particularly interesting arithmancy problem. It's nothing, Harry, really, Daphne denied. Daph, you know you can tell me anything, right? We're all friends here. I know, she said quietly. Harry decided not to get involved. It was obvious Daphne was hiding something and Tracy knew about it, but Harry wisely chose not to pry into other people's business. They all quickly finished up breakfast, went to their morning classes, and then returned for lunch when they noticed McGonagall ordering Weasley and Malfoy out to the grounds where the first task would take place. Hey, Harry, said Fred and George as the two sat down. We were wondering, said Fred. Just an inkling, really, George added. If you'd be interested in our betting pool. You two have a betting pool going? Harry asked. Certainly, my dear Lord Potter. We're fairly certain Cedric will have the best marks. Though Crumb and the Beauxbatons champion could get pretty close. However, the biggest wager going about is who will get creamed worse. Malfoy or our dear little brother. Harry and Hermione exchanged uncertain looks. You'd really bet on how severely injured your own brother is going to be, said Hermione. Don't worry, Granger, said Fred dismissively. I'm sure the Ministry has some safeguards in place for the champions. Yeah, they wouldn't want a repeat of the massacres that happened in the old tournaments, George added. Attention, students, came an announcement. Everyone looked up to see McGonagall. The first task is about to begin. Please finish up your meals and make your way down to the stadium. Stadium? Neville inquired as they all rose from their seats. Since when do we have a stadium? They set it up for the first task, Harry explained. As the owner of Hogwarts, I had to give my consent to it being constructed. They all made their way down towards the forest where the large stadium had been erected. It wasn't anywhere near as big as the World Cup stadium, but it would certainly accommodate all of Hogwarts, and then some. Harry and his friends had just found a row of benches to themselves when they were stopped by a familiar and unwelcome voice. Hello, Harry dear. It was Molly Weasley, accompanied by Ginny. Good afternoon, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said through clenched teeth. I came out here to cheer on my little Ronikins. I am so terribly worried he might hurt himself. Yes, that would be such a tragedy. The sarcasm in his statement flew right over the woman's head. Anyway, Harry dear, why don't you take a seat here next to Ginny? Actually, Mrs. Weasley, I was going to seat between Hermione and Neville. No offense, but they are closer friends of mine than Ginny. Mrs. Weasley looked incredibly put out. Ginny had written to her at least once a week since school started to let her know that all her attempts at giving Harry a love potion had failed. Molly was of the mind that the dear boy just needed a little push in the right direction, one that would lead to Harry falling irrevocably in love with Ginny. Harry, however, had been on to the plot since before the year even began. I certainly hope this task doesn't go on for too long, Harry said calmly as he sat in between his friends. I have to attend a Wizengamot meeting later today. Oh, Harry dear, I don't see why you need to be so involved with politics at such a young age, Molly stated. I'm sure there are plenty of trustworthy and reliable people you could have represent you there instead. Harry suspected she was referring to Dumbledore. I'm afraid that this particular meeting is one I have to be at in person. I am putting forth a bill that will officially make love potions illegal. Molly and Ginny appeared about ready to start choking. Harry, Ginny said nervously, why would you want to do that? Love potions are basically the magical version of what muggles call date rape drugs, he explained. I intend to see to it that nobody ever has to be put through something like that and that those who would do such a thing are punished severely. Mother and daughter both went silent and stared blankly down into the arena below, oblivious to the satisfied smirk on Harry's face. Meanwhile, down in the champions' tent, the champions were all waiting nervously for the task to start. Well, all the champions except for Ron. He was just casually reading a Quidditch magazine and eating some snacks he had pilfered from the twins' trunk, unaware that they were actually experimental prank sweets which would not take effect until a particular moment in time. Ron looked up from his magazine at the sound of an argument outside the tent. Endangering a whole generation of dragons, a woman said. Ron realized that it was the weird girl that Charlie had invited to the World Cup during the summer, the one who told him he needed to learn some table manners. HMPH, what does she know? Ron sneered mentally as he stuffed another snack in his mouth. I assure you that the dragon eggs will be perfectly safe, Ludo Bagman replied to the irate woman. Besides, they lend authenticity and Lord Potter specifically informed me that the real dragon eggs will not be allowed anywhere near this match on the grounds that they could get damaged, Red snapped. Charlie, back me up here. She makes a valid argument, Mr. Bagman, Charlie Weasley agreed. The golden eggs that the champions will be retrieving will be the only eggs in this task. But, the man sputtered. Honestly, they'll make anyone a department head these days, Red muttered as she and Charlie walked away. Anyway, good luck keeping those dragons under control, Charlie. I'll need it. That Hungarian horntail and Manchurian man-eater are real tough pieces of work. I really pity the poor saps who have to go up against them. Well, here's to a hopefully successful tournament, Red concluded, giving the young man a quick key on the cheek. See you after the task, we can go out for a butterbeer. While Charlie grinned and waved goodbye to his date, the champions were being called to attention. Mr. Bagman strolled into the tent to address the champions. Well, now we're all here, time to fill you in, he said. The audience has assembled outside in the stadium and now I am going to pass around this bag to each of you. From it you will remove a model of the thing you are about to face. There are different, varieties, you see. Your task is to retrieve the golden egg. He turned to Fleur. Ladies first. Fleur reached into the bag and pulled out a small, moving replica of a Welsh green. After her, Crumb stepped forward and withdrew a Chinese fireball. Then Cedric reached in and was given the Swedish short snout. Shaking, Malfoy stepped up and pulled out the Hungarian horntail, almost causing the boy to faint. Mr. Weasley, your turn, said Bagman. Huh, oh, right. Ron reached into the bag and gave a cry of, ouch. As the miniature Manchurian man-eater bit at his fingers. Little bastard, Ron growled at the tiny dragon. Wait, what did he say we were doing this for again? Ah, well, it's probably not important. I wonder what the first task's going to be. Probably something worthy of a champion of my skills like another giant chess set. Well, then, Mr. Diggory, it seems you will be going first, said Bagman. You will simply enter the enclosure when you hear the sound of the whistle. Best of luck to you all. You know something, Harry said. This is really stupid. I agree, said Susan from the seat behind Harry. How exactly is something akin to gladiatorial combat supposed to strengthen international magical cooperation? Oh, well, there's that, but I was referring to the concept of having students fighting dragons. It really doesn't say much about an establishment if this is how we take a student's safety. Oh, look, it's Malfoy's turn, said Luna, pointing distractedly at the arena. Malfoy froze in terror as he locked gazes with the giant monster he was supposed to be facing. That paralysis lasted all of about 30 seconds before he screamed and started running, the horntail hot on his heels. Harry had to fight back, joining in the laughter that echoed from the stands. The dragon handlers, realizing that things were going wrong, attempted to intervene and save the frantic teenager. Unfortunately, there was something they didn't count on. Whatever product it was that Malfoy put in his hair had some ingredient that bore a particular scent, undetectable to humans, that was distinctly similar to the pheromones of the Hungarian horntail's favorite food, sheep. The horntail was not acting in defense of the golden egg, it was acting out of a desire for its midday meal. A curious thing about the Hungarian horntails' feeding habit is that they like to toss their prey into the air, send a small blast of fire to roast them, and let them drop to the ground before devouring them. Unfortunately for Draco, that's just what this particular horntail was starting to do. It had grabbed the youth by the back of his clothes, tossed him into the air, and had sent out a blast of fire. By sheer quick thinking, one of the dragon handlers managed to send a spell that redirected the flames away from Draco and placed a cushioning charm on the rock he was about to crash into. By a strange sequence of events, the dragon's fire had instead impacted with the golden egg, which Draco had grabbed during his descent. It took the young Slytherin a few moments before he realized how hot the object he was holding was and let out the most girlish scream anyone had ever heard from a boy in the history of the world. All things considered, Malfoy didn't score as horribly as he could have. Madame Maxime gave him a 5, Bagman a 6, the representative for Durmstrang, as Karkaroff still couldn't enter the grounds, gave him a 4, Dumbledore a 7, and Mrs. Crump from the ICW gave him another 5. Well, that was interesting, said Harry. He knew Draco was a coward, but seeing the ferret run and scream like that was just embarrassing. Harry was definitely grateful that he hadn't ever really recognized Draco as his real arch-nemesis, reserving that title for old moldy shorts, as considering Draco as more than an annoyance would be absolutely humiliating. This task has just gotten disgraceful, said Neville. I could be back at the Founders' quarters doing more research on that project of mine. Let's just wait and see if Ron makes it out in one piece, said Harry. Then we can leave. After the handlers had removed the horntail, they brought out the Manchurian man-eater. It was considerably bigger than the horntail, and looked a lot meaner. It might not have had the large spikes, but the demonic grin and piercing red eyes boded ill for Ronald Weasley. Ronald, however, was not in the least bit concerned as he heard the whistle and walked out into the arena. He glanced around, grinning, searching for the giant chess set he was expecting to see when he heard a soft grunt above him and a wave of hot air hit the top of his head. He slowly raised his head until he locked eyes with the Manchurian man-eater as it smiled wickedly at the ginger. Ron decided that now would be the perfect time to scarf down what remained of the snacks he had nicked from the twins, triggering the effects that had, until that point, remained dormant. Fred. Yes, George. Isn't that our bag of experimental prank sweets that Ron's eating? I think it is, oh twin of mine. The two exchanged nervous looks. That moron, they said together. You see, during the summer, the twins had been working on pranking objects using some suggestions that Harry had given them. One of the sweets was designed based on the Muggle Joy buzzer, though they hadn't worked out the kink in it that caused the eater to sprout tentacles. Another of the sweets was based on a spell Harry had told them about that could turn a person into a penguin for an extended period of time. A combination of these sweets with several others the twins had been working on led to a peculiar reaction in their younger brother. Before the entirety of Hogwarts and in front of several ministry officials and news reporters, Ronald Weasley transformed into a giant, electric penguin with long, green tentacles. Brack! Ron screeched, flailing his arms, wings, tentacles. In his panic, he ended up striking the Manchurian man-eater, enraging it as the ends of the tentacles seemed to have stingers. The dragon lunged for Ron, biting down into one of his wings and causing the boy, bird, whatever to freak out even more. Ronnie! Molly Weasley shouted, attempting to leap out into the arena to help her son. Don't worry, Mom, Charlie assured her from the sidelines. I'll handle it. Charlie might not have been particularly close with his youngest brother. He might not even have liked him a whole lot, but he was still a Weasley and they look after their family. So it was that the young dragon handler jumped onto the back of the Manchurian and tried to wrestle it off his brother. Easy there, Mary, he said to the dragon. Settle down, girl. It was only by sheer happenstance that this particular dragon happened to have been hand-reared specifically by Charlie since she was an egg and that she would only ever calm down if it was Charlie who handled her. Reluctantly, Mary the Manchurian man-eater relinquished her flailing prey and nuzzled her black, scaly head against her favorite human. Good girl, Charlie said. Ron, on the other hand, was still running about frantically as blood shot out of the bite wound. Everyone stared, never expecting something as bizarre as that to happen. It almost looked as though the blood were shooting out in slow motion, making a PSSSH sound as it did so. It goes without saying that Ron's scores were decidedly lower than Draco's, with only Dumbledore scoring him a very generous score of 4 points. As the Aurors managed to subdue Ron and cart him off to the hospital wing, Charlie exchanged a look with the dragon. "I don't see what the big deal is," he said. "It was only a flesh wound after all." The Wizengamot was called to order once the lords and ladies had taken their seats. Harry, as the one hoping to enact his new bill, was the first one to the floor. He threw a nervous look up at Hermione, Neville, and Luna, who were seated in the guest section, and they all smiled at him reassuringly. "Lords and ladies of the Wizengamot," he began. "I would like to start off by thanking you for permitting me this chance to speak and put forward a bill to end what I believe is a serious threat to our society. I refer, of course, to those vile substances known as love potions." There were some confused murmurs amongst the Wizengamot. "Lord Potter, I fail to see how love potions are harmful," said one of the lords. "They seem innocent enough. Harmless, Lord Jenkins. Let me put forward a question, then. Why is the Imperious Curse illegal? Because it removes a person's free will, forcing them under the control of another. And what does a love potion do?" The man stopped to think for a moment and his eyes widened in shock. "I see," he said quietly. "You make a valid argument, Lord Potter. I still don't see what the problem is," a rather nasty-looking witch sneered. "Love potions have never been considered harmful, and many people use them in arranged marriages when no prior feelings existed. You do realize that such a thing is already deemed illegal," Harry said. "Like it or not, the magical community is still subject to the laws of Great Britain. Forcing someone to engage in the type of actions that love potions induce is considered beep." Harry paused for a moment. "You say that love potions aren't harmful, let me prove otherwise." Harry slowly began to walk around the room, looking intently at the lords and ladies. The year is 1925. An unwary young man by the name of Tom Riddle happens to meet an impoverished witch by the name of Merope Gaunt. Merope offers him a drink and he accepts, unaware that it contains a powerful dosage of a class A love potion, one of the most extreme categories that includes Amortentia and Tears of Venus, both of which are deemed legal. The young man became ensnared by the potion and was driven, against his will, to elope with Merope and to abandon his future, his family, and his own fiancée. During the course of the year, Merope became pregnant and stopped administering the love potion as she believed that Tom had genuinely fallen in love with her, or else would stay for the sake of their child. However, when Tom awoke from the potion-induced delirium, he was shocked and horrified to discover what had been done to him. He had lost just about everything he cared about, and he remembered everything that he had done with Merope. What would you have done in the circumstances? Stay with your rapist whose very presence repulses you, or leave at once and try to find at least some part of your old life that can be salvaged? Harry noticed that the room had gone incredibly quiet. You want to know what happened because one woman thought it was acceptable to use a mind-altering substance on an unwitting man. Lord Voldemort was the result, that's what. I ask you now, do you still think love potions are harmless? There was a moment of silence before the vote was called in. The decision was nearly unanimous. Love potions were now and forever illegal to use, sell, buy, or brew. That was satisfying, Harry said once he and his friends were in the common room of the Founders' quarters. You've done a great thing, Harry, Hermione said with a proud smile. Really, what were they thinking? Allowing love potions to go unchecked for centuries. You've probably saved countless innocent people. If there was one thing Hermione admired more than anything else, it was someone who corrected injustice in a backwards and prejudiced society. That's why she had campaigned so strongly for House Elf rights in the old timeline. Thinking back to the subject of House Elves caused Harry to remember Winky. She had been fired by Mr. Crouch in the last timeline. Had that stayed the same in this timeline as well? Curious, Harry stood up and headed out, ignoring his friend's questions of where he was going. It took him only a few minutes to reach the school kitchens. Harry suspected that Hogwarts had realized his objective and magically altered herself to accommodate him. Harry soon reached the familiar painting of the bowl of fruit that guarded the entrance to the kitchen. He tickled the image of the pair and the door swung open. Harry hadn't made it 2 paces into the kitchen when he was greeted by a swarm of delighted house elves. Lord of Hogwarts has come to see us. One of the elves squeaked giddily. Anything we can be doing for Master Hogwarts, sir? Another added. Some tea would be fine, Harry said uncertainly, and Harry thought there was going to be some sort of war over who would have the honor of bringing Harry his tea. Luckily, Harry was rescued by the sudden appearance of a more familiar elf. Dobby will be getting Master Harry Potter sir his tea, Dobby said firmly to the other elves. Dobby is Master's personal elf. The other house elves pouted in clear envy that Dobby had first call on serving the Lord of Hogwarts, but they all seemed to know better than to protest. Harry took a seat at a nearby table and Dobby brought him a full tea service. Thanks, Dobby. Anything for Master Harry Potter sir. Dobby, I was wondering, have any new elves joined Hogwarts lately? Harry asked, taking a sip of his tea. There is one, Master Harry Potter sir. Who? Dobby directed Harry's attention towards the fireplace where the very recognizable figure of Winky was huddled up sorrowfully drinking from a bottle of butterbeer. Dobby is bringing Winky to Hogwarts after bad man Mr. Crouch is giving her clothes. Dobby thinks Winky not happy serving school, though. Dobby threw a concerned look at Winky. Winky is family elf and needs to bond with a master or mistress, or else Dobby thinks she will not get better, sir. Harry slowly walked over to Winky and knelt down beside the little elf. Hello, Winky, he said calmly. You is Mr. Harry Potter sir, she said. Dobby is always talking about how happy he is working for yous. I certainly hope he's happy working for me. How are you doing, Winky? Winky misses having Master, the elf sobbed. Winky is a bad elf. She let down Master Crouch. Winky, you are not a bad elf. You are a very good elf and I think it was wrong of Mr. Crouch to dismiss you. Winky doesn't like working at school. Winky wants a master or mistress to serve. Harry thought for a moment about who needed a personal elf. He already had Dobby, and Winky clearly wanted to be a personal elf to her own master or mistress. That's when the thought struck him and he silently prayed that Hermione would forgive him for what he was about to do. I think I know a witch who is in need of a house elf, Harry said. Winky's large eyes lit up with hope. Please, Hermione, Harry begged quietly. Harry, I have some qualms about this, the brightest witch of her age replied. If I accept Winky as my house elf, what will she be getting in return? If I don't compensate her for her help, that is considered Avery. Hermione, you know I would never endorse something like Avery. House elves control their magic through a bond with a master or mistress. The Hogwarts house elves have developed a way to do that with the students, but Winky doesn't have that ability as it was created over centuries. Look at her. He nodded towards the house elf who was looking up at Hermione with a pleading expression. If she doesn't bond then her magic will fade and she could end up dying. Please, Hermione. Hermione looked at the little elf and felt her heart breaking a bit. Hermione, though she would never admit it, was a softie for the downtrodden and hopeless. Harry had assured her that, though there were some cruel wizards who abused their house elves, the connection between wizard and elf was not Avery in and of itself. It was a symbiotic relationship that helped both. Winky, Hermione said after a moment, if you want, I would be happy to take you on as my house elf. The look of absolute joy on the little elf's face would have warmed even one of the most frozen of hearts. Hermione joined hands with Winky and the two initiated the bond. Almost instantly, Winky looked 10 times healthier than before. What can Winky be doing for Mistress Hermy? The reactions to the first task were mixed and branched into various distinctions. The 3 real champions were applauded for their outstanding performances and the Quibbler ran a full article detailing how they faced their dragons. The 2 champions of Hogwarts, as Ron and Draco were now being referred to, were a different matter altogether. Ron was unconscious for about a week after the task, due more to the injuries he sustained on his own than from either his transformation or the dragon bite. When the carrot-topped Ponce finally did reawaken, he compensated his loss of time by attempting to eat the week's worth of meals he had missed. Despite what had happened in the arena, Ron actually had managed to get his golden egg and complete the task, though it was not through any rational thinking on Ron's part. During the task, as Ron had been running about in a state of blind panic, he had seen the golden egg, and, mistaking it for some sort of snack wrapped in golden foil, he had eaten it whole as a way of calming himself down. As a cruel twist of fate, this was the very thing that had led to Ron's extended stay in the hospital wing as Madame Pomfrey had had no choice but to administer a flushing potion as Ron was allergic to regurgitation solution. The knowledge of how the egg had been removed from Ron's stomach meant that no one could look at Ron or his golden egg for more than 10 seconds before feeling ill. Draco, however, seemed to think he had done incredibly well and was now strutting up and down the halls as though he had already won the tournament. His father, on the other hand, was now suffering severe nerve damage from the number of crucios he'd been put under as a result of Draco's failure to get Potter into the tournament. Lucius had sent a letter to his son stating that it was absolutely essential that he follow instructions from the Dark Lord and make sure that Potter would be in that cemetery on the designated date. Draco seemed to brush off his father's concerns, writing back that he would be working on a plan. However, Draco was actually more focused on getting some training so as to ensure his performance at the next task would be even better, and had sent a letter out requesting a defense instructor. The instructor, however, a Mr. Samuel Gibbon, was an expert in only one form of defense. Even in young Malfoy, he said as he strolled into the classroom. Right, now, self-defense. I'm going to be carrying on from where we got to last week when I was showing how to defend yourself against anyone who attacks you armed with a piece of fresh fruit. Another unintended consequence of the tournament in regards to Draco is that Pansy Parkinson's family no longer felt that the betrothal agreement between Draco and their daughter was wise, as the boy had humiliated himself in front of countless people, including some important people from the ministry. Pansy's engagement to Draco was broken, and Pansy herself was forbidden to interact with Draco outside of the normal exchanges within the classroom. Pansy had been devastated at the time, but one look at the boy she was betrothed to now, Theodore Nott, and all thoughts of Draco flew right out the window. Unfortunately, not everything was smooth sailing for Harry and his friends. Harry walked into the Great Hall a few days after the first task, and he knew at once that something was wrong. People were reading Witch Weekly and whispering about something. When he sat down with his friends at breakfast, he noticed that they were a member short. "Where's Daphne?" Hermione bit her lip and set down a copy of Witch Weekly in front of him. There was the picture Skeeter had taken that day in Hogsmeade. His image had been blurred, but the faces of the people with him were very clear, especially Daphne's. "We all have heard about the Lord of Hogwarts, the boy who lived, and the alleged savior of the wizarding world, whose name we are not legally able to print without his consent. However, we know very little of his friends. The boy we all know has spent a great deal of time with some very respectable people, such as the heir of the Longbottom family, the young heiress of the Bones family, and many others. Some of his friends, on the other hand, are not quite so reputable. One of these people is a Miss Granger, a plain but ambitious girl who has allegedly been the young lord's best friend since first year, who is almost constantly seen by his side. Miss Granger is from a non-magical family, but exceedingly bright and capable of doing most anything to achieve her goals. No one really likes her," said an anonymous source. "She's unappealing and bossy and has to voice her opinion on everything. It drives everyone insane. I will admit that she's smart. Too smart, in fact. Don't know why she's not in Ravenclaw, but I'd guess she's only in Gryffindor to get close to the boy who lived. Then there is a Miss Luna Lovegood, a girl from an old pure-blood family who has the great misfortune of inheriting her father's mental instability. You all will remember that Xenophilius Lovegood is the same man who brought us stories about Fargles and Wiggling Humblingers and other such nonsense. Lovegood has always made a nuisance of herself," said another anonymous source. "She rambles about her idiotic, made-up creatures, and I think she spies on people because she says things about them that they've never told anyone. But the most startling of these friends is Miss Daphne Amalthea Greengrass, heiress to the Greengrass family. Miss Greengrass is not, as she has purported to be, a pure blood, or even entirely human. Through my brilliant investigative skills, I have discovered a long-hidden secret of the Greengrass family. The current Lady Greengrass, once identified as Amalthea Zabatos, is a Greek whose parents moved to Britain shortly after the fall of Gellert Grindelwald. And the surprises do not stop there. Amalthea Zabatos is the daughter of a Muggle-born wizard, Nicholas Zabatos, and a sea nymph named Eudora. Sea nymphs have been known throughout history to use their ethereal powers and unnatural good looks to win the affections of unwary young men. One can only hope that such is not the case with the young lord who has so much of the public's admiration. And Harry threw the magazine down on the table. How dare that woman? He knew she was nasty, but this. It goes on for quite a while like that, Tracy said. Daphne got one look at the article and ran out. Skeeter is going to pay for this, Harry said. I should have stopped her before, but I didn't want to get my hands dirty. You can't sue her, Harry, Hermione said somberly. She didn't use your name directly and there was no contract preventing her from publishing things about the rest of us. There's more than one way to get revenge, but first things first. I have to talk to Daphne. Harry got up from the table and headed out into the hallway. When he was sure that no one was looking, he pulled out the Marauders map and scoured it for Daphne's name. Sure enough, there she was up in the astronomy tower. Hurrying as fast as he could, Harry made his way up the long staircase. Harry had never seen Daphne cry before. He didn't think that she was able to cry. However, the sounds of quiet sobbing were coming from the figure huddled up in one corner of the tower. Go ahead, she said softly, go ahead and stare. Everyone else did and will continue to. She turned and looked at Harry. Her eyes were somewhat red from crying, but that wasn't the most shocking thing. Harry supposed that those of sea nymph heritage, like Vila, could transform when experiencing particularly strong emotions. Daphne's skin, already pale, was now almost clear and had a silvery glint to it, allowing a series of blue spiraling marks to stand out vividly on her face. Her hair, too, had blue streaks running through it. You're probably wondering if what Skeeter wrote is true. Well, it is. Everything about my family is true. She sniffled slightly and gave a mirthless chuckle. I'm not fully human. My gran was a sea nymph. That's why I created the whole Ice Queen of Slytherin persona, because whenever I feel a strong emotion, I turn into this. My mother has even less control of it and my gran doesn't have any at all. Even now I'm holding it back. This, she pointed to her face, this isn't even half of how I really feel about myself right now. Daphne, Harry said gently, do you really think that being partly non-human makes you any less important than anyone in this school? Hey, look at me. He suddenly used his metamorphagus power to give himself aqua-colored hair and neon pink eyes. I've got something that makes me different. He morphed back to normal. Does that make me any less of a person? It's different for you. You're Harry Potter, after all. Nothing you do could ever be wrong. Hey, don't think for one moment that there is anything wrong with you. So, you're part sea nymph. What does that matter outside of making you even more special? You're Daphne Greengrass and that's all that matters. Harry hadn't expected Daphne to pull him into a sudden key, right then. The only thing he registered was that it was a very pleasant feeling. He wasn't sure how long they only that he wrapped his arms around her waist and held her in a comforting manner. Harry had very limited experience comforting girls. In fact, the last girl who at him when she'd been crying was Cho in the old timeline, and look how well that turned out. I'm sorry, Daphne apologized as she pulled away. That was far too forward of me and Daphne, Harry said calmly, please don't apologize. He put an arm around her shoulder and directed her to the stairs. Come on, let's go get some breakfast before class starts. But, wait, I'm still in my other form. People will see. Harry metamorphed so that he looked like a male version of Daphne. Then let them see. As they descended the stairs, something else occurred to Harry. Does this have anything to do with why you don't like the Bobaton's champion? Actually, it kind of does, Daphne said a little sheepishly. Vila are fire-based creatures and have a long-standing dispute with water creatures like sea nymphs. I was able to sense that she was a Vila right from the beginning and, well. Okay, I understand, but please don't judge her solely because of her heritage. Oh, don't worry about that, Harry, Daphne thought. I'm far more inclined to judge her because she's clearly out to snag you. As the two walked into the Great Hall, all eyes predictably turned to them. Daphne was a bit unnerved by all the attention, but Harry's presence was definitely reassuring. That's when the clapping started. It began, amazingly, with several people in Slytherin, though it wasn't so surprising when Harry noticed that it was Justine Max, Cedric's girlfriend, who was leading the group. The applause then spread throughout each of the 4 houses and amongst the staff and, finally, to many of the visiting students. As Harry showed Daphne to her seat, someone else entered the Great Hall. It was Astoria, Daphne's little sister. I just got here, the 11-year-old said. What's going on? Having Winky as her personal elf was a tremendous help for Hermione. As it turned out, both were incredibly strict about neatness and organization. However, Winky turned out to be far more stubborn than Hermione. Winky insists Mistress Hermione put down books and finish her dinner, the elf said when Hermione was incredibly absorbed in one of her late-night study sessions. I assure you, Winky, I am perfectly. Winky is a good elf and will not let Mistress Hermione strain herself. Winky snapped her fingers and all Hermione's books closed and stacked themselves on the shelf, bookmarked securely in the places where Hermione had stopped. Mistress Hermione will finish her dinner and go to bed so she can be well rested for end-of-term tests tomorrow. With a pout on her face, Hermione did what she was told. Meanwhile, back in Hermione's hometown of Crawley, her parents were in the middle of a very late appointment with a client. Now, Mr. Vanderburg, you are going to tell us what we want to know, Dan Granger said, holding up a dental drill. If you do not, then I am afraid we have ways of. He stopped for a moment as he was struck by an odd feeling. Ways of what, Granger? The foreign spy demanded. Oh, sorry, I just had the strangest feeling that someone actually managed to get my daughter to go to bed the night before a test. I felt it, too, dear, said Emma Granger. And that person also made Hermione finish her dinner and put away her books. Finally, the husband and wife shouted together. Now, where were we? Said Dan. We were about to show Vanderburg here why it is a bad idea to mess with the British Dental Association, said Emma. Ah, of course. May I have everyone's attention? Professor Babbling shouted as she entered the Gryffindor common room. Are all the Gryffindors accounted for? Yes, ma'am, said the prefects. Good, I have a very important announcement to make. As per a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, there will be a Yule Ball to celebrate the unity of Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. The ball was originally planned for Christmas Day, however, the owner of Hogwarts, she threw a brief look at Harry, did not want this to interfere with your Christmas holidays. Therefore, it will take place from 8 o'clock until midnight the day before you are scheduled to depart. The dance is officially open to all those in 4th year and up, those below may attend if invited by an upper year. All those students who wish to remain at school will please check in with Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. Thank you. You are dismissed. Now came the part that Babbling was dreading. Mr. Ronald Weasley, a word if you please. Ron slouched forward. Weasley, the champions and their partners. What partners? Ron asked. Partners for the Yule Ball, of course. As a champion, you will be expected to bring a date and open the ball with the first dance. Oh, sure, no problem. I'm a champion, after all. What woman wouldn't want to go with me? Bathsheba raised an eyebrow. She was sincerely hoping that stupidity wasn't contagious, otherwise Weasley was sure to start an epidemic. It just so happened that Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, the most notorious gossips in Hogwarts, had overheard this exchange and word spread that Weasley and Malfoy would be in need of dates. The warning reached all corners of the school in a matter of hours and girls instantly began scrambling for dates. Harry, meanwhile, was in a deep quandary about who to ask to the Yule Ball. He was certain he should ask one of the girls in his close group of friends. The question was, who should he choose? Harry, despite being from the future, was still very much the nervous teenage boy who didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings or make one of his friends feel left out. Luckily for Harry, his rescue from the situation came from Luna Lovegood. Luna, who already knew how things were going to work out, had called together the other 5 girls. Hermione, Daphne, Tracy, Fay, and Susan were rather surprised when the young Ravenclaw asked them to meet her privately in the room of requirements, and even more surprised when she knew that they all were not interested in going to the ball with anyone other than Harry. Luna, however, devised a solution that made all the girls sigh in relief. They accosted Harry after the last board meeting of the term with their request. Harry, we've been talking, Hermione started. The 6 of us have mutually agreed that you're the only boy in the school we would even consider going to the ball with. We were wondering, if you want to, of course, if you would consider going with all of us as a group. Susan continued. That way, we can spend a nice evening with a decent bloke and you don't end up having to go to the ball with some crazy fangirl. It doesn't even technically have to count as a date, Fay added. We can just go as friends if you want. Harry wanted to drop to his knees and thank God, or whatever supreme being it was who decided his fate, that his friends had made this particular decision for him. Of course, Harry, as articulate as ever, simply replied with a, sure, whatever you want, and was immediately tackled in grateful hugs by the 6 girls. Of course, you know, if you hadn't accepted then two of us might have been forced to go with Malfoy or Weasley, said Daphne, sending disgusted shudders through the group. You think that's bad, said Tracy. My parents wanted me to go with Goyle to the ball. How could parents ever inflict that on their daughter? Said Fay. My parents are intending to arrange a betrothal between me and Goyle. Tracy looked faintly ill. The only way I could hope to get out of it is if they think I have a better prospect. Of course, Mother frequently reminds me that my pretty face won't last forever. You're 14, Hermione said in shock. How could they be pushing you like that? My parents have a bit of an age gap. About 30 years to be precise. Mother was 16 and still in school when she got married. The others looked outraged, though Daphne simply had a dark expression as this was something Tracy had already told her. Don't worry, Trace, Harry said. I promise you that will not happen to you. Tracy gave a grateful smile, though she doubted that he'd be able to do anything that would help outside of marrying her himself. Harry made his way into Gryffindor common room after taking a turn about the castle to admire the beautiful Christmas decorations. As soon as he walked in, Harry realized that history had decided to repeat itself again. Ronald Weasley was sitting, ashen-faced, in one of the armchairs being comforted by his sister. Already guessing what had happened, Harry decided to ask about it. What's with him? He said. He just asked Fleur Delacour to the ball, Ginny replied. Then, realizing it was Harry, she straightened herself up and tried her best to look flirtatiously at him. And, well, asked, is a relative term, Fred piped up. Bloody making a mess is a more apt description, George added. This Poncy-git decided it was wise to just march up to a quarter villa, say how lucky she was that he was asking her out, and then slap her on the derriere. Let's just say that dear Ronikins is lucky to still be alive right now. Does he even realize what he did counts as say.ul harassment? Harry asked. The twins burst out laughing. That's a good one, Harry. Yeah, for a moment there I thought you were serious. He's not serious, I'm serious, said Harry's godfather as he entered the room. Hey, Harry. Hey, Padfoot. Got something I need to give to you. Won't take a sec. Harry followed him outside and was immediately grabbed in a hug. Harry, I'm so proud of you. Sirius said. What? Scoring a date with 6 gorgeous young witches is exactly the type of thing that I'm hoping to encourage. Now, I assume each of these ladies will be wearing different dresses, correct? Yeah. Harry was confused where this was going. Then I think it's time to give you this. He handed Harry a large, wrapped package. It's a special set of dress robes that automatically change tie and trim color to match the outfit of the lady you're dancing with and not cause you to look like a prat. I tell ya, this type of dress robe saved me on a number of occasions. That's great, Sirius, how'd you get it? Your grandpa Charles actually developed it. Before he married my great-aunt Doria, he was a bit of a ladies' man and, well, he liked to look sharp. Thanks, Sirius, this will be really helpful. Oh, I'm guessing you're inviting Bathsheba as your date to the ball. Sirius got a giddy smile on his face. Harry wished him well and re-entered the common room where he was greeted by Ginny Weasley. By the way, Harry, I was wondering if you'd like to go to the ball with me, she said, as if she expected him to instantly want to go with her. Sorry, Ginny, but I've already. Great. I'll meet you down here at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. She then rushed up to her dorm room leaving an incredulous Harry behind. How could anyone be this dense? He said to himself. He then threw a look at the nearly catatonic Ron. Oh, that explains a lot. Ron did manage to break from his stupor by the next day. Unfortunately, though that depends on your point of view, he wasn't able to find a date anywhere. He wasn't the only one, though, as Draco was shocked to discover that not one single girl would even consider going with him. Both boys brought their complaints to the deputy headmistress. Oddly enough, they both came at the same time and started trying to shout their problems louder than each other. Quiet, McGonagall yelled and both boys instantly shut up. You both were unable to find dates to the ball. It's a conspiracy to make me look bad, Professor, said Ron. I know it's all Potter's doing, said Draco. I even asked that French Vila, but she turned me down for some reason. Pansy won't even talk to me anymore. She just follows not around like a lost puppy. Professor McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose in thought and tried to remember if there was a contingency plan for this sort of thing in the Triwizard Rulebook. That was when she remembered that there was on page 666, subdivision 13, passage 4. There is a solution to this problem, she said, and both boys stared at her expectantly. According to the rules for protocol in relation to the Triwizard Yule Ball, if two of the champions are unable to find suitable dates, then they must go with each other. Once both boys had allowed that information to sink in, they promptly fell in dead faints to the floor. I think they took that well. On the day of the ball, Hermione and Luna had invited the girls to the Founders' quarters with Harry's permission, of course, so that they could get ready. Susan had even invited Hannah along, as the other Hufflepuff girl was going as Neville's date. The girls had decided to use Helga Hufflepuff's old rooms to get ready, as, a few days earlier, Hermione and Luna had discovered an interesting secret about the Hogwarts Foundress. Helga Hufflepuff had, apparently, been very interested in designing clothes and had an entire closet full of gowns and jewelry that she herself had made and placed under a stasis charm so that they were in the same condition as when she was last in the room. Lady Hufflepuff certainly didn't want for taste, Daphne commented as she examined a particularly lovely gown of silvery velvet. Looks like she designed clothes for all the ladies at Hogwarts, Hermione said, looking at sketches the late Foundress had made, each of which bore the name of the woman who had inspired the design. Hermione, this would look lovely on you, Hannah said, pulling out an elegant, periwinkle blue gown. Ladies, I think we are going to dominate this ball, said Susan. 3 hours and a whole lot of anxious pacing outside the Founders' quarters later, Harry and Neville looked up to see the group of beautiful young ladies emerge. Hermione was wearing the dress of periwinkle blue, just like in the old timeline, only this one looked considerably better on her. She was also wearing a necklace and earrings made out of a dark, purple stone that definitely complemented the outfit. Luna was wearing a midnight blue gown with a bronze-colored shawl. Harry noticed the fabric glittered slightly when the light hit it. Daphne was wearing a silver dress that reminded Harry distinctly of his invisibility cloak, and had fastened her hair up in an elegant knot which was ornamented by a single, white lily. Tracy was wearing a dark purple gown that had a distinctly Roman style to it, including a white stola draped across her left shoulder. Fay's dress looked decidedly, for lack of a better word, Gryffindorish. A color robe with gold embroidery and garnet necklace made her look like the female personification of her house. Susan had also opted for wearing something bearing her house's colors, an empire-waisted dress of honey yellow with black trim. Neville also seemed taken with his own date's attire. Hannah was dressed in a silky dress of pale blue that matched her eyes and fit nicely on her slender frame. Were the 3 hours worth it? Hermione asked. Definitely worth it, the boys agreed together. Shall we? Neville said, offering his arm to Hannah. We shall, the girls agreed. Harry had to escort 3 girls on either arm, but he felt perfectly comfortable with it as he knew all those girls were his friends, people he could trust with his life, rather than some last-minute date he'd barely said 2 words to in his entire life. The group happily made their way down to the Great Hall where they were greeted by many interested looks, some of which were more unpleasant than others. Harry noticed early on that there were several people who did not look at all pleased by Harry's choice of dates. Cho Chang was among them, having been one of the more aggressive pursuants of Harry's attention when everyone was vying for partners. She had ended up with Zacharias Smith as her date after Harry had turned her away. There were, on the other hand, many people who looked as though they couldn't be happier with the way things were at that point in time. Harry saw Cedric Diggory and Justine Max happily chatting with several students from Durmstrang, clearly taking the opportunity to make some new friends. Harry also noticed Victor Crumb with a Hogwarts girl that Harry had seen before but only knew by name and because she was a beater on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, a very tall and quiet 7th year named Iris Moon. Victor and Iris actually seemed to be fairly well matched as both stood quietly in a corner of the entrance hall away from the prying eyes of the other students. All of you, into the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall instructed. As Harry, Neville, and the girls entered the ballroom, Harry glanced back when he heard McGonagall address Malfoy and Ron, who had clearly just arrived. Harry tried to see what unfortunate girls they had brought as their dates, but he didn't see anyone and didn't have time as his companions shuffled him off to the side to wait for the ball to start. Everyone cleared away from the entrance as the great oak doors swung open and the champions processed in. Cedric and Justine led the way, followed by Fleur Delacour and Roger Davies. Then came Victor Crumb and Iris Moon, and lastly, Ron and Malfoy. Everyone shook their heads, not fully certain if they were actually seeing what they thought they saw. Sure enough, there was Ron, in his old, tattered dress robes, and Malfoy in his expensive, black velvet robes. Both boys looked absolutely miserable and threw glares at each other. When the two boys caught sight of Harry Potter and his 6 dates, it seemed like the 2 extra champions would explode with envy. The magical community might have its prejudices, but they were slightly more open-minded towards same-sex relations as long as any pure bloods involved eventually obtained a respectable pure blood spouse of the opposite sex, with which they could produce heirs. In this situation, the students were not laughing because 2 boys were attending the ball as partners, rather they were laughing at the fact that it was these specific boys who were attending as partners. Once everyone had taken their seats, the feast began. "So, what are we going to do about dancing?" Harry asked his lovely companions. "We've managed to work out a schedule together," said Hermione, producing a piece of paper with a carefully planned timetable drawn up. "We reached an agreement and decided that I am getting the first dance with you. After that, it will be Tracy's turn. Then Daphne, then Susan, then Fay. Luna asked to go last as she said she is not overly interested in dancing. However, Luna spoke up, I do want a good night key, at the end of the evening." Sure, Luna, said Harry. The little Ravenclaw smiled brightly. "You will be allowed a 10-minute break between each dance, Harry," Hermione continued. "We don't want you getting overtaxed. At least, not yet," Tracy whispered to Daphne and the 2 bit back giggles. "Guys, whatever you do, don't look up at the head table," Neville said, looking slightly green. "Why?" said Harry. "Ron's eating." Sure enough, Ronald Weasley, Triwizard Champion, was scarfing down plate after plate of food as if there were no tomorrow. The other people at the table looked positively disgusted, especially Ron's date. "Weasley," Draco hissed angrily. "Stop embarrassing me and use your cutlery." "Piss off, Malfoy," Ron replied, accidentally splattering foodstuffs on Draco as he spoke. Draco, meanwhile, was inwardly planning how he would get his revenge for this indignity when the Dark Lord returned to power. Oh, he'd make them all pay. He'd especially get back at Potter as Draco knew this was all Scarhead's fault. He then turned to look at Daphne Greengrass, looking positively radiant in her formal attire, and Draco grinned maliciously. Even if she was some mixed breed, Daphne was still a very attractive girl. Maybe he'd ask the Dark Lord to give her to him as his concubine in return for his brilliant efforts in aiding his master's return. For now, Draco had to put up with the unfairness that was his current situation. While Ron stuffed large quantities of food down his gullet, he caught sight of Hermione sitting next to Harry, dressed up in all her finery, and another wave of envy hit him. Hermione was one of the many girls who had, for some reason, turned down his invitation to the ball. This was so unfair. Harry not only got 6 gorgeous girls as his dates, he also got the one girl Ron was certain would be so desperate she couldn't possibly turn him down. Ron kept thinking furiously about how he would get back at his former best friend for this unwarranted, in Ron's opinion, betrayal. It wasn't that Ron had thought Hermione was particularly attractive until tonight. Of course, because she just looked drop-dead gorgeous right now. It was just that his mother had told him Hermione was a decent girl who wouldn't turn him down and would be more than happy to help him with his schoolwork. Fleur Delacour was currently proclaiming, rather loudly, the inadequacies of Hogwarts to her drooling date. "Z's is nothing," she said pompously. "At Z Palace of Beauxbatons, we, Avenue ice sculptures all around Z dining chamber at Christmas. They never melt, of course, they are like UGE statues of diamond, glittering around Z place. And Z food is simply superb. And we, Avenue choirs of wood nymphs, who serenade us as we eat. We, Avenue none of Z's ugly armor in Z, alls, and if a poltergeist ever entered into Beauxbatons, he would be expelled like that." She slapped her hand onto the table impatiently. Harry and his friends shook their heads. Harry remembered very clearly how obnoxious Fleur had been at first in the old timeline, though he had largely forgotten about it after she got engaged to Bill. Come to think of it, she had still been rather obnoxious up until Bill was attacked by Fenrir Greyback and she showed that she wasn't as shallow a person as everyone assumed. Right now, however, Fleur's impolite comments about Hogwarts were annoying a great many people. Dumbledore was also one of the people at the ball who were not particularly happy. Things were definitely not looking up for him, especially since the ban on love potions. He needed Harry to fall for Ginny Weasley so that he could get control over Harry, not to mention the boy's fortune. In the meantime, the old man was having a great deal of trouble thinking up who would serve as Draco's and Ronald's hostages. Dumbledore glanced over at the two boys and something about them struck him. For some reason, the two reminded him of himself and Gellert at around that age, though nowhere near as intelligent of course, and it prompted a moment of nostalgia for the aged headmaster. Albus. What is it, Minerva? You're supposed to call for the champions to start the dance. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for reminding me. Dumbledore stood up and smiled at the students. Will you all please rise? He called out, waving his wand so that the tables shot to the sides of the hall. Champions, please take your places for the first dance. As the music started, the four couples began to dance. Well, 3 out of 4, at least. Draco and Ron were doing something more akin to a fight than dancing. I told you, Weasley, I'm leading. No way, ferret face. I'm leading. Me. No, me. Everyone largely ignored the two as other couples made their way onto the dance floor. Harry took Hermione's hand and gave her a gentle twirl as they began their waltz. When the students had taken up their places, the faculty joined in. Sirius led Bathsheba, who was dressed in bright, gold robes that clung to her curves in just the right places, out onto the floor, followed closely by Remus and Tonks, who had developed a close bond over the course of the term. Even Mr. Stearns was showing off his dance moves with Professor Burbage as his partner. As the first song ended, Harry led Hermione back to their table and took Tracy by the hand, noticing that his dress robes had changed their color scheme from the periwinkle blue they had been when he'd danced with Hermione to a dark purple that matched Tracy's gown. Soon enough, that song also ended and Harry was given his 10-minute break. He and Tracy joined the others at the table and took a grateful sip of butterbeer. "Excuse me," came a voice. They all turned to see Victor Crumb standing there with his date. "My own ninny." "Hermione," the girl corrected. "Yes, I just wish to thank you again for introducing me to Iris," he said. Iris gave a small smile at Hermione before glancing back at Victor. "I wasn't sure if I would be able to find someone here who was not blinded by my fame enough to be good company this evening." "Well, you are both very welcome," said Hermione. When Victor Crumb had asked her out a few days ago, she had politely declined but had also decided to help the Bulgarian seeker find another girl to accompany him to the ball. The girl she introduced him to was currently standing shyly beside him. Victor then turned to Harry. "You are Harry Potter, correct?" "Yes, and you're Victor Crumb." The two boys shook hands. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard your story many times in my own country. You are quite well respected there." "I am. Yes. The Dark Lord you defeated is considered worse than Grindelwald, and my people hated Grindelwald for what he did." "Really?" "Yes. We are also grateful that your headmaster killed Grindelwald for what he did to our country." Actually, the headmaster didn't kill him. But he was defeated. Dumbledore just had Grindelwald locked up in Nurmengard. Dumbles over there couldn't deal with the thought of killing his old boyfriend." The color drained out of Victor's face before a dark shade of red overtook it. "If you will excuse me, I have a letter I need to send immediately." He gave his date a quick key on the hand. "I will return shortly, Iris." Harry watched Victor leave and head in the direction of the Ollery. He had a funny feeling he had stirred up trouble abroad by revealing what he had. Luckily it wasn't trouble for him, but Dumbledore would soon be finding himself persona non grata in Bulgaria and several other countries in the Balkans and further up in Central Europe. The music for the next dance had begun and Harry was about to lead Daphne onto the dance floor when someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was Fleur Delacour, smiling at him in a suggestive way. "Pardon-moi," she said. "Are you, Harry Potter?" "Yes, that would be me," he said. "I was wondering if you would like to share Z's next dance with me." Harry could feel the Vila allure coming off of her and shook himself. "Thank you, but I have already promised the next dance to this lovely lady here." He indicated towards Daphne, who was scowling heavily at the French girl. Fleur and Daphne locked gazes, eyes boring heavily into each other. Fleur had seen the other girl enter the Great Hall that day in her true form and had been highly disgusted. The little quarter nymph had appeared in near complete transformation in front of everyone, and they had applauded her for it, Fleur would certainly never debase herself by appearing in her own other form. Are you certain I might not have Z's dance, Marie? Fleur asked again, cranking up the allure. Harry felt Daphne squeeze his hand and shook his head. I do not think that it is customary to offer a dance to a man whose castle you were so vehemently insulting earlier, Harry said. Pardon-moi. Hogwarts is under my jurisdiction and I do not appreciate it when people make fun of it. I am afraid I must decline your offer, and any future offers. Good evening, mademoiselle. Daphne shot a smug grin at Fleur as Harry continued to lead her onto the dance floor. Fleur was looking outraged. How dare that little trollop steal my prey? Fleur thought furiously. A man with that kind of money and power deserves someone better than water-dwelling trash like her. I'll make her pay for this. That was impressive, said Daphne as she and Harry moved about the floor. Most guys can't fight off Vila allure. Usually it takes the presence of a soulmate or the boy has to have a great deal of love for another to resist. It wasn't too hard, Harry replied. You being there certainly helped. Daphne felt a blush in her cheeks and her eyes sparkled a bit. The evening wound down as Harry proceeded to give each of the girls a dance. Luna was the most interesting to dance with as she seemed to move to music in her own head rather than what was playing, and her moves more closely resembled a polka than the slow waltz, but Harry played along and made sure to oblige Luna with her goodnight key. When it was over, Ron and Draco had, after the humiliation of the first dance, attempted to get a dance with a pretty witch, only to be turned down at every corner. Both boys spent the remainder of the night sulking at the back of the hall. They weren't the only ones who'd had a miserable evening. Up in Gryffindor Tower, Ginny was ranting and raving to whoever was still there about how Harry had stood her up. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.